Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Do you know this person, Ace? Marco asked with great interest. Yes, Ace nodded. He is a Marine currently guarding the Logetown Island area. Logetown Island? Isn't that the East Blue Territory? Why would King Fortis respect a weak Marine like that? Asked Jaws in confusion. Don't get me wrong, Hashirama said seriously. Your Majesty doesn't respect a person just because of his status, power, or ability. His Majesty respects a person only because of the philosophy as well as the beliefs held by that person. Hashirama paused and continued, if your Majesty respects a person just because of his status, all the kings in this world will surely get the respect of His Majesty. However, not all kings are respected by His Majesty. If His Majesty saw the power to respect someone, His Majesty would naturally respect Charlotte Linlan Orkdu, who possessed a strong level of power. However, His Majesty did not respect either of them. His Majesty respects a person based on the beliefs held by that person, just like Whitebeard. Hashirama's gaze stared at Whitebeard. His Majesty respects Whitebeard because of the beliefs held by him. Whitebeard with a belief held by him that only wanting to have a family is something worthy of respect even for myself. I respect it. As for Garp, it's probably because of the philosophy you hold, Garp. Which is what earns you the respect of His Majesty. Then I guess I was quite lucky. Garp said with a grin. What makes King Fortis respect Okiji and Smoker? Mark asked. I don't know. Hashirama shook his head. I was only told about it. However, the reason was not disclosed. Also, there are actually quite a few people that His Majesty respects on the side of the Navy. However, His Majesty did not tell all these people. What about Sengoku? Garp asked with great interest. Sengoku? Hashirama raised his brow. I think it's difficult for him to earn the respect of His Majesty, Juichiro said, especially his involvement with various incidents that occurred in the past. Juichiro paused and immediately said, Hey, can you stop this boring conversation? Shouldn't we have a party now? That's right. I agree on this. Ace shouted excitedly, it should be a party now. Talking about boring things makes me sleepy. Only you sleepy, we don't, Jaws said with a straight face. Hey, Juichiro Thaked called out, how about you become the head chef today? I will help you. I also want to learn a few skills from you a bit. I think by helping you, I can learn a few things that I didn't know yet. I support it, Izo said nodding. You should be a chef today, Juichiro. We also have to taste your dish today. That's right, Haruta nodded. I don't want only Marco and the others to eat your food. I should also at least taste it even if it's not your best dish. Whitebeard's entire pirate crew immediately gave their opinion. Gororo Whitebeard laughed happily, then looked at Hashirama. Use all available materials, Juichiro. You are free to use it. If not, notify immediately. We'll get it ready right away. Then I won't be polite, Juichiro said with a grin. Whitebeard's pirate party has finally begun. Even if it's a pirate party. However, Garp, who incidentally is a Marine, joined the party on the grounds that he is currently Garp, a Marine hero or Vice Admiral from Marine headquarters. Garp's current identity is Ace's grandfather. Which is where this gets ridicule from Whitebeard. This was also the start of a mocking battle between the two, which didn't bother everyone because when their thoughts were to eat the dish made by Juichiro. Chapter 2, News regarding live broadcast. The news of the live broadcast that will be carried out by the Fortis Kingdom immediately attracted the attention of all parties. Especially this news regarding the Fourth Kingdom that managed to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom side. World Government. Navy. Pirate. Revolutionary Army. Kingdom. All groups were curious about which kingdom managed to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Because of that, each troop had also sent their members who were in the place that could watch the live broadcast to take screenshots so that the leaders of those troops could watch live in their current position. Grand Line, Sayboundy Island, Area 13, Pujapirate ship. Is this published news true, Ars? Hancock asked Ars calmly through his Denten Mushi. The news is true, Ars said. I asked Morgans to publish it then. Which kingdom managed to establish a cooperative relationship with your kingdom? Is that kingdom one of the two kingdoms you mentioned earlier? Yes, Ars replied, that's the kingdom of Alabasta Kingdom. Hancock asked strangely, what made you interested in establishing a cooperative relationship with a kingdom in the desert like that? There is no benefit at all for your kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with them. Those are words spoken by an ignorant cloud person. Are you mocking me, Ars? Asked Hancock with a sullen face. I'm not making fun of you, Hancock. It's just that, it's a fact, Ars said calmly. The kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom that has a very large territory. It can be said that the territory of the kingdom of Alabasta is the largest in the territory of the Grand Line. Despite the vast size of the Alabasta kingdom's territory. However, it was a desert. Cannot use their territory. Yes. It is true. It's a desert region and the desert itself is a difficult area to exploit, Ars said calmly. Then why do you still want to establish a cooperative relationship with them if you know that the territory itself can't be used at all? Hancock asked strangely. If the territory of the kingdom of Alabasta will still remain like a desert. Indeed, my decision was the wrong decision. However. Ars paused for a moment. What if the territory belonging to the kingdom of Alabasta is turned into an area that is ready to be cultivated? What do you mean? Hancock asked with a stunned face. Besides our kingdom, we are building a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Alabasta. We also made an agreement whereby our kingdom will help the Alabasta kingdom to manage their territory. In essence, our kingdom will later help reconstruct the area. Where the area that was previously a desert will be turned into a forest, the area that was previously a barren desert is turned into a lake, the area that was previously a barren desert is turned into a river, and so on. Hancock fell silent hearing this. Are you guys really able to do such a thing? Did you forget Hashirama's ability? Ars asked strangely. Hancock was silenced again hearing this. HMP. Was Hashirama able to do that? The territory of the Alabasta kingdom is huge. There's no way Hashirama could single-handedly change that territory. You are underestimating Hashirama, Hancock Ars said dryly. That's what you think because you have never fought him directly nor have you seen Hashirama use his abilities firsthand. For Hashirama himself, turning the territory of the kingdom of Alabasta into a ready-to-use territory, did not take 1 week. Just a few days, he can do it. Hancock was rendered speechless hearing this. Hancock knew how big the territory of the Alabasta kingdom was. To be able to turn the territory of the kingdom of Alabasta into a territory that is ready for use. Hancock knew how difficult it was. Even for himself, if Hancock had the ability like Hashirama. Hancock knew how hard it would be for her to do that. No need to count the time 1 week. Even within 1 month. Hancock wasn't sure he could do it. HMPH. Hancock then sniffed to get rid of her attitude and continued, is there any advantage for your kingdom to help carry out reconstruction for their territory? We got a big advantage, Ars said calmly, according to the agreement made between the two kingdoms. As long as we assist in the reconstruction of the territory owned by the kingdom of Alabasta. The kingdom of Alabasta will later pay annually to our kingdom 10% of the total revenue that their kingdom earns. 10%. Hancock exclaimed with a surprised face. Surprised, right? Ars asked with a smile, you know, don't you? How much territory does the kingdom of Alabasta have? If the kingdom of Alabasta can maximize the potential of their kingdom and build an arrangement like ours, or maybe they have their own arrangement regarding policies. At the very least, their kingdom can earn around 2-3 trillion berries within a year. 2-3 trillion berries. That means with 10% of the total income that will be given to you. Hancock muttered with a face full of surprise. That's right. You should be able to count yourself, right? If the kingdom of Alabasta with the help of our kingdom can manage their territory with an income of around 2-3 trillion berries for each year. At the very least, our kingdom will earn 200 to 300 billion berries with no effort at all. Our efforts are only in the early stages, which are reconstructing the territory owned by the kingdom of Alabasta. Furthermore, our kingdom only needs to help by imparting knowledge to them on how to properly manage the kingdom. Hancock suddenly fell silent hearing this. You really are a terrifying king, Ars. I'm not scary. Hancock Ars just smiled, it's just, I know how to use my brain to get a lot of advantages. Are you saying that I am a brainless person? Hancock asked with a sullen face. I didn't say that. It's just that you built that kind of thinking yourself. Ars said calmly, many people have abilities like people with devil fruit abilities, they only think their abilities can only be used for fighting. In fact, the abilities they have, especially the Paramansha fruit abilities, have many functions and uses, especially the function to be able to gain profit. Ars paused and continued, an example is a devil fruit that has the ability of mirrors. If someone knows how to use the function of this devil fruit, that person could be the richest person in this world. However, it's a shame. The person who has this devil fruit is the one who doesn't know how to use it. Well, Not only him but his own group also don't know how to use this ability properly and think that this devil fruit is very weak and has no function other than hiding. If that's the case, why don't you go after the devil fruit? Don't you already have an idea how to use it? Hancock asked. Let's just say I'm not interested in the devil fruit yet, and also currently my kingdom is still in the development stage. That devil fruit can't be used properly right now if it's held by me. Just say you have no way of using and just want to show off to me, right? Asked Hancock in a mocking tone. You are building up the wrong perception again, Hancock said calmly. When do I say something then I can't do it? Hancock was silenced again. Oh yes. Hancock. Currently our kingdom has established a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Alabasta. Regarding the sales for our products, the kingdoms of the two of you will take their respective territories. Huh? What do you mean by that? Why should I share territory with them? Hancock asked with a sullen face. The Grand Line's ocean area is a very, very large ocean area. You may not necessarily be able to reach every area in the Grand Line ocean area. For example, the kingdom of Alabasta. With your current position, will you be able to reach the territory in one day? Hancock was silenced again. You can't do it, can you? Ars asked calmly. Then, what about the territories that are further away from the territory of the Alabasta kingdom? Like Drum Island, Whiskey Peak Island, and the other islands that were a little further away from the Grand Line territory that reached upside down mountains? Can you reach the area in one day's travel time? Hancock couldn't answer the question. You know the answer, don't you? You won't be able to do it, Ars said calmly. Another reason is because our kingdom wants to establish a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta kingdom. Because of that factor, we want the kingdom of Alabasta to be the central point of sale of products from our kingdom for the region I mentioned earlier. Although later the kingdom of Alabasta will have their own products when their territory is ready to be cultivated. However, there will be products that our kingdom cannot produce. The Alabasta kingdom, for example. Ask Hancock. An example is wood, Ars said calmly. The wood of our kingdom is a unique wood and it is impossible for other kingdoms to obtain. Because of that, this wood will also become the icon of our kingdom. Ars paused and continued, besides wood, they won't be able to get technology later. Technology? Are you planning to sell the technology that your kingdom has? Asked Hancock excitedly. Hancock herself really likes the Fortis Kingdom's technology, especially the storage capsule and storage bracelet technology. The technology I meant was not the technology the research department created, Ars said. The technology I meant was weapon technology. Weapon? HMP. How are the weapons made by your kingdom different from other kingdoms? Isn't it the same? Asked Hancock strangely. It's very different, Hancock, said Ars. The weapon, especially the firearm used today, is a weapon with a flip shot model where this weapon can only store one bullet into the weapon before being shot. Meanwhile, the weapons that will be built by our kingdom, these weapons will later be able to store tens to hundreds of bullets in the weapon. Then also the speed and firepower of the weapon will increase. At least, people with zone devil fruit abilities are famous for their tough skin, where the current flip shot weapon if fired won't penetrate their skin. While the weapons that will be made by our kingdom, that weapon is capable of penetrating the skin of the zone users. That's quite effective, Hancock said with a slightly surprised face. What about hockey users? Can that weapon penetrate hockey? Hockey user? Ars thought for a moment and said, if a hockey user has just reached the elementary level stage, the weapon was able to make up for the person's defense. Meanwhile, if you have reached the middle to upper level, it's already impossible to make up for it. Hancock thought for a moment and asked, are you going to sell these weapons to everyone? Will the world government also get it? Asked Hancock with a serious face. Our kingdom will later make several models of weapons. The weapon I mentioned earlier is only a weapon intended by our kingdom and is not sold to other kingdoms, even kingdoms that build cooperative relations with our kingdom. It's impossible for us to sell the weapon. Ars said calmly. If you don't want to sell it to us, what's the point of you explaining to me beforehand? Do you just want to show off? Asked Hancock with a frown. No, Ars shook his head. I already said, didn't I? Our kingdom will build several models of weapons. There is one weapon model that will be marketed by us. However, we will not sell it haphazardly. Although the power of this weapon is weaker than the weapons our troops will use. However, this weapon at least has a stronger power than the weapons used today. This weapon will later be sold by our kingdom to the kingdom that builds a cooperative relationship with us, or the troops who get direct permission to buy it. Like the Whitebeard pirate group. Even if they don't have a cooperative relationship with us, they will eventually get permission to buy it. Why are you selling weapons to pirates? Asked Hancock strangely. Even though Whitebeard's group is a pirate group, they are not pirates like you know, Ars said calmly. Whitebeard's pirate group is a pirate group that puts their family first. In addition, Whitebeard's pirate group also never burdened the collection of protection taxes in the areas they controlled. This group of pirates, as long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack. Another group that is the same as Whitebeard's pirate group is the red-haired pirates group. They also provide a low cost of protection to the areas they guard and also cause less trouble for civilians. This group of pirates deserves permission from our kingdom to buy weapons products. Ars paused for a moment and continued. The group that won't get our permission later is a group like the world government, the beast pirate group, or a kingdom where the kingdom likes to fight or the king of the kingdom likes to oppress its citizens. They will not get permission from us to buy those weapons products. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Oh, yes. How is development progressing in your area? Is it going well? HMPH. Hancock immediately sniffed proudly. Of course. Who do you think I am? How about setting up your government system? Departmental development and stuff? Hancock fell silent for a moment hearing this. Looks like you haven't finished it yet, HMPH. Do you think it's easy to do something like that? Asked Hancock with a frown. Well, it's quite difficult, especially in choosing who will be placed later. Ars said. Well, don't focus too much on regional development. Just focus on building a government system. You can leave the development of the territory to your troops while you focus on building the government system. You don't have to say it. I know, Hancock said while harboring a feeling of pleasure at getting Ars' attention. Does your area currently have a screen that can be used to watch live broadcasts? There is. Why do you ask that? Asked Hancock strangely. The screen for watching the live broadcast was already there and it had been installed by the office of the World Economic Journal. Morgans had asked the branch office on Say Bounty Island to be moved to Area 13. Even though they had to pay a hefty tax to Hancock. However, as long as they are there they are safe. Even Morgans would usually be there too. Around the 25th or 26th later our kingdom will do a live broadcast again, Ars said calmly. The live broadcast aims to tell how much our kingdom's income as well as expenses from our kingdom. Does it have to be announced? Hancock asked. Of course, Ars nodded. It can also tell the citizens of our kingdom how much our kingdom's income and expenses are. They can also tell how well the kingdom is doing by knowing how much money is coming in and how much is going out. What are the funds used for? They have to know it. In that case, wouldn't it be better if it was only announced in your kingdom? No, Ars shook his head. It is better to be announced to the whole world. The purpose of this is to let people around the world know how well the government of our kingdom is running. Another goal is that I want the citizens of my kingdom to be proud to be citizens of my kingdom. There's no need to do that. I'm sure they're very happy. Everyone will be very happy if they get a luxurious free house and a lot of income every month, Hancock said calmly. I think so too, Ars nodded. Well, apart from the announcement, there are several things that our kingdom wants to convey, especially in the field of visa and resident cards, and also other things. Therefore, I hope that you will be able to watch the live broadcast that our kingdom will be doing in the future. The two continued their conversation until Ars had to hang up the call again because he had business to attend to. Meanwhile, Hancock returned to focus on her current job, namely managing the government system owned by her kingdom. Chapter 3, The Kingdom of Alabasta is out of the World Government Alliance. Red Line, Marijoa, Bungay Castle, Throne of Void. There's nothing we can do right now, Imu said calmly as he looked at the Gorosei who was in front of her right now. There isn't any. Ogata muttered, then slowly raised his head. Aren't we going to attack the Alabasta kingdom, Imu-sama? If we allow this to happen, the power of the Octagon will increase even more than before. That's right, Imu-sama, Yasunori added. Right now we still have time to attack the Alabasta kingdom before these two kingdoms actually establish a cooperative relationship which could increase the influence of the Octagon. The world government already knows that the kingdom of Alabasta is the kingdom that has managed to contact the kingdom of Fortis and has successfully held talks of cooperative relations. This information was obtained by them through the agents they have in the Province Kingdom area. You guys really have become fools, Imu said coldly. Listen to the disclosures made live by Imu. The Gorosei instantly fell silent and sweat immediately dripped down their backs. Did you not pay attention to the current situation that has occurred? The current situation is not what it was before, Imu said. If we reflect on the actions taken by the Fortis Kingdom, it should be before the Fortis Kingdom announced its cooperative relationship with either party. The two parties will meet to sign a cooperation agreement to formalize the cooperative relationship. However, what is the current situation? The two sides, namely the two kings, have not met and there has been no signing between the two kings in a document that can be said to ratify the cooperative relationship. However, at this time the Fortis Kingdom had officially wanted to introduce this cooperative relationship. That means the Fortis Kingdom doesn't want the situation that happened before to repeat itself. Don't want the situation to repeat itself. Does that mean? Do you think King Fortis is a fool? Imu asked coldly. The Gorosei suddenly fell silent again hearing this. Do you think King Fortis doesn't know the real reason for the destruction of the Dressrosa kingdom? Do you think that King Fortis will be devoured by the stupid news you produced without such clarity? If he was an idiot, there's no way he could have guessed all the actions you previously did to the King of Protons. Imu said, the reason behind this action by King Fortis is so that they have a solid reason to protect the kingdom of Alabasta. Right now the news about the Fourth Kingdom establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom has spread. If we attack or destroy the Alabasta Kingdom this time, the Fortis Kingdom has a strong reason to attack us. Unlike the previous Dressrosa Kingdom where the Fortis Kingdom had no reason to strike back. Right now, the Fortis Kingdom has had a reason to attack as long as we attack the Alabasta Kingdom. Imu paused and continued, this is a good opportunity for us. Good chance? Gorosei asked in confusion. The Kingdom of Alabasta is one of 20 kingdoms that work together to establish the current world government. However, they didn't come with us to stay here for the stupid reason of them wanting to stay with the people. They are traitors, Imu said with a sniff. The actions they are taking now have opened up an opportunity for us to kick them out of our alliance. It's been so long, I've always wanted to kick this traitor out of our alliance. Besides, there's no point in letting them join us anyway. I previously thought that it would take quite a while. No, there might not be a chance to kick them. However, I don't think there will ever be an opportunity to kick this kingdom out of our alliance. Imu paused for a moment and continued, instead of letting those who cut off our relationship with us, which will damage our good name. It's better for us to break the relationship first. Imu's gaze turned cold. Go and tell the world. The current kingdom of Alabasta is no longer a part of us. We understand. Imu sama Gorosei nodded and immediately carried out Imu's order. After seeing the departure of the Gorosei, Imu sighed. What is the reason behind the Fortis Kingdom wanting to establish a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta Kingdom? Imu muttered. The Fortis Kingdom? No. The Fortis Kingdom is not someone who wants to establish a cooperative relationship with another kingdom without there is something that his kingdom needs. Then, what is it? Could it be because of the Ponglip guarded by the kingdom? No, that's probably not the case. The Fortis Kingdom had people from the 4 major powers that had existed in the past. They definitely have no interest in that. Resource? Imu muttered, no way about resources. The kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom that originated in the desert. There were no resources that the Fortis Kingdom could obtain there. Then, what caused King Fortis to want to establish a cooperative relationship with that kingdom? Imu wondered again slowly while using his brain to come up with an answer. Imu then shook her head. I guess waiting is the best answer. I just have to wait for that answer. Surely, it won't be long before the answer will be known to me. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, City of Kotara, headquarters of the rebel army. What is your purpose in coming here, Vivi? Kaza asked with a serious look. Behind him were the members of the rebel army who were currently holding their weapons in anticipation of a battle threat at any time. Did King Cobra send you to stop me? Has the current king become such a coward to even send you? Are wrong, leader. Vivi shouted sternly. I didn't come here because my father sent me to come. I came here because it was my intention to come here. Don't listen to him, leader, said one member of the rebellion army. That must be one of the reasons. That's right. He must have come here for some bad purpose, wanting to shut up. Kaza immediately shouted angrily while looking at the rebel army member who said so. The entire rebel army fell silent listening to Kaza's shout. Although Kaza has his own hatred for Cobra. However, unlike Vivi, Kaza is Vivi's childhood friend. Kaza didn't have any kind of hatred towards him. Then what is your intention in coming here? Kaza asked Vivi seriously. Do you want to stop me? You better forget about it, Vivi. I will not stop this act of mine before King Cobra abdicates from the throne. The kingdom of Alabasta under his leadership is currently broken. Many people suffer from it. The kingdom of Alabasta needs a new leader. That's right, exclaimed the entire army of the rebel army. My father never did such things, leader. Vivi said back, all the news about my father right now is slander. Everything is not true. My father will not do anything to make the citizens of this kingdom suffer. HMPH. It's just an excuse you made up, Princess Vivi, one of the rebel army members said in a mocking tone. Then how do you explain all the events that are currently happening, especially for the rain that only falls in Alurba City and doesn't fall in other areas? King Cobra definitely wants to master the rain himself using the dance powder he got. It was a slander that someone else gave my father. My father never did such things, Vivi said firmly. If it's really slander, do you have any proof that the King Cobra is innocent? Kaza asked seriously. Vivi fell silent hearing this. Besides, Kaza added again, even if it's true that the King Cobra is proven innocent due to his actions, then what will happen? He is still a king who can't lead. Therefore many people suffer from hunger and hardship. Kaza paused for a moment and continued, he is not worthy to lead this kingdom. If he continues to lead this kingdom, It didn't take long for the kingdom of Alabasta to crumble under his leadership. It's time to change the leader to a new leader, that's right. Change leader. It is time for the Alabasta kingdom to rise. Unlucky. If only our kingdom was ruled by a king like King Fortis. Surely our kingdom will prosper. Not. Although our kingdom doesn't have a king like King Fortis. As long as our kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom, our kingdom will surely become a prosperous kingdom if Kasa becomes the leader of the Alabasta kingdom. It's possible that the kingdom of Alabasta will become a kingdom that establishes a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. All the comments were listened to by Vivi. Vivi, who had previously forgotten her father's words, immediately recalled. The kingdom will not be destroyed under my father's leadership. Vivi muttered. Won't it break? Hey. Are you kidding me, Princess Vivi? You have the kingdom will not be destroyed. Vivi immediately raised her head again and showed a very stern look which surprised everyone, especially Kasa. The Alabasta kingdom has just established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom. Instantly everyone fell silent hearing this. Ha 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 ha. Hey, did you guys hear that? Has the princess gone mad and said such a thing? The kingdom of Alabasta is establishing a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis? It really was a bad joke. She probably just said that as a threat. She probably said that too because he listened to our words. Unlike the members of the rebel army, Kasa, who has known Vivi since childhood, knows that Vivi is not someone who likes to lie, especially when Kasa saw the look that Vivi showed earlier. He knew that those gazes carried not a lie but the truth. I do not lie. Vivi shouted while showing a look full of seriousness. You must have read the news recently published by the World Economic Journal about the Fortis kingdom, right? The fourth kingdom referred to in the paper is the kingdom of Alabasta. Ha 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 ha. Even though Vivi said so, those words were not taken seriously by the rebel soldiers. They just laughed because they felt that what Vivi said was a joke. However, it was different with the members of the rebel army. Kasa was currently silent hearing Vivi's words. Until leader. Fuck the leader. Suddenly a member of the rebel army ran with a face full of fear while his face was currently sweating while holding a newspaper and stopped right in front of Kasa with a face full of fear. What is it? What's going on? Kasa asked with a serious face. This. Leader. Kingdom of Alabasta. Kingdom of Alabasta. The rebel army member tried to say, Alabasta kingdom. The rebel army member gulped then shouted, the world government expels the Alabasta kingdom from their alliance. Instantly at that moment the scream came out. Everyone there fell silent for a moment. What? Then followed by a scream full of surprise with everyone's faces immediately changed hearing this. Even Vivi's face immediately changed hearing this. But quickly Vivi's face turned calm. Because Vivi already knows the consequences that will occur if the kingdom of Alabasta will establish a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. Is it true? Kasa asked with a face full of disbelief. That's right, leader. The rebel army member shouted back, this is the newspaper the World Economic Journal has just published. The news is on the front page now. Kasa immediately took the newspaper and quickly read the front page. Kasa's face immediately changed as he read the front of the newspaper. This. The newspaper fell to the ground as soon as Kasa finished reading it. After the newspaper fell, one of the members of the rebel army who was located close to Kasa immediately picked it up and read the contents of the newspaper. His face immediately changed as he read the contents of the newspaper. The newspaper then actively shifted to each member of the rebel army. Every time they read the news, their faces immediately turned full of surprise. Kasa's gaze then turned to Vivi. This Vivi. I already said it, didn't I? The kingdom of Alabasta is currently establishing a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. Vivi said calmly a while ago, my father sent Belle to go to the kingdom of Prudence to contact the kingdom of Prudence to ask them for help in solving the problems that are currently in the kingdom. However, what a surprise that our kingdom was actually one of the two kingdoms that King Fortis wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with them. Right now Belle is on his way to Fortis Kingdom together with the King of Prudence to do a live broadcast which will be at 1 o'clock to announce this to the public. Vivi paused for a moment and continued, besides building cooperative relationships in terms of trade and others. In the future, the Fortis Kingdom will also help our kingdom to reconstruct our territory where later our previously unusable territory will soon be used to grow plants, which previously we had water difficulties. From now on, this will not happen again. Because in the future, the Fortis Kingdom will help us to build rivers and lakes where our kingdom's water needs will soon be met. Everyone fell silent listening to Vivi's words. Leader. Vivi called back, if you don't believe it, think again. What is the reason for the world government to unilaterally break the alliance with us? I'm sure in the paper, the world government must not have given a reason behind the breakup of the alliance, right? Of course there is only one answer. which is that this kingdom has already established a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. Vivi paused again and continued, because there's no way the world government would break the alliance with this kingdom for no apparent reason. It would only destroy their own name. They took this action so that their name would not fall any further. At least their names won't fall compared to us who decided to withdraw from their alliance, especially when our kingdom was known by the public to have formed an alliance with the Fortis kingdom. This decision was taken by them because they know that as long as our kingdom is known to the public, we have established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom. We will leave the world government alliance. Everyone was silent hearing this, and they had no holes in Vivi's words. Moreover, they also know that as long as the kingdom of Alabasta really establishes a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis, the kingdom of Alabasta will definitely cut ties with the world government. This is due to the hostility between the Fortis kingdom and the world government, and all the kingdoms that establish cooperative relations with the Fortis kingdom are all kingdoms that do not have a cooperative relationship with the world government. Not just the kingdom of Alabasta, but all the kingdoms in the One Piece world also currently have this thought. As long as they manage to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom, they will definitely not hesitate to break the alliance relationship with the world government, with the record that the kingdom is a kingdom that truly has an alliance with the world government. Because as long as the kingdom succeeded in establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom, the kingdom does not need to issue taxes and other payments. As long as there is a cooperative relationship, their kingdom will be safe because it is under the protection of the Fortis kingdom. If you still don't believe it anymore, Vivi said back, we can wait for it and listen to it live via live broadcast. Kaza fell silent hearing this. Okay, Kaza said with a sigh, then glared back at Vivi. However, I want to. If at the time of the live broadcast it was not the kingdom of Alabasta that was establishing a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis, I want King Cobra to take responsibility for all of this. No problem, Vivi nodded, but, if the kingdom of Alabasta really establishes a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis, I want you to disband this rebel army. No problem, Kaza nodded and felt it was an equal agreement. Finally, with the conversation over, the two sides were currently in the same room waiting for the live broadcast that the Fortis kingdom was about to do. While waiting for both parties to have an intense conversation, especially Vivi, who was trying to clear her father's name by telling him everything he knows. Chapter 4, Big Mom's Wish. The news of the Alabasta Kingdom's exit from the World Government Alliance immediately shocked everyone in the world. Some parties who have the ability to think immediately know the reason behind the world government kicking the Alabasta Kingdom out of their alliance, because the Alabasta Kingdom is the fourth kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Likewise, this caused a lot of people to be envious and jealous, especially for the kings who ruled over a kingdom where they also had the desire to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Although at this time many people already know that the kingdom of Alabasta will be a kingdom that builds cooperative relations with the kingdom of Fortis. However, this did not make them recall their envoy who would help broadcast the live broadcast in the prepared places. They will still watch the live broadcast because they think that there is important information that may be contained other than the disclosure of the cooperative relationship. World Government, Navy, Revolutionary Army, Emperor of the Ocean, Kingdom. Everyone sent their troops except for Whitebeard's pirate group, where they didn't send their envoys because they were currently with Hashirama and Juichiro, where they could get real-time information. New World, Red Force. What do you think, Ben? Shanks asked calmly as he looked at Ben Bachman, who was currently sitting with him on the hull of the ship. What is the reason for the Fortis Kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta Kingdom? Apart from Shanks and Ben Bachman, there had also gathered all the top brass of the red-haired pirates group along with Mihawk, who was currently with him. There must be a certain reason for the Fortis Kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta Kingdom. Hongo said seriously, it can't be just for a small reason. As long as we watch the actions of the Fortis Kingdom build cooperative relationships with other royal parties, all those cooperative relationships involve something that the Fortis Kingdom needs. The Kingdom of Prudence, because the Kingdom of Fortis wants to build a cooperative relationship through the sale of animals and also the possibility of providing a place to recruit workers, Usopp said calmly. The Ryugu Kingdom, due to their need for food resources and maybe the resources in the ocean too, Lime Juice added. As for the Amazon Lily Kingdom, due to the need for product sales to the Grand Line region, building Snake ended it. Is it possible that this cooperative relationship has something to do with ancient weapons? Asked Bonk Punk. Roar. The monster immediately said while hitting Bonk Punk's head. That's impossible, Mihawk said directly, if it's related to ancient weapons. I don't think it's possible for the Fortis Kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta Kingdom, especially publicizing it. It only harms their own side. The Kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom that has a very large territory. Lucky Roo said calmly while eating his flesh. even though the territory of the kingdom of Alabasta is very large. However, the territory itself was a desert. That area cannot be used at all as a place for livestock and fields. Ben Bachman sighed. You guys don't ask me. Even I myself don't know the reason behind this. Ben Bachman said calmly, nevertheless, there must be a big reason why the Fortis Kingdom wants to establish a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta Kingdom. Because as you said before, it's impossible for the Fortis Kingdom to build a cooperative relationship without a big goal and also not having an advantage on their part. Ben Bachman paused for a moment and continued, the point is, it's possible that this has nothing to do with the ancient weapon that we or the others are currently looking for. I guess so. Shanks sighed then looked at Hongo. There's a friend of ours currently in the Protons Kingdom, right? Sure. Hongo nodded. I contacted him before and asked him to record the upcoming live broadcast for us to see live good. Shanks nodded and said, whatever the purpose of the Fortis Kingdom is to establish a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta Kingdom. Of course, the goal of building this cooperative relationship is not a small goal. It is possible that it could be mutually beneficial for these two kingdoms. The entire crew agrees with Shanks' words. Because you see what has happened at this time. The Kingdom of Protons. At a time when the Protons Kingdom established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, they have received many benefits, as well as security and also an increase in the amount of finance they have. This also applies to the Amazon Lily Kingdom and Ryugu Kingdom. They also get a lot of benefits from this cooperative relationship. This news will surely make many kings envious, Lime Juice said, especially many of those who want their kingdom to establish cooperative relations with the Fortis Kingdom. It's difficult to establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis as long as it's not the Kingdom of Fortis who wants it, Ben Bachman said, except for the Lucky Kingdoms when they volunteered, and at that time there was something that the Kingdom of Fortis needed in their kingdom. It is impossible to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Ha 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 ha. Instantly Shanks laughed excitedly. What makes you laugh, red hair? Mihawk asked strangely. I thought about what Lime said. Shanks immediately smirked. You know, many kingdoms have a desire to establish cooperative relations with the Fortis Kingdom, and one of them is the Whole Cake Island Kingdom led by Linlin. Shanks paused with a smile. I wonder how he's reacting right now. Bah ha 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 ha. Yasup immediately laughed as well, which was then followed by the others. Hey, boss. You said so. If I'm not mistaken. A while ago, they had a rejection from the Fortis Kingdom, didn't they? Yasup said then continued, this is really interesting. I'm also interested in how the old lady will react when she finds out that there is a kingdom, especially the Alabasta Kingdom, which has nothing to build a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. That old lady's reaction must be very interesting. Building Snake added with a smile. HMPH. Even though Mihawk didn't say anything, he still agrees with it. Mihawk was even quite curious about Linlin's reaction. The group of red-haired pirates is currently continuing their voyage to the Ryugu Kingdom and will definitely arrive 2 to 3 days from now. Especially they also still have to do the coating of the ship before it can go down to the sea, where the coating takes 1 day to work. Usually ship coating takes 2-3 days. However, that only applies if there are only a few people lining the ship. While those who lined the ship for the red-haired pirates group were many people, and also they had their own skills in coating the ship. New World, Whole Cake Island Kingdom, Royal Palace. God damn it! Shouted Big Mom with a feeling full of anger. As Shanks and others thought, Big Mom is currently in a rage after reading the information regarding the Alabasta Kingdom's exit from the World Government Alliance. Big Mom immediately knew that the fourth kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom was the Alabasta Kingdom. Although Big Mom can be said to have a slow thinking ability, it only happens when it comes to food or something else. However, if Big Mom is in serious condition, that condition does not apply. Bastard! What has going on inside King Fortis' brain? Was his current brain damaged from thinking too much about his kingdom? Huh? How dare he refuse a cooperative relationship with us and accept a cooperative relationship with the poor kingdom of Alabasta? Big Mom shouted with an angry face. Kitakuri and the others who were there remained silent and didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid, if they said a word, they would definitely get punished by Big Mom. Kitakuri. Big Mom suddenly turned her attention to Kitakuri. You think? What is the reason for the Fortis Kingdom to refuse a cooperative relationship with our side and accept a cooperative relationship with that poor kingdom? Previously, when he returned from the assignment he had received, Kitakuri had not explained the reason behind their kingdom being rejected. Kitakuri just said they got a refusal and that was it. There is no other explanation other than that. Even though Big Mom was very angry at that time. However, Big Mom knew they couldn't do anything to the Fortis Kingdom. Kitakuri thought for a moment and tried to think of the most appropriate answer, then shook his head. I don't know either, Mama ha. Big Mom frowned. Honestly, Mom, I don't know the reason behind this, Katakuri suddenly continued. The thought pattern of King Fortis himself is quite strange and it is difficult for us to guess his thought pattern. Katakuri paused for a moment and resumed with a different topic, however, regarding this cooperative relationship established by the Fortis Kingdom. Katakuri paused for a moment and continued. There must be something the Fortis Kingdom wants for the Alabasta Kingdom. Of course. There is a possibility that it will happen. Proaring Prospero said, every kingdom that establishes a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. All of them have something that the Kingdom of Fortis needs. Prospero. Big Mom suddenly called out in a cold voice, are you saying that in this kingdom there is nothing that Fortis Kingdom needs? Prospero immediately shook his body at these words. No, Mama. Katakuri quickly cut her off immediately. That's not what Big Brother Prospero wanted to say, huh? Big Mom then turned her attention to Katakuri. What do you mean, Katakuri? The possible reason behind the Fortis Kingdom not wanting to build a cooperative relationship with our side is because of the power leadership. Katakuri immediately looked for a good reason to calm Big Mom's anger. Leadership of power? Big Mom frowned. That's right, Mama. Prospero suddenly said, the possible reason behind the Fortis Kingdom not wanting to establish a cooperative relationship with us is because of that. King Fortis definitely didn't want a power struggle for leadership in the alliance formed by him. If we join the alliance, it is likely that King Fortis will feel critical feelings for his current status and position, which he will surely be threatened if we join the alliance that was built by him. If that were to happen, King Fortis would later not have the strongest voice in the usual gathering. A power struggle? Mama. I think so too. Big Mom quickly accepted. Besides, there's no way I'd want to be ruled by a brat like him. He is the one who should be ruled by me. Katakuri and Prospero immediately sighed when they saw Big Mom accept the excuse made by the two of them. Mama. Katakuri called out, we'd better forget about establishing alliance relations with the Fortis Kingdom and focus on increasing the strength of our own group. Katakuri paused and continued, by interfering with the world government's pattern of world power. Right now the Sea Emperor's strength was at the bottom of the power pattern. In addition, currently our position is also always under threat with the world government holding the ancient weapon. We might be attacked by their side at any time. Katakuri paused for a moment and continued, there is no point in increasing our strength through alliances. The biggest increase in strength right now we can do is to increase our internal strength. That's right. Big Mom's eyes showed seriousness, as long as the world government holds the ancient weapon. Our position could always be under threat. Big Mom's gaze then looked at Prospero. How was the search for that ancient weapon? Have Snake, Smoothie and Cracker not found it yet? Still not, Mama. Prospero said, the three of them have now expanded their search range. Cracker is currently searching North Blue, Smoothie is searching South Blue, while Snake is currently searching the Grand Line. We didn't find any information on the whereabouts of those weapons in New World territory. Prospero paused and continued, the same goes for the rest of the Sea Emperor's troops except for the red-haired pirates group. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates have now also increased their search range to places outside the New World. No matter what the situation is, Big Mom said seriously, we have to get one of those types of weapons. No, if we can, we have to get all of them. Don't let those weapons fall into the hands of those stupid men or the disgusting world government and navy. New World, Proton's royal ship. Totally expelled, Bell muttered then sighed. Don't think about it too much. Dagama suddenly came from beside him. That's a consequence that a kingdom that establishes a cooperative relationship with a Fortis Kingdom has to bear. Yes, Bell nodded. His Majesty had anticipated this as well. You can now be happy. Elizabeth II suddenly also appeared there and said, your kingdom from now on will expand soon. To be honest, I've always felt the worst decision I've ever made was to maintain a cooperative relationship with the world government. As long as my kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with their side, the gains and losses received by our kingdom are more losses than gains. When our kingdom was attacked by pirates or whoever it was, the world government, more specifically the Navy, is always too late to help. They only come when the conflict is over. Then also, they didn't help to reconcile the war that had previously occurred in our kingdom. Elizabeth II paused for a moment and continued, the advantage we got at that time was just the name that our kingdom was under the world government alliance and could participate in the Revi. Besides that, honestly, we don't have any advantage. What about your best decision, King of Protons? Bell asked. You don't need to ask. Elizabeth II smiled, you can see it now. My best decision is to accept a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. If the cooperative relationship with the previous world government brought a lot of losses on our kingdom's side, the cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom actually brings a lot of advantages to my kingdom. The advantages include the territory of my kingdom, which is wider than before, the security that currently no pirates or anything else dares to attack our kingdom, the increase in the source of our kingdom's income, the arrangement of the government system that is currently slowly starting to take shape, establishing a very good connection with other kingdoms, as well as various other things which this possibility of profit could not be obtained by me while still building cooperative relations with the world government side. I think so too, Dagama nodded. The decision we took was truly the most appropriate decision. Even today there are many kingdoms that envy us and are always asking for help in connecting them with the Fortis kingdom. However, all of them are not qualified. Dagama then looked at Bell. Your kingdom is lucky, because it has received direct attention from the kingdom of Fortis. Our kingdom back then, were it not for the need the Fortis kingdom had for our kingdom, we may not be able to establish a cooperative relationship with them. Ha ha ha. Bell chuckled. Don't compare each other, King of Protons. We are all the same. You're both a kingdom that's fortunate to have a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom. Bell paused and continued, to be honest, I'm quite interested in how the Fortis kingdom looks. Could they be a big empire? Great empire? Elizabeth II and Dagama looked at each other then smiled. The Fortis kingdom is not as big a kingdom as you think, Dagama said with a smile. No? Bell asked in confusion. You'll be surprised the first time you see it, Bell. Elizabeth II added, the Fortis kingdom you've been thinking about isn't a huge super-powered empire where there are lots of high-rise buildings and stuff. Elizabeth II paused and continued, the kingdom of Fortis itself is a newly built empire and only a few buildings have been completed. The newly built kingdom? Bell was very surprised to hear this. Don't get me wrong, Bell, Dagama suddenly said, although the Fortis kingdom is a newly established kingdom, all the buildings there have their own luxury. The buildings that had appeared in the Octagon meeting were the houses in the kingdom. Also, don't think that just because the Fortis kingdom is a newly built kingdom, they are a weak kingdom. Even though they are a newly established kingdom, however, what we need to pay attention to is the higher-ups of that kingdom. The higher-ups of the Fortis kingdom. They are people who excel in their respective fields and even exceed those who excel in that field. Bell finally came to his senses and regretted his earlier thought. Because of these words from Dagama and Elizabeth II, Bell's interest in the Fortis kingdom grew even more. Bell increasingly wanted to quickly see the atmosphere of the true Fortis kingdom. Chapter 5, Alabasta Royal Army Commander, Bell Grand Line, Rain Base City, Casino. This is really something of a surprise, said Crocodile with a calm face. I didn't expect a poor kingdom like this to be able to attract the attention of the Fortis kingdom to the point that it would be willing to establish a cooperative relationship with this kingdom. Doesn't that imply that the kingdom of Alabasta is not what we think it is right now? Dasbonaz asked calmly. If the kingdom of Fortis is willing to establish a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Alabasta, surely there is something big in this kingdom. Something big? Mr. Eyes 3 shone hearing this. Could it be the ancient weapon we've been looking for all along? No, Crocodile said seriously as he lowered the newspaper he was currently reading. Ancient weapons cannot be in this kingdom, impossible? Mr. Doublefinger asked, raising her brow. Kingdom of Fortis? No, King of Fortis isn't someone with a stupid brain, Crocodile said. If this kingdom of Alabasta is where the ancient weapon is, there was no way he would act like this, especially regarding a live broadcast like this. The possible goal of establishing a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Alabasta is another goal, and it's not about the ancient weapons we're currently looking for. What are we going to do after this, boss? Asked Betham. Currently the kingdom of Fortis has established a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis, and an announcement regarding this cooperative relationship will take place in a few hours from now. It is possible that the live broadcast will not only broadcast about the cooperative relationship. However, it is not impossible that in the future all the crimes and actions we have committed will soon be known by the whole world. Everyone was silent listening to the words from Betham. No one scoffed at those words because they knew, probably all their actions were already known to the Fortis kingdom. They also believed that it was likely that they had already gained the attention of the Fortis kingdom side. Especially their spies. We're moving, Crocodile said seriously. Even though Crocodile himself was a bit suspicious that he would leave this place. However, for his own safety, Crocodile will choose to relocate. Because Crocodile knows, if he doesn't take action to move, shouldn't the Fortis kingdom? Crocodile was afraid that what would pull him away from the Marines was especially the Admiral. Move? Dasbonaz asked while raising his brow. Where are we going, boss? Asked Mr. 3 with great interest. Mocktown, Crocodile said calmly. Mocktown is a city without laws. There is a pirate's paradise. We will make the city our base. Crocodile paused for a moment and continued, though later on all our actions will be exposed by the Fortis kingdom. However, my status as a 7 warlords of the sea will definitely not be revoked by the world government. HMPH. Crocodile snorted. There's no way they would dare to revoke my status as a 7 warlords of the sea with their current power dwindling while the strength of the Fortis kingdom is getting stronger. They will keep my title. Crocodile's gaze became serious. Prepare our ship and goods. We will be moving right now, okay, boss. This action taken by Crocodile was only an anticipation. Anticipation of future actions by the Fortis Kingdom. As long as the information regarding the actions taken by him is known to the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Of course, he would be the target of the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Although Crocodile himself was not afraid of all the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta. However, Crocodile knew that as long as he took action that was to attack the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta, the Fortis Kingdom will definitely not stand still. He might be killed by spies currently in the Alabasta Kingdom or killed by the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom who might also be in Alabasta territory monitoring the situation. Crocodile knew as long as King Fortis gave orders to the higher-ups of his kingdom, the royal officials will either attack him or kill him. Even though it wasn't Hashirama, Crocodile knew that there was no way he could escape the pursuit of the Fortis Kingdom. Even though Crocodile himself wasn't afraid of anyone even if it was against the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. It's just that, Crocodile doesn't want to die quickly, especially now that he has got an ancient record that Crocodile thinks that the ancient record records the location of one of the Pluton's ancient weapons. Although that's true. The ancient records record the location of the Pluton's ancient weapons. Crocodile just needs to find someone who helps him to translate the ancient record so that he gets closer to one of his dreams. However, this is what is difficult for him. Because the person who previously had that ability had been taken from him. Nevertheless, Crocodile was not discouraged to achieve his dream. Crocodile was sure that one day, he would definitely find a way to translate the ancient records that he currently had. New World, Kingdom of Fortis, Harbor of Residents. The Protons Kingdom's ship finally landed at the port that was in the territory where the residents lived. Belle, who had just come to the Fortis Kingdom for the first time, was quite surprised by the appearance of the Fortis Kingdom even though he himself had obtained some information from Elizabeth II and Dagama before they arrived here. The three of them immediately went downstairs and their downstairs was immediately greeted by Loelmina, who was already there smiling. "Welcome, King of Protons and Lord of Dagama," Loelmina said with a smile. Then her gaze turned to Belle, where Belle was currently surprised by Loelmina's appearance because Loelmina's current appearance in her eyes was very beautiful, even more than Vivi's. "You are Commander Belle, right?" Loelmina immediately greeted her. "First meeting. My name is Loelmina. I am the head of the Department of Foreign Relations." "Nice to meet you." Belle immediately woke up from his shock and immediately said, "Hello, Miss Loelmina. Thank you for coming to welcome us here. It is my duty, Commander Belle." Loelmina's gaze immediately turned to Elizabeth II, King of Protons. "Thank you for helping us to send Commander Belle here." "Ha ha ha. That's the usual task. Don't worry too much about it," Elizabeth II said excitedly. "Miss Loelmina." Dagama called politely, "If I may ask, where exactly is Mr. Hashirama going?" "Hashirama?" Loelmina smiled. "Hashirama is currently accompanying Juichiru to meet Whitebeard's pirate group, Whitebeard Pirates." The three of them were shocked by the information. "Relax," Loelmina said, "there is no conflict between us. They went there because Juichiru just wanted to have a cooking match with the head chef of the Whitebeard Pirates. Juichiru did not have the ability to fly. Because of that, Hashirama went to accompany him." "Fly?" asked Belle. Loelmina nodded. "Oh, yes. This is your first time here, right? Maybe you don't know the information about our kingdom yet." "Information?" Belle mumbled again in confusion. "How about we talk about it while walking towards the royal palace? His Majesty is waiting for us there." The three of them nodded. The four of them, led by Loelmina, immediately walked towards the direction of the royal palace. While walking there, Loelmina began to explain to Belle various information that was fine to tell him. Belle, who received so much information at this time, couldn't help but marvel at the Fortis Kingdom. Even though this kingdom is a new kingdom. However, Belle never thought that a new kingdom like the Kingdom of Fortis could create a new source of power that currently only the Kingdom of Fortis could use. In addition to being amazed by the information he had just obtained, Belle was surprised by the houses that were in the territory of the Fortis Kingdom. Because the houses themselves were the houses that King Fortis had shown in the picture, which was at the time of the Octagon meeting. "Miss Loelmina, the house." Belle's gaze immediately stopped right at the house, which was twice as big as the house he had seen before. In addition, the appearance of the house itself was very luxurious compared to the previous two houses. That house is a special house for these royal officials and also for the royal family, where the kingdom they lead builds a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, Loelmina said with a smile. "Currently 10 units have been completed, 7 units have been used by the higher-ups of our kingdom, while the other 3 units are used by the Protons Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom and Amazon Lily Kingdom." Loelmina paused for a moment and continued, "Because the Kingdom of Alabasta has already established a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Later the royal family of Alabasta will get 1 unit as well." "Really?" Belle was surprised to hear this. This is because the house in front of it is a very luxurious house. Even if Belle had to compare it to the house owned by the Tenri Obito. The house used by the Tenri Obito has nothing to do with the house in front of it. Really, Loelmana nodded. This house can be used by our kingdom, especially for the royal family who want to come to our kingdom for work or leisure. Your kingdom can use the house that will be obtained freely. Ha 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 ha. Elizabeth II laughed excitedly. What's with that look of yours, Commander Belle? Were you surprised by the appearance of the house? Belle nodded, then sighed. That house is very luxurious. In fact, I believe it is better than the house of the Tenri Obito. That house is indeed better than the Tenri Obitos, Commander Belle Dagama said calmly. If you look inside the house, you will be amazed by the variety of furniture in the house. There is even some furniture in the house that you will never find in a house outside the Fortis Kingdom. Belle was even more amazed to hear this. The four of them continued their journey while greeting the various workers they passed. It didn't take long for the four of them to finally arrive at the forecourt of the Fortis Kingdom's royal palace. Belle fell silent when he saw the appearance of the Fortis royal palace as well as the enormous size of the royal palace. They continued on their way until they finally entered the royal palace, where the appearance of the inside of the royal palace completely silenced Belle, unable to say anything. This was because the appearance of the inside of the royal palace of the Fortis Kingdom was truly extravagant, even more luxurious than the Pinja castle owned by the world government. Let's meet with His Majesty. He is waiting for you in the living room, said Loelmana. Loelmana immediately led the three of them towards the living room. Elizabeth II and Dagama, who had come, often walked normally while Belle walked stiffly since this was his first time coming here. It didn't take long for the four of them to arrive at the guest room of the royal palace. In the living room there was already Ars there waiting for them. When he saw the four of them coming, Ars immediately stood up and walked towards them smiling. Thank you for going to greet them, Iowa. It's my job to do that. Loelmana smiled with a wink and then immediately took a standing position on the back side. Ars then immediately walked towards the front, which was right in front of Belle. Welcome to the Kingdom of Fortis, Commander Belle. I am Ars, King of the Fortis Kingdom. I welcome you here. Hello, King of Fortis, Belle said nervously. Thank you for giving our kingdom the opportunity to be able to establish a cooperative relationship with your kingdom. No need to be so nervous, just relax. I'm not a bad person, Ars said with a relaxed smile. Then his gaze turned to Elizabeth II and Dagama. Elizabeth II and Mr. Dagama. Thank you for helping to send Commander Belle to our kingdom. Ha 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 ha. It's such an easy thing. There's no need to ignore it, Elizabeth II said with a smile. Ars nodded and his gaze fell on Belle. There's still time for lunch as well as doing a live broadcast. How about we talk a little? In addition, I also need to explain a little about the problem of the regional construction plan that we previously proposed. What do you think, Commander Belle? However, if the current Commander Belle was tired, Commander Belle can rest in the room that our kingdom has prepared. We can discuss it later after the live broadcast is over. Thanks for the offer, King Fortis. Belle shook his head. However, I'm still not tired right now, and I think it's best if we can have this conversation, so that it can be directly conveyed by me to His Majesty. ICRs nodded, then looked at Elizabeth II and Dagama. You too, do you want to join this conversation? No, Elizabeth II shook his head. I think we will go to our house to rest. To be honest, in recent times, there has been a lot of work to be done, and so far, I haven't had a good rest. Me too. Dagama sighed. It's quite difficult to choose who should sit as head of a department. Looks like Commander Belle's arrival is a breath of fresh air for the two of you, isn't it? Asked Ars calmly. Elizabeth II and Dagama nodded simultaneously. Well, then. How about using today as a break? After all, it's also not good if the two of you force your body to work to its fullest. At least give your body time to rest so as not to disturb the stability of your work in the future. Ars paused. Regarding the return time, you can return together with Hashirama and Rin tomorrow. Coincidentally, both of them will come to your kingdom to do recruitment. What do you think? What do you think, Your Majesty? Dagama asked with hopeful eyes. I think we can use this advice from King Fortis. We can use today for a full rest. Ha ha ha. That's really good advice, Elizabeth II said excitedly. Regarding the food issue, when it's time for lunch and dinner, I will ask the maid to call you both at your house. Don't worry, you can use this time for a full rest. You can also use your backyard to relax. The view there is quite good even though the yard is small. We understand. Elizabeth II nodded and looked at Dagama. Let's go, Dagama. Very well, Your Majesty. Elizabeth II and Dagama immediately left the guest room, and currently only Ars, Loelmana, and Belle were left. Commander Belle, how about we have a talk on the sofa? It's more comfortable to talk while sitting relaxed, Ars said with a smile. Belle nodded. Ars and Belle finally took their positions on the sofa while Loelmana stood behind Ars quietly. Chapter 6, First conversation with Alabasta Kingdom representative. Don't be so nervous, Ars said with a smile, looking at Belle, whose face now looks a little nervous when facing him. How not to be nervous? Belle sighed, then continued. Many people would like to be able to meet or just meet you, King Fortis. It's an honor for me to be sitting with you like this. Ah, I see. Ars nodded. Well, before we start the conversation, is there anything you'd like to eat or drink? It just so happened that it was still long enough for lunchtime at this time. At least there's still about a few dozen minutes before lunch arrives. We can eat snacks and drink something while talking. Then, just plain water please, Belle said politely. Ars nodded, then looked at Loilmina. Loa, go and ask the waiter to bring some snacks in this room along with water and a glass of orange juice. I understand. Loilmina nodded and immediately left to carry out the order. Ars' gaze then turned to Belle. Then let us start the conversation. We will start from matters related to the cooperation that is built. Ars paused and continued again, because the Kingdom of Alabasta has already established a cooperative relationship with our side, even though there has not been a formal signing. However, I already assume that these two kingdoms have established a cooperative relationship. Then, I'm sure Iowa must have explained a bit about the things your kingdom will get, right? Belle nodded. Are we really going to get that mansion? Of course. Ars nodded. You don't have to pay anything for it. As long as your kingdom still has a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, you will get a house unit that can be used by the royal family. I see. Belle nodded. Then Ars continued. Usually when a kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with our side, later the kingdom will hand over its royal flag to us. It's meant to be installed in the area where the Octagon building is built. Ars paused and looked at Belle. I guess you must have seen the building when you came here, right? Belle nodded. It's a very large and beautiful building. Belle paused and continued. King Fortis, does that mean our royal side can participate in the Octagon meeting? Of course. Ars nodded. The condition for taking part in the Octagon meeting is that you build a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Even though you don't have a cooperative relationship with other royal parties, you can still attend the meeting. However, I hope that every kingdom can build cooperative relations with each other. Because there is no cooperative relationship that is not mutually beneficial unless there is a party who commits an act of treason. Belle nodded in agreement with Ars' words and then asked, if you may know, King Fortis, for the second Octagon meeting, when will it take place? The Octagon meeting will usually be held because there is one party who wants the meeting to be held because they want to discuss something, or there is an urgent matter where the meeting must be held. Ars paused for a moment. For the current situation itself, since your kingdom is currently building a working relationship same with our kingdom, the Octagon meeting will soon be held, which aims to introduce your kingdom to other kingdoms and also facilitate a place where your kingdom can build cooperative relationships with other kingdoms. Ars paused for a moment and continued, the plan, for this second Octagon meeting. Later it will be carried out when your king will come here to sign a cooperation agreement, which is likely to happen next month. Next month? Belle asked in confusion. My apologies, King Fortis. Maybe this is a bit harsh. However, what can't be done this month? It's hard to do it this month. Commander Belle. Ars shook his head. Right now all parties, especially those from other kingdoms, are busy. I'm afraid if we call them to have an Octagon meeting, the schedules they have will collide with each other. At least, at the earliest, the Octagon meeting could be held at the beginning of next month. I see. Belle nodded, and thinking about the situation of Elizabeth II earlier, Belle understood that every king is currently busy managing the problems of his government system. Simultaneously, the servants suddenly entered with a large amount of food. Your Majesty, sorry to interrupt, one of the maids said politely. No problem. Ars smiled as he replied, please set it up on the table we are currently using. We understand. The waiters immediately arranged all the snacks that were there along with the previous drink orders. Having finished arranging them, the maids immediately left the room while Loilmina immediately re-entered and stood behind Ars. Commander Belle, please taste the food that is in front of you. We can talk while we eat so it won't be too heavy. Thank you. Belle nodded and immediately tried one of the dishes there as a polite gesture. By the time the snack entered his mouth, Belle's face was shocked by the taste of the light meal. This is so delicious, Belle said in a Spanish manner as his face immediately turned red and looked at Ars and Loilmina, who were smiling at him. I apologize for my impoliteness, King of Fortis, Miss Loilmina. Ha ha. Ars laughed at this. Don't apologize. I've actually been waiting for your reaction. Besides, you're not the only one who has such a reaction. Elizabeth II and others also tasted the dishes here for the first time. They have even more reactions than you. Belle heard this, becoming even more embarrassed. You prepare yourself. Later the dish that will be eaten this afternoon will be more delicious than the dish you are eating today. Belle's eyes immediately showed a touch of excitement because if what was said was true, then the taste of the dish that will be eaten by him for a while will be better than now. Okay. Let's continue our previous conversation while eating. Ars said while eating the snacks in front of him. Rebellion Army. In your kingdom there must be this organization, right? Bell wasn't surprised that Ars knew the information. That's right. They are an organization formed by the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta who have their own grudge against His Majesty. I am not surprised by the existence of this organization in your kingdom. What do you mean, King Fortis? Asked Bell in bewilderment. To be honest. Ars said seriously, I know your kingdom has indeed been terrorized by the 7 warlords of the sea, crocodile by carrying out various actions such as slandering the Cobra King, milking all the citizens' treasures, and other things. However, I myself saw. Even if crocodile is not in your kingdom, the rebel army is still to be formed. That's because of the bad governance system carried out by King Cobra. Bell fell silent hearing this. Please don't misunderstand. First Ars said back, I'm not bad-mouthing or wanting to say anything bad about the Cobra King. Just be honest. From what I can see, the government system run by the Cobra King is really bad. There are many things that must be reconstructed related to your kingdom. It's not just a matter of territory. Patterns of thought, government systems, policies, and others. All that must be changed if your kingdom is to be better than before. Ars paused and continued, King Cobra has a daughter, right? He will be the heir to the Kingdom of Alabasta. Bell nodded. Her name is Nefertari Vivi Samuel. After the signing of the cooperation relationship is completed, allow Princess Vivi to stay in this kingdom for a while. His purpose for staying here was to learn how to better manage his kingdom, such as regulating the government system, setting policies, how to see opportunities and others. Ars stopped back and continued, to be honest, it's not just the other kingdoms that have such terrible governance systems. However, the Prudence Kingdom, Amazon Lily Kingdom, and Ryugu Kingdom are currently establishing cooperative relations with our kingdom. These 3 kingdoms also had a bad system of government. This is also what caused me to ask the 3 leaders of this kingdom, especially the Prudence Kingdom and Ryugu Kingdom, to send their next heir to the throne to come to this kingdom in order to learn how to manage the kingdom properly. I see. I will pass this on to His Majesty. Bell said both seriously and happily. Good. Ars nodded, regarding the matter of your royal territory reconstruction plan. We'll start discussing it from a little later tonight in a meeting that we are going to have with all of our high-ranking royals. We may send the reconstruction plan to your kingdom at the beginning of next month. Later the delivery of the royal construction plan will be carried out by several of your royal officials, where this activity will also pick up King Cobra and also other royal officials to come to your kingdom to sign a cooperative relationship while also attending the Octagon meeting, which will be held as an event. Introduce your kingdom and facilitate your kingdom so that it can build cooperative relationships with other kingdoms. I understand. I will tell this to your Majesty. The conversation between the two was continued by discussing various things. After the conversation was over, Bell was immediately escorted by Lowellman to the room prepared for him as a resting place that he would use today. The plan was that Bell would stay for 1 day and would return with Elizabeth II and the others the next day and then head straight back to the Kingdom of Alabasta. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Royal Palace. There is nothing wrong with what King Fortis said. Cobra said, I even think that my current system of government is really bad. Bell, who was behind the Den Musi, who was currently talking to Cobra, fell silent and didn't reply to this. At least now, our kingdom will be able to have a better heir than the current me. Cobra continued with a small smile, at least, with Vivi being there and living there. Later he can get along with the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom as well as the heirs of other kingdoms. It can also improve relations between the kingdoms. Chapter 7, Live Broadcast. The face of the world government is humiliated again. Some time passed. The current time will soon approach the said time. It was the time for the Fortis Kingdom to do a live broadcast announcing the 4th Kingdom establishing a cooperative relationship with their kingdom. Although many have guessed and also know about which kingdom has succeeded in establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. However, everyone's interest did not diminish. Because there may be other information that will be conveyed. The information they wanted to get was information regarding the recruitment of workers in the Fortis Kingdom. Because this is the only way for them to get citizenship status from the kingdom. Although no one can guarantee this. However, they don't care about that. Currently all the places that provide a place to watch live broadcasts together are the Protens Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, Amazon Lily Kingdom, Sayboundy Island, and Alabasta Kingdom. All these places were now filled with various kinds of citizens who intended to watch the live broadcast. In the front row near the live broadcast screen, there were a large number of people holding Den Mushi. Those people were the representatives of the great powers which were assigned to record the live broadcast. There were representatives from the Navy, world government, pirates, and also various kingdoms. Along with the enthusiasm of residents who want to watch the live broadcast. Every major power in this world, such as the world government, Navy, Sea Emperor, 7 warlords of the sea, as well as various other powers. Every single one of the higher-ups of this power had taken their time even though they had their job to do. They put the work aside and chose to watch this live broadcast. Because this live broadcast is more important than the work they are currently doing. Currently only in small villages where the residents cannot access live voice, which is now imminent. However, they are also still waiting for the information that will be obtained from the live broadcast through the newspaper, which will later be distributed by the World Economic Journal. Finally, the time shows 13:00 p.m. The Den Mushi, who was in charge of playing the live broadcast, was active, and immediately the screen in front of him immediately showed a picture which showed the press conference room of the Fortis Kingdom, complete with King Fortis, Ars, and the commander of the Royal Alabasta Army. Bell was already there while staring at the screen ahead. Ars smiled casually while Bell, who was sitting beside Ars, looked quite nervous. Because he knew that at his time he had been seen by a large number of people. This is his first experience. Finally! Exclaimed a resident in the area of Sayboundy Island. Everyone was instantly excited by the time the live broadcast finally started. Who is currently with King Fortis? One of the spectators who was on Amazon Lily Island asked in confusion. Isn't that Commander Bell? Why is Commander Bell there? Stupid. One of the people who heard that immediately shouted excitedly, doesn't that mean what we predicted earlier was correct? Our kingdom is truly establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. What? The audience in the Kingdom of Alabasta was immediately shocked by those words. Cooperation? Hey, doesn't that mean? That's right! Exclaimed an Alabasta resident excitedly, we will eventually gain access to work in the Kingdom of Fortis? Extraordinary! Unlucky! One of the residents shouted angrily. What's wrong with you? Aren't you happy? Asked one of his friends. Don't you have any faults? The person asked back with a strange face, we previously protested to His Majesty. Don't you feel regret right now for doing such an act? Listening to the words of his friend, then the person along with the people who heard the words fell silent. Previously, when they got the news that the Kingdom of Alabasta was expelled by the world government, they protested against Cobra. Regarding the protest, Cobra did not respond to it. Cobra wanted to wait until Ars himself would provide information about this cooperative relationship. Because the cooperative relationship formed by their kingdom is not just an ordinary cooperative relationship, but there is also a cooperative relationship that involves territorial reconstruction. Cobra is afraid that he will misunderstand this and prefers to let Ars explain it himself. Instantly everyone watching, especially the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta, immediately regretted what they had done earlier. They even currently have the urge to go do apologies to Cobra. However, because the live broadcast will be implemented soon, they resisted their desire. Bells. Casa, who was currently watching the live broadcast with Vivi and others at the Rebellion Army headquarters, was immediately surprised by Bell's appearance on the screen. Casa was Vivi's childhood friend, and it was fitting that she knew Bell, who had served as the commander of the Royal Alabasta Army since the two of them were children. How's the leader? You already believe in me, don't you? Vivi asked excitedly, because with Bell's presence there, it could already indicate that the Alabasta Kingdom had really built a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Kaza suddenly fell silent hearing this and immediately thought of all the explanations Vivi had given him earlier, including the actions Crocodile had done so far. Unlucky. That crocodile bastard. How dare he? Kaza said angrily. It's not only Kaza who is currently having angry emotions, but only everyone, especially the members of the rebel army who listened to Vivi's explanation earlier, were furious. They did not expect that all this time they had been toyed with by Crocodile. Good afternoon everyone. Ars immediately opened the live broadcast by greeting. I'm sure you must have known me, and also I'm sure some of you who are currently watching the live broadcast know the contents of this live broadcast. Ars' gaze then turned to Bell, who was beside him. Before that, introduce the one beside me right now is the army commander of the Kingdom of Alabasta. His name is Bell. Good afternoon everyone, Bell said nervously. Truly the Kingdom of Alabasta, muttered Wapol, who was currently watching in his royal palace on Drum Island. How could King Fortis accept such a kingdom to cooperate with their kingdom when our kingdom is being rejected? I don't think it was King Fortis who rejected us, Your Majesty, Cinderella said. It was the stupid king of the Prudence Kingdom who refused us to be able to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. That's right, Musharu. If King Fortis knew of our intention to establish a cooperative relationship, our kingdom must have been immediately accepted by them. Because maybe our kingdom is one of the two kingdoms that Fortis Kingdom has always wanted to work with. HMPH. That's right, Wapol nodded. That stupid king bastard of the Prudence Kingdom. He became very arrogant after successfully establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Even just talking, he immediately hung up on me. Just wait. If until my kingdom can establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis, I will definitely repay all of this. No need to be nervous, just relax, Ars said with a smile. Think about what is in front of you right now. You are in an empty room where no one is with you or sees you. You think that you are currently only with me to have a conversation and consider me as your friend so that you can have a good conversation. Bell slowly listened to R's words, then took a deep breath, and his previously nervous expression instantly calmed down. He has great skills for manipulating one's emotions, Tsuru said. Sengoku nodded. The words used are also quite light and easy to understand. In addition, he has a friendly demeanor that allows people who talk to him to easily get rid of the nervousness he has when talking to him. R's gaze then looked ahead again and continued the previous conversation. As you have seen for yourself this time, I was with the representative from the Kingdom of Alabasta. Some time ago, the Alabasta Kingdom side had sent their representatives to the Protence Kingdom to ask for help in contacting our kingdom. The request for help that the Kingdom of Alabasta wants is to ask for help from our kingdom to solve various kinds of problems that are currently being experienced by the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ars paused for a moment and continued, Lucky. The Kingdom of Alabasta itself is one of the 2 kingdoms that our kingdom has targeted. Which targets? The target for our kingdom is to establish a cooperative relationship one of the 2 kingdoms? It means. Hasn't our kingdom been getting the attention of the Fortis Kingdom before? The citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta were shocked by this information. Meanwhile, the residents who watched were also surprised by this information. Well, continuing what I said earlier. As you know that the Kingdom of Alabasta is one of the 2 kingdoms that our kingdom wants to establish a cooperative relationship with. Therefore, through the conversation we had with the representative of the Alabasta Kingdom, namely Bell, the agreement has been made. Although we haven't done a formal signing where the signature was done by the 2 royal leaders on a document. However, this can be done later when the situation experienced by the Kingdom of Alabasta is stable. Therefore, from now on, the Kingdom of Fortis officially declares that the Kingdom of Alabasta has established a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Ars's gaze immediately became more serious than before. Those who dare to take any action against the Kingdom of Alabasta better withdraw their troops there immediately. I don't care who they are. As long as they dare to do bad deeds against the Alabasta Kingdom, our kingdom will immediately pursue them and will immediately destroy them until there is nothing left. R's previously serious gaze then turned cold. I'm sure you guys no longer need a trial, right? You can take the example of our kingdom's actions against the previous world government. Imu and Gorosei, who were watching this live broadcast, had their faces immediately turned ugly. If you want to give it a try, I'll invite you. World government, you guys can try again. Try to attack the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ars said casually. However, I hope you are prepared for the consequences. As long as you take the slightest step, no, as long as the order comes from your mouth. At that very second, your territory, namely Marijoa, will be destroyed by me immediately. Don't forget that in Marijoa this time. There are a lot of my spies scattered there. You guys even some time ago had done something stupid. If it weren't for me being too lazy to take action against you guys, I think Marijoa is now ruined because of your stupid actions. Ars himself did not know about the actions of the world government. This is also implied in his words where Ars uses the word stupid action or some time ago. Ars used that sentence to make the Gorosei think that right now there really are spies in Marijoa and they are currently being monitored by them. Meanwhile, if the Gorosei really didn't do what Ars said before, Ars himself has used the sentence some time ago where the concept of time in the sentence itself is abstract, which means it could be in the near future or far away. While there is also a stupid act, which means that the sentence can refer to various actions carried out by the Gorosei, both good and bad. Currently Ars is using psychological play to destroy the thoughts of the Gorosei. God damn it! Masato shouted angrily. Can he, Masato? Ogata suddenly called out to him, shut up. Ogata looked at him coldly. Right now, we might have been stared at by spies. As long as we say something bad about King Fortis, we can't guarantee what they will do to us. Masato suddenly fell silent, hearing this with a gloomy face. We almost destroyed Marijoa, Yasunori said grimly. I guess we're going to be summoned by Imusama right now, Noda said grimly. What an interesting threat. Kudo, who was watching the live broadcast on Onigashima Island, said excitedly while laughing. I think it would be very interesting to do that. What do you think, King? The Fortis Kingdom can do that because they have the power to do it, King said calmly. Are you saying that as long as we have the power we can do that? Kudo smirked. Take it easy, King. As long as we get those guns, we would definitely do the same. No, it's even more interesting. After listening to those words from Ars, Kudo recalled the action he had done, which was to ask King to investigate the spies on their side. Dahahaha. Shanks, who was watching the live broadcast, just laughed excitedly, as expected of him. That person is really not afraid to say such things to the world government. How many times has he slapped the face of the world government? Lime Juice asked. At least it's been a few times and only he managed to do that, Hongo said calmly. He succeeded because he has the power to suppress the world government, Ben Bachman said, as long as one has the same power as the current King Fortis. He can do it too. HMPH. Hancock, who was currently watching the live broadcast on Say Bounty Island, was very happy that Ars humiliated the world government again. Hearing the threat that Ars gave, there were many responses that came out of everyone. However, for the citizens of the Protence Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, Amazon Lily Kingdom, and Alabasta Kingdom, they immediately cheered with enthusiasm. Chapter 8, No Humans Are Born Evil. Returning to what I said earlier, Ars' previously cold gaze immediately turned calm again. The Kingdom of Alabasta is one of the two kingdoms that have received my attention, and I want to be part of the kingdom that builds cooperative relations with our kingdom. It is also why I have sent some of my spies to investigate the situation and conditions experienced by the Kingdom of Alabasta in the past. Ars paused for a moment and continued, in terms of own criteria, surely many would like to know the conditions for a kingdom wishing to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. I think a lot of people are curious about this. Well, to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Actually not too difficult or not too easy. As long as the kingdom can meet these requirements, even though my kingdom doesn't have anything needed in that kingdom. As long as they meet the conditions set by me, I have no problem establishing a cooperative relationship with the kingdom. All the kings of the realms who were currently watching were staring at the live broadcast screen seriously and intensely. They knew that they might soon find out about the provisions established by the Fortis Kingdom regarding the conditions for a kingdom to be able to establish cooperative relations with their kingdom. The criteria itself is. Ars paused and stared at the screen. The kingdom prospers their people. Prosperity? Is that all? Many people watching were muttering in bewilderment, especially to the kings of the various kingdoms. I'm sure those of you who are watching right now are wondering or thinking that's all. Honestly, what you guys think is just that is completely wrong, Ars said. Here I ask, of the many kingdoms that exist in this world, how many kingdoms are there where they treat the people living in the kingdom's territory well? Everyone was silent. We started from the Drum Kingdom, which is in the Grand Line area. Wapol, who heard the name of the kingdom was mentioned, immediately stood up from his seat. Meanwhile, people watching the live broadcast became interested in this. The Drum Kingdom is a kingdom that is in the territory of the Grand Line. This kingdom itself is very synonymous with its citizens who have great skills in the medical fields. There's even someone I respect there. Respected? Is there someone that King Fortis respects there? Who is that? A wave of questions arose the moment those words left Ars' mouth. It can be said that because of the excellent human resources, namely the citizens who are great in the field of medicine, the Drum Kingdom is one of the best candidates to work with, especially in the health sector. However, Ars' gaze turned cold. It's only because the current king who rules the Drum Kingdom is giving up too much on wealth and power. The king made the people living in his kingdom very miserable. King No, the Wapol who is currently leading the kingdom, collects all the doctors in the kingdom into his power and then increases the price for medical treatment to be very high, which makes it difficult for residents to get medical treatment when they suffer from illness. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Drum Kingdom is an island that is always covered with snow, where the temperature on this island is quite cold. Residents, especially children aged less than 12 years, are very vulnerable to disease. Because of the actions taken by the Wapol, many residents, especially children, died. This is what causes forever. As long as Wapol ruled the Drum Kingdom, my kingdom will never establish a cooperative relationship with the Drum Kingdom. Everyone was silent when they heard this, and then they started shouting mockery and insults at the Wapol. Our second example switches to the Kingdom of Goa. Ars said back calmly. Kingdom of Goa? Isn't that the kingdom in East Blue? Kingdom of Goa. That's the kingdom called the cleanest kingdom, isn't it? Yes. I've heard of it too. The kingdom is very beautiful. Many people want to come there. Even I myself also want to go on vacation with my family there. Why did King Fortis bring up the Kingdom of Goa as a topic of conversation? Could it be that the Goa Kingdom is a kingdom that has certain criteria? Many comments from the residents after Ars' words fell. Dragon, who was watching the live broadcast, had a very serious look. Meanwhile, the king of the Kingdom of Goa, who was watching the live broadcast, had his eyes full of joy. It wasn't just him, but the royal family who were currently watching the live broadcast, their gazes filled with excitement as their royal name was currently being mentioned. The Kingdom of Goa. Isn't that the kingdom that stands near Garp's hometown? Sengoku asked Tsuru, who was nearby. Yes, Tsuru nodded. I don't know what King Fortis will say. However, there is a possibility of information regarding the Kingdom of Goa that we know. Maybe completely wrong? Aokiji asked while raising his eyebrows. Better watch the live broadcast. I don't know the answer to this myself either. Tsuru said calmly, and his gaze immediately focused on the live broadcast. Kingdom of Goa. I guess many people have heard of this kingdom's name, haven't they? The Kingdom of Goa is a kingdom that originated in the East Blue region, more precisely on the island of Dawn. This kingdom is also the hometown of someone quite famous, namely the marine hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Vice Admiral Garp's hometown? This. In that case, is it possible that this is a kingdom that meets the criteria? Maybe. If it is Vice Admiral Garp's hometown, it can certainly fit into the criteria of King Fortis. Besides being known as the hometown of Vice Admiral Garp. All of you who watched this live broadcast also know that the Kingdom of Goa is the cleanest kingdom and also has beautiful and classy views because that is what has been described so far for people who have never been there. However, R's gaze returned to being serious as before, even though the Kingdom of Goa is a clean, luxurious kingdom, and also known to be friendly to others. However, is that really the case? Immediately everyone fell silent hearing this, especially the King of the Goa Kingdom. Is that true? Is it possible? Judging something, don't look at it in just one place. But, take a look thoroughly, Rs said calmly, for the newcomers or someone who has just been to the Kingdom of Goa. You must only judge the Kingdom of Goa from a clean and tidy area where the area is inhabited by nobles. The Kingdom of Goa itself is a kingdom that builds its territory into 3 parts, where each part is fortified by a large wall where at each entrance to the wall is guarded by their military. The first area is the territory occupied by the King of the Kingdom of Goa and his family. The second area is the territory occupied by the nobles of the Goa Kingdom. While the third area is the area occupied by the civilian population. Rs paused for a moment and continued, at the time you or I are referring to visitors who are just on vacation or doing business in the Kingdom of Goa. What you saw at that time was the first region and the second region, where the region was a residential area for people who had money and also had status. If you come to the third area, which is the area where the civilians live, you will see very different things with the first region and the second region. If you compare between the first region, the second region and the third region, the third area was barely managed by the kingdom side. There are a lot of criminal acts and various other crimes. Everyone fell silent hearing this. Meanwhile, the King of the Kingdom of Goa and his family who were watching the live broadcast fell silent. Meanwhile, there is also another area that is mentioned as the Great Terminal area, where this area can be called a dumping ground. Not only as a dumping ground but also as a dumping ground for people who are no longer needed by the Goa Kingdom. Rs paused and continued with a colder gaze than before. A few years ago, to be exact in 1512. The Kingdom of Goa took an action that wanted to eliminate all the garbage in the area. Well, the purpose for them to do so is very noble. Because by cleaning up the garbage, it means that the residents who live there can get a decent place to live. However, only if they clean up the trash and not the residents living there, not the people who live there. What does it mean? A large number of people were confused by these words from Rs. While for those who have high thinking skills, they have got the answer to that. The faces of the King of the Kingdom of Goa and his family became even more grim. They knew that after this live broadcast ended, their face in the eyes of the world was gone. King Fortis. What do you mean? Bell asked in a low voice. The year 1512 was an event that all the citizens of the Kingdom of Goa would know. Apart from that year, their kingdom was visited by a Tenri Obito. In that same year, the Kingdom of Goa took an action, namely wanting to eliminate the Great Terminal area by burning down the entire Great Terminal. Burning down, what I want to say is not only burning down the garbage that is there but all the people who live in the area. They want to eliminate the whole thing. Everyone fell silent hearing this. In that incident, the Kingdom of Goa showed no mercy to the citizens living in Great Terminal. At the time of the incident, they even closed the gate and did not let any citizens from that region enter the third area for protection. The fire had spread throughout the Great Terminal area. While there are many residents who are still in the midst of the fire, Rs paused and continued. If the reason the Kingdom of Goa does not want to include residents in the residential area of the third region is only because of the disease problems experienced by the residents in the third region, Great Terminal area, then, what is the reason why you still give them permission to enter and exit the residences of residents in the third region every day? If the reason is only because of illness, doesn't your kingdom have a lot of wealth? This can also be reflected in the very beautiful appearance of the first and second residential areas. You can help heal them. With their recovery, those people will thank you, then you can hire them. That way, your kingdom will get a lot of power resources, especially you won't know that it's possible that the people who live there have great skills. Don't forget that there are many great pirates today and also the great navy today. They had a dark past. It's just that, they got the good care, which is what they are today. So, that's the question now. What is the reason for wanting to get rid of them? The great pirates and also the Marines who watched this live broadcast, especially those who had a dark past, their faces showed pride and there was also disgust towards the Kingdom of Goa. Rs paused for a moment and continued, the excuses they have are quite stupid and unreasonable. They just wanted to get rid of those people because it only spoiled the sight of their kingdom, where at that time their kingdom was visited by the Tenri Obito. Ars paused and continued. I know that Tenri Obito is someone you guys fear, especially at that time. They have superior status, even just touching them, the Navy will send an admiral. However, does such an action really have to be taken? Couldn't you have done something more humane? Like sending the garbage to an area or island that has no inhabitants at all, or you urge the residents who live there to temporarily move to that side of the island. Isn't there a way? Ars paused for a moment and continued. To be honest, you nobles, you're the vile humans who have the greatest contribution to producing many bad people in this world. If it weren't for your evil actions, the inhumane policies you're carrying out, if it weren't for your stupid actions, there will be very few pirates that will appear in this world. Because why? Every human being born into this world will never have evil in their heart. It's just that those who are bad people at this time are people whose hearts have been broken by other people who have higher power than them at that time, or maybe because of the greed for power that they always wanted. However, I believe that the second type is usually only owned by people who have been born into noble families. Only a few of them do not have that trait. Everyone was silent hearing this, even many of them began to ponder about it. I'm sure you already know the answer. Ars spoke again. I will only give 2 examples from this kingdom. These 2 kingdoms are 2 examples of kingdoms that it would be impossible or even impossible to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. No, never. My kingdom will never establish a cooperative relationship with a kingdom like this. Not only that, even I myself would never want to meet the leaders of that kingdom. Ars stopped back and continued. I've listened to some information and reports from the King of Prudence that there are many royal parties who want to establish cooperative relations with our kingdom and ask him for help to be able to contact me. However, he refused. You're not wrong about that. I myself asked him to do this. I asked him to reject any kingdom that wants to establish cooperative relations with our kingdom as long as the king of that kingdom does not prosper its citizens. So don't blame the King of Prudence for his actions. Because whatever he does, and it's related to our kingdom. I myself asked him to do this. All the kings who had ever done such a thing fell silent for a moment. They previously thought that the actions taken by the King of Prudence or Elizabeth II were just his own actions. This also made them very angry and disgusted with Elizabeth II. However, after they listened to it live from Ars on this live broadcast, they couldn't say anything. Because of the refusal, he immediately received direct instructions from Ars. Chapter 9, The Truth of the Situation Experiencing the Kingdom of Alabasta. Hey! One of the residents watching in the Kingdom of Alabasta suddenly said, which caught the attention of everyone nearby. King Fortis said that his kingdom would not establish a cooperative relationship with a kingdom ruled by a king who not prospering his people. Doesn't that mean? The resident was silent, then swallowed his saliva. King Cobra. He's not the king as we think now. The words of the resident made all those who listened to his words speechless, unable to say anything. Previously, the residents of the Kingdom of Alabasta always had the thought that Cobra always acted cruelly against them, as well as exploiting rainwater that would only appear in the city of Alurbana because Cobra uses dance powder, where the job of the dance powder is to attract clouds that are not ready to be turned into a cloud. Rain to be processed quickly into rain clouds and then drawn to the area where the burning occurs. The disadvantage of using the dance powder is that it is difficult for other areas to rain because the clouds that were previously prepared for rain have been pulled by other places by force. I guess we were really wrong with His Majesty. One of the residents also started to say, if Your Majesty is really being so cruel to us, shouldn't we be able to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom? Moreover, with the Fortis Kingdom spies who are always by our side to carry out monitoring. Should whatever action His Majesty takes which could be dangerous, should be known by them. What does that mean? There is another mastermind behind all this? Does anyone dare to slander His Majesty? All the residents of the Kingdom of Alabasta, especially those currently watching the live broadcast in front of the royal palace, began to open their minds to think. However, before they could continue their discussion, Ars continued his conversation. We're back on the topic of knowing the matters of the Alabasta Kingdom, Ars said calmly. As I said before, the Alabasta Kingdom is a kingdom that our kingdom has been monitoring before. I know that there are many problems that the Kingdom of Alabasta is currently experiencing, such as the problem of infrequent rain, poverty, and also the problem of the rebel army. Ars paused for a moment and continued. I have heard from my spies that there is 7 warlords of the sea occupying the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta as its territory, and that person is Crocodile. Ars paused and continued. Crocodile is a great pirate recognized by the government world. This is also seen with him who currently holds the position of 7 warlords of the sea. In addition, the name of Crocodile itself is quite famous in the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta due to the actions taken by him so far, where he has always helped to block the pirates who always disturb the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta. That's right. Of course. Crocodile is our hero truly. I even want to be like Crocodile Sama when I grow up. However, is that really so? Ars suddenly resumed, which made all the citizens of the kingdom of Alabasta who previously praised Crocodile immediately fell silent. Is that true? What does it mean? Asked one of the residents in confusion. Before that, I believe the citizens of the kingdom of Alabasta know about a Baroque organization, right? An organization whose goal is to hunt pirates. Ars paused and continued. The Brooks Works organization is a fairly large organization for the scale of the Grand Line. The purpose of this organization itself is to carry out a pirate hunt. However, that is a visible purpose while there is an invisible purpose within the organization. Destination invisible, muttered one of the residents of the kingdom of Alabasta. There are several invisible goals of the organization. The first is to arrange for a group of pirates who have a fairly strong power to be tasked with disrupting the Alabasta kingdom. Meanwhile, their second goal is to overthrow the current Nefertari Vivi family's power. What? Ars's words then made everyone speechless hearing this. Is this true? Impossible. One of the residents immediately shouted angrily, how could that happen? Are you doubting King Fortis? One of the residents asked strangely. Then the person who said this fell silent hearing this. I'm sure a lot of people have a hard time believing this. However, that's the truth right now. Ars said calmly, the Brooks Works organization is an organization where Crocodile is headed. It was Crocodile who drove this organization. He used this organization to earn money and also gain status in the hearts of the citizens of the kingdom of Alabasta. All the residents of the kingdom of Alabasta fell silent hearing this. Then regarding the issue of rainfall, which is currently a problem for the kingdom of Alabasta, Ars said again, this also relates to Crocodile. First, regarding the use of dance powder, what you think King Cobra did? King Cobra is not the one who uses the dance powder but Crocodile who uses it. Ars paused and continued. One of the subordinates owned by Crocodile is named Betham or has the code name Mr. 2. Betham is a user of the main no me devil fruit where thanks to this devil fruit ability, he can disguise himself as someone easily just by touching the user. How could it be? Betham, who was currently watching the live broadcast via the ship, was surprised by the information being spread by Ars. Why are you surprised? Crocodile asked strangely. This person speaking is King Fortis. It was very easy for him to get our information. Crocodile paused and looked around. I think he even. We are currently being watched by his spies. Everyone was silent listening to this. The person you've been thinking of King Cobra before in terms of using dance powder, that's not King Cobra but Betham. In addition, if there are bad policies or actions that have been carried out by the Cobra King in the past, all of that is not something that the Cobra King does, but it is all the work of Betham, where he received direct orders from Crocodile to vilify the name of the Cobra King in the hearts of his citizens so that he could easily overthrow the power of the Cobra King. Ars paused for a moment and continued. As long as he has hero status, then at that time King Cobra falls, it's very easy for Crocodile to take power for the kingdom of Alabasta. Everyone was silent listening to the explanation given by Ars. What a scary analysis. Tsuru said with a feeling of dread towards Ars. Yeah. Sengoku nodded. Even though I've seen him twice, he's analyzing something. Still, it's really amazing. So scary, I really don't want to be this guy's opponent, Kizaru said with a calm face, but in his heart there was a feeling of fear. The problem behind the rain itself is not only the dance powder, but there is another problem, namely the problem of Crocodile's power. Ars continued. Strength problem? The residents of the Alabasta kingdom muttered in confusion. Crocodile is a devil fruit user. He is a Logia-type devil fruit eater Susananomi. Thanks to this devil fruit, he has the ability to manipulate the sand around him. Maybe many people do not know this information. Devil fruit itself has 2 levels. The first level is the basic level, which is the level for people who have just eaten the devil fruit. They just adapted and tried to develop the devil fruit. Ars paused and continued. While there is an advanced level that is the awakening level. Awakening, muttered one of the onlookers. The awakening level itself is a difficult level for devil fruit users to reach. As long as a person has reached this level, that person can be said to have been able to unleash the full power of his devil fruit. In the case of Elogia type Inlas, once a person has entered the awakening stage, that person can later turn the surrounding area into an element that can be used by him as well as change the weather in the place he is in. For example, a red devil fruit user Nomi whose devil fruit power has entered the awakening level, then that person will go to an island area that is covered by snow every day. If that person has activated his devil fruit ability, the snowy island will change its climate to a summer island due to the influence of that person's devil fruit. It means. I'm sure some people have guessed it. Ars continued. The situation from the kingdom of Alabasta is like that too. Try to compare your situation before Crocodile's arrival there and after Crocodile's arrival. Ars said, before Crocodile's arrival, The rainfall in the kingdom of Alabasta was normal and continued as usual. But what about when Crocodile arrived? There has been a significant change, right? This is influenced by the power possessed by Crocodile, which can attract air humidity, which by pulling moisture in the air will make it difficult to rain. Coupled with the use of dance powder, the kingdom of Alabasta will find it difficult to rain, or even impossible. Other than the Alurvana region, it will rain as long as Crocodile is still there. God damn it. Kasa, who listened to R's explanation, immediately shouted with anger. He wasn't the only one who was angry right now. But the entire population of the kingdom of Alabasta was furious to know the truth. Meanwhile, Crocodile was listening to R's analysis, even though Crocodile knew that R's would be easy to do. However, he was still quite surprised to hear the analysis. Regarding the problem of rainfall, I believe it has been resolved. Then we got into the problem of poverty. R's paused and continued. This also has a connection with Crocodile, especially the business he is currently running in the kingdom of Alabasta, namely casino. Before I continue, I want to ask you guys. What's in it for you going to the casino to spend your money there to play? Is it because you want to get rich quick? Is it because you want to get rich suddenly? You know, your way of thinking is very stupid, especially for residents who already have families, have children and wives. Don't you consider your family? What if by the time you go to the casino, all the money under you is the money your wife and children should use for 1 month? Well, if you win, that's great. However, what if you lose? What will happen to your wife and children? R's question was not only a slap in the face for the residents of the kingdom of Alabasta, but for all those who watched the live broadcast, especially for men who already had families. The game in the casino is a game that has been arranged. Whoever plays there will be arranged by them to win the first time in order to attract interest from that person to come. And then after that? They will destroy you by beating you. It's like a psychological game. Even if you have lost, you will have a thought in your brain telling you that it might just be me being unlucky, or maybe tomorrow will definitely be better than today. It's all just bullshit. Ars paused for a moment and continued. The reason behind me not allowing the opening of a casino in my kingdom is because I know that with a casino in my kingdom, it will only make the citizens of my kingdom suffer from poverty, and I dislike that the most. Just imagine, you have used all your energy within 1 month to get an income. However, the income you earned with all your energy in 1 month was gone in 1 night, no, in 1 hour. Aren't you sorry about that? Ars asked calmly. Don't you have any regrets about your children, where the money can be used to buy clothes or something that can please your children? Or can you buy something to your wives? Or maybe you can also please yourself, like going for a walk or something? Casino will only ruin your fate and that of your family. Ars paused for a moment and continued. It's better to forget and leave useless things like that. The money you earn through your hard work in that 1 month, use it to places that are useful, especially for your family, so that your efforts will not be in vain. Everyone fell silent hearing this until one of the residents of the Alabasta kingdom said quietly, "Destroy the casino." He mumbled, "Destroy the casino." One of the people nearby heard the man say as he shouted, "That's right. Destroy casino. Destroy the casino owned by Crocodile. Not only is he slandering the king, but he even wants to destroy us." Yes. I also support. Let's destroy the casino after this live broadcast is over. Not just the citizens of the Alabasta kingdom. However, every resident of the kingdom who built a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom immediately voiced their opinion regarding the destruction of the casino in their kingdom. The leaders of the kingdom were not against it, but they were also happy with the action. Abolishing the casino, muttered a blind man who was currently on the territory of the Protons kingdom. This is truly a very bold policy and also very good. However, if casino were to be abolished, this old man seems to have to find something interesting to play. Regarding the problem of rainfall, the problem of poverty has been solved. I will not be too involved in this poverty problem. If you want to keep the casino, go ahead. If you want to get rid of it, go ahead. It's your own policy. I won't interfere. However, you will also have to bear it later. I have given suggestions and input. The rest is your decision. Ars paused and continued. Lastly, regarding the matter of the rebellion army, King Fortis, apologize for the interruption. Belle suddenly called out. Ars immediately stopped talking and looked at Belle. What's wrong? This. Regarding the rebel army, this matter has already been resolved. Oh? Already resolved? Well, that's great news. I don't need to persuade them anymore, Ars said calmly. Besides, I'm sure for those watching at this time, they should know that the actions they are taking right now could lead to fatal mistakes and could even result in the destruction of the Alabasta kingdom. Casa and the others who heard this had their faces lowered in shame, because they also finally realized that this action they did really almost destroyed the Alabasta kingdom. Chapter 140, Alabasta Kingdom Reconstruction Plan. I guess the problems that the kingdom of Alabasta are having are over, right? There's nothing more that needs to be done? Asked Ars while looking at Belle, who was right beside him. That's enough, King Fortis, Belle said with a grateful smile. Thank you for helping your kingdom as well as restoring the honor that belongs to His Majesty. Also thank you for helping to make our community aware. Although at this time there is still no response regarding casino problems and others. I'm sure with your help, they will realize the dangers of the casino. Don't worry, Belsama, one of the residents of the Kingdom of Alabasta, shouted loudly. We've come to our senses. After this live broadcast is over, we will immediately go destroy Crocodile's casino. That's right. We will destroy the place that has tormented us for a long time. Damn it. I was fooled by Crocodile's actions. I must repay him by destroying all of his property. It was not only the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta who voiced their opinion, but every resident of the kingdom who built a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis voiced their opinion regarding the closure of the casino because to eliminate the danger of poverty from their kingdom. Even now, the Ryugu Kingdom has started to make a move by eliminating casino businesses in their territory. That's good news, Ars said as his gaze shifted back to the screen. Well, the first thing to say is done. Then, there are some things that I also want to convey regarding the matter of cooperation with the Kingdom of Alabasta. Everyone immediately fell silent again because they wanted to hear the information. The Kingdom of Alabasta, apart from establishing a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, they also accepted the proposal put forward by our kingdom. The proposal is a cooperation agreement in another form whereby the Fortis Kingdom will later help resolve the problems of the territory owned by the Alabasta Kingdom. Territory matters? Sengoku asked while raising his eyebrows. I think many people are confused about this, Ars said calmly, as we know that the Kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom that has a very large territory. However, that enormous area is dominated by deserts where the enormous territory of the Alabasta Kingdom cannot be put to good use. Ars paused and continued. Our kingdom has submitted a proposal to the Alabasta Kingdom. The proposal is related to the assistance our kingdom will provide. What's the help like? The assistance that our kingdom will later provide is. Ars' face turned into a gentle smile. Ars' gentle smile made everyone curious about it. The assistance that our kingdom will provide to the Alabasta Kingdom is to assist in the reconstruction of the territories owned by the Alabasta Kingdom. The meaning of reconstruction here is that our kingdom will later help to make the area that was previously a desert into a green forest. The area that was previously dry will be changed by our kingdom into an area that has water sources by having lakes and rivers, as well as areas that were previously unusable for agriculture and animal husbandry will be converted by our kingdom into an area ready to be used for agriculture and animal husbandry. What? The information presented by Ars immediately shocked everyone. Is that even possible? Tsuru asked with a face full of disbelief. Ha ha ha. Shanks immediately laughed excitedly. Changing a territory as big as the Alabasta Kingdom? Really, only he dares to say such a thing. Ben Backman's gaze became serious at the screen, then suddenly laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha. So that's the point, huh? Everyone in the place was surprised by Ben Backman's laughter because Ben Backman himself rarely laughed. Hey, Ben. Do you know the purpose of the Fortis Kingdom establishing a cooperative relationship with the Alabasta Kingdom? Yasu asked with great interest. Yes, Ben Backman grinned. King Fortis, no, Ars. This guy. He really is a monster full of all kinds of strategies to gain advantage. Full of strategy? Lucky Roo asked in confusion. Are you just trying to confuse us, Ben? Let's quickly say what is King Fortis' true purpose? That's right. You are lucky to have a smart brain, Bonk Punk suddenly said. Mihawk even looked at Ben Backman wanting to hear his answer. If my analysis is correct, Ben Backman said quietly, in at least 1 month. There is a possibility that Fortis Kingdom will be able to get around 100 to 200 billion from Alabasta Kingdom in the future. What? Shanks and the others were taken aback by Ben Backman's words. Hey, Ben. Aren't you kidding? 100 to 200 billion for each year? How could it be? Shanks asked strangely. That's quite simple, Ben Backman said calmly. The Kingdom of Alabasta is a region of enormous size. If it is true that the reconstruction plan carried out by the Fortis Kingdom will succeed and also later the Alabasta Kingdom will get help from the Fortis Kingdom on how to run the government, the Kingdom of Alabasta will get a lot of benefits later. You say so, but don't say the reason behind Fortis Kingdom getting such huge profits every month, Lime Juice said. Regarding that, I don't think I need to answer that. Because I'm sure King Fortis will say something to make you aware of what I said. As Ben Backman finished saying this, Ars immediately continued his speech. Because this proposal for assistance is quite different from the cooperation that our kingdom has built with other kingdoms. Later, the Kingdom of Alabasta will also pay for the assistance provided by our kingdom in reconstructing the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta. The payments made by the Kingdom of Alabasta itself will be paid annually to our kingdom in the amount of 10% of the total revenue of the kingdom within 1 year, Ars said calmly. This proposal has been approved by both parties, and in the evening our kingdom will start a meeting to discuss the problem of the reconstruction of the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta and the possibility that the reconstruction will begin at the beginning of next month, namely before the 10th of March. The reconstruction process will start soon. Paying the Fortis Kingdom 10% of the total revenue. That's quite high. However, can the value of 10% of the total income reach a value of 100 to 200 billion every year? Ask Buildings Make. That's possible. Hongo said seriously, if it was the Alabasta Kingdom we were talking about earlier. It will be difficult for them to be able to do so, especially with regional problems. Temporary. It's different from the current situation, Mihawk suddenly added, with the help of the Fortis Kingdom helping them in the reconstruction of their territory and also helping them in managing their kingdom. It is not impossible that the income that the Alabasta Kingdom can earn in 1 year is 1 trillion berries or even more. With such income, the Fortis Kingdom can get a net income by only doing the initial assistance and also helping to share their knowledge in a fixed amount every year. All members of the red-haired pirates fell silent hearing this. Not only that, but a large number of people of moderate intelligence could easily grasp the purpose of the Fortis Kingdom. They also compared the words of Ars earlier at the Octagon meeting, where those words were addressed to the Ryugu Kingdom, which is the Ryugu Kingdom if they can manage their kingdom well. It is not impossible to get income of more than 1 trillion. The Grosai also knew with this goal, and their faces all turned very grim. The 5 of them did not expect that the kingdom that they had not previously considered had such terrifying potential. Meanwhile, the residents of the Kingdom of Alabasta didn't think about the 10% payment that their kingdom had to pay. The residents of the Kingdom of Alabasta are more focused on information regarding the reconstruction of the territory that will be carried out by the Kingdom of Fortis. Hey! One of the residents of the Kingdom of Alabasta called out to his friend, "Did I hear right? If you hear anything about the territory reconstruction plan that will be carried out by the Fortis Kingdom, which includes forest creation, river and lake construction, and reforestation of the desert, you really didn't hear it wrong. Because I heard that too." His friend replied with a surprised expression on his face. Then, does that mean we won't be suffering from drought anymore, will we? Not suffering from drought. Doesn't that means we won't feel thirsty anymore? The area is being reconstructed. Does that mean we can use our territory to raise livestock and grow rice? The entire population of the Kingdom of Alabasta slowly began to absorb the information, and expressions of joy were immediately directed by them until there was a loud cheer calling out Ars's name by his honorific. They even praised Ars with very good praise. I think things related to the Kingdom of Alabasta have been previously conveyed by me, Ars said calmly. In this live broadcast, there are also some things that I want to convey. My kingdom problem, the topic of the Fortis Kingdom. The opening to this new topic then made everyone very curious. In the future or not, it will be on February 23rd. There is one department belonging to our kingdom that is ready to operate, Ars said calmly. That department is the Department of Population, which is headed by Tasaka Rin. The plan is that tomorrow at noon, to be located in the Proton's Kingdom, our kingdom will start to recruit workers again, and this time the workers who will be recruited are related to documents. So, anyone who has skills in the document field or who has had experience working in the document field, please come to the Kingdom of Protons to register. Our kingdom will open a quota of 25 people who will later be accepted as workers in our kingdom. Ars paused for a moment and continued, regarding salary and other matters. The workers who will be accepted into the Department of Population will have the same salary as the previous workers. They will also get the promised house, and also they will automatically become citizens of our kingdom. They will also be the first to get an official residence card from our kingdom, which can prove that they are really citizens of our kingdom. This information conveyed by Ars then made everyone, especially the citizens of the Proton's Kingdom, very excited. Even though they already know this information. However, listening to Ars directly say it has a very striking difference. Then later our kingdom will conduct periodic live broadcasts every month, to be exact on February 26th. Ars continued his conversation. There is a lot of information that will be conveyed every February 26th. As well as information regarding how much money our kingdom currently has, how much money comes in and how much goes out. Then, how many residents of our kingdom, and also various other information. Information that is not confidential or important information will later be conveyed on February 26th, including later our kingdom will start recruiting for 2 departments. The first recruitment is the recruitment for construction workers. Ars paused and continued, while the second recruitment is to recruit people who want to join the intelligence department, that is the department headed by Hashirama. What? Suddenly the latest information took everyone by surprise. Because they did not expect in the near future. The department led by Hashirama will recruit troops. Well, that's all for now. Regarding the recruitment information, it will be conveyed further during the live broadcast which will be held on February 26th, especially Hashirama himself who will later convey the requirements so that someone can join his department. Well, it's actually not that difficult. The bottom line is our intelligence department will certainly not accept people who already have ties to the world government. The joke made by ours made everyone laugh out loud while the world government, especially the Gorosei, their faces became very ugly because they were made a joke by ours. Our kingdom doesn't care about your past or how your family is doing. As long as you are loyal to us and want to serve our kingdom. That's enough to get you accepted into the intelligence department, ours said calmly. Before that, I'll remind you. Our intelligence department is very strict. Whoever is unable to defend themselves, they will soon be expelled from the army while all of that person's memories will be erased. Erased memories are memories related to things they got during practice. So, think carefully before you want to enter the department. Everyone was silenced by that last statement. That's all from me. The live broadcast screen instantly went off and everyone immediately woke up in their thoughts. After they wake up, they start doing their own activities. The residents of the Alabasta Kingdom, Prudence Kingdom, and Ryugu Kingdom. Everyone immediately went to destroy the casino that was built in their kingdom. Meanwhile, other groups, especially the Navy and the world government, began to talk about the live broadcast issue that had just occurred. Then there were also the citizens who started making movements to go to the Prudence Kingdom hoping they could get a quota of workers in the population department. Chapter 141, Hashirama's Brilliant Idea. New World, Sphinx Island. In the outer area of the island, a large-scale party can be seen being held there. The party is a party conducted by the Whitebeard Pirate Group where currently all the dishes made in the party are dishes made by Juichiro. Everyone who eats the dish is like being bewitched by a dish made by Juichiro. Because the dish is so delicious. Juichiro is currently assisted by Thaked along with the rest of the 4th Division members are preparing dishes for the next wave. Meanwhile, all members of the Whitebeard Pirates waited patiently in front of the kitchen for fear that their share would be taken over by their friend because they didn't want the dish to be taken away by others. Thaked and all the members under his command at this time had no fatigue. Although they have to work with all their abilities because they have to learn and also have to coordinate their entire movement with orders from Juichiro. However, no one looked tired. Their entire faces showed a smile and also seriousness. This is because they are currently learning a lot of new methods and ways of cooking from Juichiro. It is unlikely that fatigue will hinder them. Hey, Hashirama currently, Hashirama is no longer sitting together with Garp, Shirahige, and Rayleigh. Hashirama currently prefers to sit together with Ace and others due to appearance problems. In addition, Hashirama himself found it boring to talk to the three of them and preferred to talk to Ace and others. Don't forget that by the time you come back and report this to King Fortis, you have to remember to be able to ask him to put one of the restaurants in our fiefdom, Ace said with a grin. That's right, Jaws nodded seriously. You don't forget, Hashirama. At least, one restaurant is placed in our area. That's enough, zahahaha. Teach laughed excitedly. I also support this, Hashirama. Take it easy on the issue of the restaurant. We will help prepare it. Zahahaha. I wonder, how does the cherry pie cake dish made by your chef taste? It must taste very delicious. Don't worry, Hashirama grinned. I will remember this. When I return, I will give a report and also give this idea to your majesty. Given this idea, there is a possibility that it will be approved. However, I can't guarantee who will later be placed somewhere no matter who will later be stationed in our territory. Hashirama Marco smiled. We will accept it. Well, if you can. I hope the two chefs whose skills are greater than Juichiro are placed. It must be that the taste of the dishes they made is better than at this time, Ace said with a grin. Hey, Ace. Compared to thinking about it, you'd better think about your attitude first, Izo said. Don't get to it when the restaurant has opened. However, you go out to eat but don't pay for the food, haha. That's right, Ace Haruta laughed. You'd better first correct your attitude before thinking about having a good meal. Shut up. Ace shouted sullenly. Aren't you guys the same? You also often go to restaurants and don't pay for the food you eat. Don't equate us with you, Ace Marco said flatly. We always pay for the food we eat. At least, if you go there, bring money so that you can pay for the meal. Ace's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this and immediately looked at Marco. What's wrong with that look of yours, Ace? Marco asked with a bad feeling. Ace immediately stood up and then put his arms around Marco. Hey, Marco. We are brothers. As a brother, you should help each other, right? Also, you as the eldest brother in our group should pay attention to your sister. Shouldn't a big brother pay his younger brother? What? Stop kidding? Marco immediately said, I can't pay for your meal while you have enough money to use compared to you quarreling over that matter. Hashirama suddenly walked in. Why not just use the payment agreement in full? Full payment? Everyone instantly turned their attention to Hashirama. Full payment? What do you mean, Hashirama? Atmos asked puzzledly. Payment in full. This means that your group will pay us in a small way in one payment. In essence, your group is free to eat freely at our restaurant, while later every order or meal you will be recorded by us, and later on the appointed date or IVs, we will charge the payment to you, Hashirama said. What do you think? I don't think it's a bad idea, right? Especially regarding the attitude possessed by Ace. That way, he no longer has to worry about payment problems or not bringing money. The eyes of all the commanders instantly lit up upon hearing this. What do you think, Marco? Hashirama asked back. This idea is really good. But Gororo, you don't need to ask me, Marco Whitebeard immediately said strongly. The idea given by Hashirama is very good. We were able to accept the offer. However, you need to make sure that the restaurant headed by your chef will be open in our territory. As long as it can be implemented, we can accept it. Take it easy. Your Majesty will accept it. Well, then, later on, the issue talks about when we can make the payment when it is determined, Shirahide said. You are so lucky, Whitebeard, Garp said in a tone full of jealousy. You guys have the opportunity to open a restaurant cooked by a chef from the Fortis Kingdom. Gorora, it's because of your mistake, Garp. Why do you also want to find trouble with the Kingdom of Fortis? Mainly took out a bounty for them. It's tantamount to making you block important paths for you. It's not our fault, Whitebeard, Garp said with a frown. It's the fault of those fools. If only they hadn't made trouble with the Fortis Empire. Of course, I will give a proposal to open a restaurant in the territory of the Navy headquarters. It will be very nice to be able to get access to a good place to eat every day. You don't have to worry, Garp, Hashirama suddenly said, if this idea is approved by your Majesty. It should be that in every region where our kingdom builds cooperative relations will be opened a restaurant. For the Amazon Lily region, it is possible that the region will not be open restaurants, but rather the restaurant will be moved to the Saybounty Island region. Isn't it? You can access our delicious food? Besides, your current age, I don't think it is suitable for duty. You can ask Sengoku for an assignment to the Saybounty area to be able to relax there. Garp's eyes lit up instantly at this. Under ah ha 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 ha, you gave me a very good idea, Hashirama. I will do it. Are you sure Sengoku will agree to this idea of yours, Garp? Ask Rayleigh, how dare he not approve of it? I'll burn the goat that belongs to him, Garp sniffed dissatisfiedly. Simultaneously, suddenly a new bird flew over the island and landed directly near Hashirama and others. News bird? Namor asked. It is likely that it is news regarding the live broadcast carried out by our kingdom, Rayleigh said calmly. It's probably the current one after all. Rayleigh looked at the sky, then lowered his gaze. It should be over, and it is likely that Morgans has already begun to spread the news to people who can't access the live broadcast. Liv Marco, as the oldest brother, usually buys newspapers, and newspapers bought by him will be distributed to all members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Marco immediately stood up from his seat and took out a 200 berries bill from his pocket to hand over to the new bird. However, the news bird immediately shook his head. What's up again? Marco asked puzzledly. The news bird nodded and immediately took out a 500 berries coin from the pocket and went back to put it in again. What's wrong, Marco? Jaws asked puzzledly. The price of the newspaper has risen again, Marco replied calmly. Is there any big news besides regarding the already established cooperative relationship and the reconstruction plan? Marco asked puzzledly. Marco thoughtlessly directly took out a sheet of berries banknotes and handed it to the newsbird, and then picked up the newspaper according to the money owed him. Marco then distributed the newspapers to his friends as he began to read the contents of the news. The content of the news in the newspaper was the news known to Marco and others. Hey, Hashirama, Marco suddenly called out while taking down the newspaper held by him. Will the department that belongs to you be ready to do the recruitment? Hashirama immediately raised his head. Is the information recorded in the newspaper? Yes, Marco nodded. This was conveyed by King Fortis on the live broadcast. It is said that later on February 26th, there will be a live broadcast conducted periodically by your kingdom, and later the topic of the live broadcast is one of them is about the plan to recruit troops from your department. Gorora recruitment plan? Is that right, Hashirama? Whitebeard asked with interest. Well, I didn't expect your Majesty to tell you this information quite quickly. Hashirama scratched his head embarrassedly and said, well, the plan is just like that. At present, the territory where I am building the department has begun to be built and will soon be ready for use. In that case, will your army later be taught how to use chakra? Ace asked with interest. Of course, Hashirama nodded, and then Hashirama's gaze stared at Rayleigh. I think your holiday day is coming to an end, Rayleigh. Am I also going to start work? Rayleigh asked puzzledly. Hashirama nodded. Later, the people who will be recruited to enter my department are children who are less than 12 years old. This kind of age is the most suitable age for learning to use chakras. The plan is before they start chakra training together with me, I will ask you to help them improve their physical fitness as well as help them learn how to use ground-level spiritual energy abilities. To make it easier in the future to teach them to use chakras. Wait. Instantly everyone was confused by the words of the last Hashirama. If Rayleigh is in charge for the first time, isn't it okay to recruit more? Hashirama murmured. Recruit more? Are you only given a little quota? Izo asked puzzledly. Hashirama nodded, because my understanding of training someone is not very good. Your Majesty only gave me a quota of 12 recruits. What about the others? Marco asked. They are all busy at the moment and have not had time to come to the kingdom, Hashirama said calmly. At least your Majesty wants to wait for one of them to come back so that the recruitment quota can be increased. But Hashirama immediately grinned, if it puts them to Rayleigh first. I think your Majesty will reconsider. You are just increasing the pressure on my work, Hashirama, Rayleigh said with a frown. If you want to add a quota, at least, you should also help me to teach them. At least, although the way you convey is not as good as that of a normal teacher. However, you can teach them in practice. Eh? Well, maybe I'll. Hashirama nodded. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, King Study. Why are you calling me, Ars? Kajin asked calmly. Well, it's about the construction of the third batch of 5-unit houses that will be completed tomorrow, Ars said calmly. I may delay installing the facilities and equipment there. Ars had changed his previous plan of telling this to everyone during the meeting later in the evening to tell KG this in person. Delay? Is there anything you have to prostrate at this time? Kajin asked seriously. Yes, Ars nodded. Our current kingdom has successfully established a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Alabadas. Of course, we need to bring King Cobra to come here to sign the cooperative relationship on the document so that this cooperative relationship can be said to be valid in the eyes of the law. It is impossible to let King Cobra and his troops sail toward the New World. Although later it is unlikely that anyone will dare to disturb them during the voyage. However, there is a climate problem where it's difficult for them to sail in the New World, especially those who have no experience. Besides, they also don't have a signpost to come to our kingdom. Ars paused and continued. I currently want to propagate the points possessed by me to call Alkiora to come to this world. At this time Hashirama had attracted too much attention. At the very least, there should be one other than Hashirama who is in charge of assisting in bringing King Cobra and others to came to this kingdom. It is not always Hashirama who performs this task. In addition, the department to be led by Hashirama will be built soon. The focus will soon be focused there. I think so too. Kajin nodded. I have no problem with this. My suggestion, however, is that we should get the delay. As for residents' homes, don't delay their homes. I see they currently have joyful emotions and are also excited about work. If this feeling is disturbed, their work will also be disrupted and it will only hinder the current work. Don't worry. I know this and I have no plans to do any delays to their homes. At least, only our house will have a delay. Well, in that case, I'm leaving first. I'm going back to work. Ars nodded and looked at Kajin who left his study. Ars breathed a sigh of relief and then continued the work he currently had. Chapter 142, Return and Proposal Submission. How are you guys going? It's fun? Ars asked Hashirama, Juichiru, and Rayleigh, who had now returned from their adventurers because the time was now in the afternoon. They also need to prepare themselves to participate in meetings that will be held for a short time at night. This adventure is very exciting, Your Majesty, Juichiru said with a grin. I hope to get more opportunities in the future. Think about your task first before thinking about it, Ars said calmly. At this time you have earned your vacation rations. Later the three of them will get it first before you get back your vacation rations. He. No problem. Juichiru grinned. Your Excellency, Hashirama suddenly called. Isn't it a problem to announce the recruitment for my department? Don't worry. Ars shook his head. It's just as a notice. It also boosts everyone's morale. So that when you start recruiting later, it will not be difficult to get your troops because every one of them has prepared themselves. Although later what we will recruit will be children. Ars paused and continued. How is the development for the construction of your territory? It's done? Or is it still a work in progress? I still haven't gotten the report from my clone. Hashirama shook his head. I think they still need to build my territory at this time and it is likely to be completed tomorrow. So Ars nodded. What about your discussion with Kaguya? Kaguya disagrees with the expenditure of funds for the purchase of 300 units of furniture and home appliances, Hashirama said with a frown. He doesn't agree? Ars asked strangely. Hashirama nodded and said, Kaguya said this request of mine is unreasonable. Also, Kaguya told me to have another conversation with you regarding how much money I spent. Hashirama paused and continued. Kaguya also added that it is more for me to build a little house first by arranging the number of houses built in the amount of how many troops will be recruited by me so as not to make a lot of disbursements in the funds we have. Ars thought for a while and said, the words said by Kaguya has some truth. Ars nodded. Later, when picking up the family members of the construction workers who have got a house, we will also later recruit the workers there, where the workers will later be assigned to do the construction of houses in your area. Ours paused. If we immediately spend a large number of funds to buy furniture, which will not be used later, we're just wasting the funds we have. Oh, yes, Your Majesty. Regarding the issue of recruitment later, Hashirama grinned. I would like to ask for additional personnel in addition? Ars asked, raising his forehead. The reason? Hee. Hashirama smiled and looked at Rayleigh, who was looking at him sullenly. Does this have anything to do with you, Rayleigh? Ars asked strangely. Unfortunately, yes. Rayleigh nodded with a sigh. Hashirama has a plan to arrange his training plan to give to me. Everyone who is successfully recruited by him will later get physical training and also spiritual energy control training from me before I can get chakra training. What do you think, Your Majesty? My idea is pretty brilliant, isn't it? Hashirama asked excitedly. We will recruit children who are 12 years old and below. This age is the most suitable age to improve the foundation of physical strength they have. As long as they have a solid foundation for their physical fitness, it will be very easy for them to learn how to use chakras. Moreover, the stronger their physical fitness, the more chakras they have. Ars thought for a while and nodded. I don't think this is a bad idea. Rayleigh's face was instantly tired of hearing this, knowing he would get a lot of work from now on. Well, how much do you want to recruit, Hashirama? Ars asked. 100 people. No. Rayleigh immediately cut it off. 100 people are too many, Hashirama, Rayleigh said seriously. It's hard to be able to teach 100 people directly, especially since we also need to supervise their training to be able to get the best results. In addition, I also want to use the gravity room to train them. If we recruit 100 people directly, the gravity room will not be enough to accommodate the whole of them. I also agree with this. Juicheru nodded. 100 people are too many, Hashirama. Especially Rin will also later recruit for his department. In addition, there will also be recruits for new construction workers. The workload we will bear is getting higher and higher if you recruit 100 people under your army. 100 people are too many, Hashirama, Ars said calmly. The maximum 25 you can recruit at the moment. It can't be more and it can't be less. Rin wants to recruit as many as 50 people. While the plan is for the recruitment of construction workers, there is a possibility that as many as 50 to 100 people will be recruited. More than 25 people can't be borne by us anymore. Yes, all right. I'll accept that. Hashirama nodded and felt like he had no problem with it, while Rayleigh was very happy to hear this because he didn't need to teach so many people at once. By the way, Your Majesty, what about readiness of Rin? Has he successfully taken care of the matter of the funds to be used tomorrow? Already. Ars nodded. Some time ago, Kaguya and Rin had come to confirm this matter. Rin is currently already holding the funds to be used on the trip tomorrow. You can take the funds that belong to you to Kaguya. He was the one holding it at this time. Also, you can tell Kaguya about the number of people you will recruit and you calculate the funds used to equip one house that will later be used by your troops. Then ask Kaguya about it. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Your Majesty, Juicheru suddenly called out, I have a proposal to put forward. Please. Ars nodded. I want Your Majesty to be able to consider opening a restaurant in several places, Juicheru said calmly. Opening a restaurant? Ars asked puzzledly. Yes. Rayleigh nodded. Your Majesty, there are many people who want to try the cuisine of our kingdom, especially at the time when they saw the live broadcast of the previous Octagon meeting. At the meeting, it was seen that all the leaders except you were very excited at the time of being given the dishes made by Jin. This caused them to want to be able to try the dish. Rayleigh paused and continued. The Whitebeard pirate group also put forward this proposal. Whitebeard's group? What proposal did they put forward? They want to if until this proposal we offer is approved by you. They hope that we can open a restaurant in their fiefdom, Hashirama said calmly. Whitebeard also guarantees that it will help us in building a restaurant that will be used as long as we want to do it. Hashirama paused and continued. In addition, I have also made some agreements with them. The agreement contained all members of the Whitebeard pirate group being able to eat freely, and for the issue of payment, they will pay for it in one payment. This is because some members of their pirates rarely pay at the time of eating. I see. Ars nodded and thought for a while. Your Majesty, I think this idea is a very good idea for us to implement, Juicheru said. In addition to being able to give us a large number of benefits, we can also introduce a variety of dishes that will later be traded in restaurants that will later open in this kingdom. It will also further increase the interest of the citizens to come to our kingdom. It's almost like an introduction to the culture, is it? Ars murmured then nodded. This idea is very good. I agree to it. Really? The three of them were very surprised to hear this. Of course. Ars nodded. This idea is very good. We can increase the popularity of our kingdom through food. That is a good thing. However, Ars paused and continued, we need to wait for each of them to come and discuss one by one with them. As long as anyone is willing to do it. This idea can be carried out. Isn't there any news from them yet? Rayleigh asked with interest. At the moment it's only Soma and Irina who gave me the news, Ars said calmly. They are currently already on their way and are likely to arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Soma? Juichiru was shocked by this information. Why are you surprised, Juichiru? Rayleigh asked strangely. Soma is a family of Juichiru, Rayleigh Hashirama said calmly. Of course, he will be surprised by this information. Your family? Rayleigh asked strangely. How can you not get news from him even though he is your family? Ha ha ha, Juichiru laughed embarrassedly. We've been apart for quite a while and therefore we don't have any contact with each other. That's how it is. Ars nodded. Soma and Alice are currently already on their way here and they will likely arrive if not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow they will arrive here. By the time they arrive, I will try to have a conversation with the two by asking about their opinions regarding the opening of the restaurant. Rayleigh nodded. Well, is there anything else you guys want to talk to me about? Ars asked back calmly. Nothing. Hashirama shook his head and stared at Rayleigh and Juichiru who were both shaking their head. Okay. You can go back and prepare yourself to attend the meeting that will be held for a while. Oh, yes. At this time King Prudence, Dagama, and also Commander Bell would come to dinner with us for a while. Please be polite to them. King of Prudence? Did he come to want to deliver our order? Order? Rayleigh asked puzzledly. Our empire has just ordered a ready-to-use milk bottle to the Kingdom of Prudence with a total purchase of 100 million. It should have been ready to be delivered on February 26. The purpose of coming from King Prudence here was not to deliver our order, Ars said. The arrival of King Prudence to our kingdom was because he escorted Commander Bell to come to our kingdom. I see. Hashirama nodded. I think he came here wanting to deliver our order. It surprised me to be able to complete that booking so quickly. Ars smiled and continued. Well, just remember what I said just now. You guys can go back. Oh, for Juichiru's stay. I have some things to talk to him about. Hashirama and Rayleigh nodded and immediately left the room while only telling Juichiru there. Ars, is it true? Is it true that you will call Soma soon? Juichiru asked excitedly. The current time is not planned, Ars said. However, the proposal submitted by you guys is very good. This is what caused me to advance his calling. I see. Juichiru nodded. Wait a minute. I'll call Nakamura to come over. Nakamura? Juichiru asked in confusion. Nakamura is the biological father of Irina. The two are related and know each other. Isn't it natural to tell Nakamura about Irina's coming to this world? Ah, I see. Juichiru nodded. Ars immediately picked up his denden mushi and contacted Nakamura. It didn't take long for the communication connection to be directly connected. Hello, Nakamura is here. It's me, Ars. What's the matter? Come to my room. I have something to talk about. Have something to talk about? Well, I'll be there soon. The direct communication connection closed again. Ars and Juichiru waited for a while for Nakamura to arrive just minutes later. Juichiru-senpai? Nakamura is surprised by Juichiru's presence there. Yo, Nakamura. Juichiru greeted with a smile. How is today's work? Going well? As always. Quite a lot of work because of your absence. Nakamura smiled. How is your cooking match? Win? Of course, Juichiru grinned. Do you think I will lose? He. Make no mistake, Juichiru-senpai. Who thinks you're going to lose? I know you will win that game. Nakamura's gaze then stared at Ars. What's the matter? You call me, Ars. Your daughter will be called by me soon. My daughter? What is Irina? Nakamura asked with surprise. Yes, Ars nodded. In addition to Alice, I will also call Soma. Soma? Isn't that your son, Juichiru-senpai? Nakamura, who had returned to calm at this time, asked. Sure. Juichiru nodded vigorously. This summoning plan itself was made suddenly because of the proposals put forward by Hashirama and others' earlier proposal. Nakamura asked. Ars immediately explained the proposal put forward by Hashirama and others. I see. It is indeed an interesting idea to introduce the dishes owned by our kingdom. Nakamura nodded. Have you determined where to put them? And also, are they the only ones who will later be summoned? The placement has not yet been determined. Ars shook his head. I will wait for them to come over in advance to talk about this. No, there will be more later. But, for the time being, it is not yet certain when they will be summoned. I see. Nakamura nodded. I called you two here because you wanted you two to be able to behave like a family, or in quotes to act like brothers at the time your two children came, Ars said calmly. Your current appearance will be the same as the appearance of the upcoming Soma and Irina. It would be strange if you publicized your relationship as father and son. Many people are suspicious, especially Rayleigh and others. Therefore, I hope you can act like brothers if you are in public while only being with us, or if you are alone. You can act like a parent and a child. I see. I'll do it. Juichiru nodded. Well, to act like that is pretty easy. Because since the previous world, My relationship with Soma has almost been like not a parent and child but rather like a friend. I need to ask him to change the way of calling me later. I'll do it. Nakamura nodded, although I am easy to do it. I think Arena would be hard to do that. No problem. Mars nodded. Arena won't be here for too long either, as long as she accepts the urge to open a restaurant outside. At that time, you two can try to build a relationship like brothers through communication connections. I understand. Nakamura nodded. Okay, our side, that's all I want to say. You guys can go back. Oh, yes. Juichiro, please go directly to the kitchen and help Nakamura and others to prepare dinner dishes. He. Ready to be implemented. Juichiro grinned then stared at Nakamura. Let's go, Nakamura. Fine, Juichiro-senpai. Nakamura nodded. How about for a while after the meeting is over? Senpai tells the game in advance. Oh? Are you interested in hearing it? Well, I'll do it. We're talking in the game room. OKRs shook his head looking at the familiarity of the two people. I think I should also go back quickly to prepare myself. I also still need to arrange various issues for the meeting later. Ars muttered and immediately left his study. Chapter 143, The Talks of the Top Brass of the Fortis Kingdom. Before the meeting began, some time passed. The predetermined time has finally arrived. This time is the time for the top officials of the Fortis Kingdom to hold a meeting to discuss the issue of reconstruction of the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta. This meeting is different from previous meetings because not only the main officials who were present at the meeting this time but Nico Robin, Silverele, and also Shaki participated in this meeting. Their participation in this meeting was to provide advice and input because they also knew Alabasta more than the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. At this time, all the top brass of the Fortis Kingdom have gathered in the meeting room with every seat to be occupied. There are already snacks that have been prepared because the meeting that will be held tonight is likely to last for quite a long time. For the bigwigs not to sleep in meetings, enough food has been prepared that can be eaten if they want to eat it. How is your work today? Ishiki asked with a smile at Ikumi and Yoshino. There is not much to do today besides guarding the cows, feeding the cows, and also squeezing the milk owned by the cows. Ikumi replied calmly. Milk? Nezuko asked, have the cows started providing milk? Of course, Yoshino nodded vigorously. The milk produced by the cows we get is also very much from every cow. So much? Ina asked with interest. How much milk does each cow produce? And where do you guys keep those milk? Each cow has at least managed to produce as much as 45 liters of milk, Ikumi explained calmly. Currently, only 100 cows have started to produce milk while the other 200 cows are still not. But it is estimated that tomorrow the cows will start to produce milk that can be consumed 45 liters? Megumi was surprised to hear this. Didn't it mean Ito 4,500 liters? Ishiki answered him calmly. That's right, 4,500 liters. Megumi immediately connected. That's a lot. How can you guys hold so much milk? That's still a small amount, Yoshino replied. The milk storage area we have, which is currently connected to a machine that helps in the absorption of milk, can hold a large amount of milk. Ito. At least. How much can it accommodate, Ikumi? Ikumi sighed. It can hold as much as 50,000 liters of milk for each storage barrel. Ikumi paused for a while and continued. Currently our department has 2 storage barrels which can store 100,000 liters of milk. At least, for now, the milk produced by the cows can be stored in the storage barrel until the place to store it arrives. A cow that can already produce milk is at least 2 years old, isn't it? Ina asked calmly. Doesn't it mean that these cows can now be mated? Don't you guys have any plans to do it yet? The plan to be mated is already in place, Ikumi nodded. At present, it is still in the process of selection and also installation. It will take at least 1 week from now before it can be implemented. Is it that by the time the cows are mated, they can still produce milk? Nezuko asked in confusion. Of course, Yoshino nodded vigorously. Cows will have no obstacles in producing milk even if they are pregnant with babies. That's what makes them pretty special animals. Ishiki Ikumi suddenly called. Later when you have started harvesting, I hope you don't throw away the rice straw. That part will later be used as feed for cows. The nutrients of the rice plant, especially the hay part, are great for cows. I don't want you to throw it away when you can successfully harvest years of rice. Take it easy, Ishiki replied. I have also been told this by Your Majesty. I won't throw it away and will directly store it in the storage warehouse for you guys to use. That's good, Ikumi nodded. When will the rice start harvesting, Ishiki? Yoshino asked with interest. According to the estimated possibility that the first harvest will fall in April, Ishiki replied. However, I am also still not sure when the rice will be ready to be harvested. It's also likely to be the next month. But, I hope that I can harvest soon so that my part has begun to be able to produce something. Have you guys determined what the price is for the sale of rice? Ikumi asked. Sure, Ina nodded. I think you two already know about price sharing too, don't you? Yes. The price for the empire that builds cooperation with the one that is not, more specifically the sale of the market to the general public. Ikumi nodded. For the rice itself, after having talks with your majesty, the base selling price is 600 berries for each kilogram. As for the market price itself, we will take 700 berries for each kilogram, Ina replied calmly. What is the general market price? Ikumi asked back. About 750 berries to 850 berries. It depends on the location, Ina replied. So Ikumi nodded. That price is pretty good, and also by selling it cheaply, our goods will be sold very easily. What about you guys, Ikumi, Yoshino? Megumi asked. What is the set price for cow's milk? The cost of goods for each liter of cow's milk is set at 200 berries. As for the market price, it will be priced at 250 berries, Ikumi replied. The general market price itself is at the price of 300 berries and can increase up to 350 berries depending on the location. Is the same as your case? I don't think it's just our case that's like that, Nezuko said, but every region where if the goods are a step, the price will also rise quite high. They all nodded. What about the price of meat? Have you guys determined the price for beef? Ishiki asked. Sure, Yoshino nodded. We set the price for every 100 grams, which for the cost of goods is 900 berries, while for the market price it is about 1,100 berries. The talks conducted by the top brass of the Department of Animal Husbandry and the Ministry of Agriculture continued. While the bigwigs of the two departments were talking, the bigwigs of the Finance Department and the Intelligence Department were also currently in talks. You won't refuse this request for funds anymore, will you? Hashirama asked with a grin. At least you are currently applying for funds with common sense, Hashirama, Kaguya said calmly. Before that, who exactly gave you this idea? Is this your idea? Or an idea from someone else? This is the idea of your majesty, Your Majesty? Kaguya asked with a weird face. Are you serious? I'm not kidding, Hashirama said, raising both hands. Your Excellency said it to me. Your Majesty said that I can build a house in my territory according to the number of members who will later be recruited by my department and then apply to you for funds to buy the facilities. Kaguya immediately looked at Hashirama strangely. Why with that look of yours? Is there anything strange? Of course, stupid, Kaguya sighed. Your Majesty only asked you to build a house according to the number of your members. But he doesn't ask you to apply for such a large amount of funds. Hashirama instantly fell silent at this. Is that right? Ha ha ha. I guess I'm the wrong one, at least before you do anything, especially regarding the funding request. Think about it carefully, Hashirama. Lest your actions will only harm the kingdom. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Hashirama said with an embarrassed smile. I will pay attention to it from now on. Well, now it's not a problem with my application for funds, right? Alright. You calculate how much funds are needed and then apply them to me. Later I will prepare everything. Awesome, Hashirama said excitedly. I will do it immediately after this meeting. How are you preparing for tomorrow, Rin? Loomana asked calmly. Everything is ready, Rin said. It's just necessary to go and start doing recruitment tomorrow. By the way, you will come with us, aren't you? Sure, Loomana nodded. We will carry out activities in other kingdoms. Although the Protence Empire has established a cooperative relationship with us. Still, surely I have to be there. I see. Rin nodded and continued. By the way, you are quite awesome at building this reconstruction proposal to the point of being accepted by the Alabasta Kingdom side. If this activity goes smoothly, at least every month there will be a fund of 10 to 20 billion berries that goes into our royal fund through their kingdom. You don't need to praise me, Loomana smiled. I only developed an idea built by your majesty before related to his desire to establish a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Alabasta. You don't have to feel so inferior, Rin said. Oh, yes. By the way, where is the fool? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Rin asked strangely as she looked around him. I'm also quite curious. Where is your majesty? Loomana asked in confusion. Usually if we've gotten together, he's also come. Did the fool forget this meeting? Rin asked with an annoyed face. I don't think that's possible, Rin. Loomana shook her head. There must be something to be done by her at this time. Because your majesty can't forget this important meeting. Likely, at this time he is still talking to King Protence, since King Protence is also right here. HMPH. Rin sniffed. Just look at it. If it comes to the fool forgetting about this meeting. Just wait, he won't let me sleep in his house tonight. You don't need to be so, Robin, Sheena said with a gentle smile. This meeting itself is just like a meeting in general. There is nothing you need to worry about. Although you said this, Sheena, Robin sighed. However, at this time I am around a very influential person in this world. How could it be possible not to feel nervous? Most important. I'm afraid I can't contribute to this meeting. Don't be afraid. We won't laugh at you or do anything if you do the wrong thing. All you need to do is be yourself and do the best you can. We will of course still appreciate it even if you are wrong. Robin took a deep breath, then her previous nervous feeling calmed down. Thank you for your help, Sheena. That's very helpful. You're welcome, Sheena smiled. It's hard to believe that I can participate in such an important meeting, Shaki exclaimed calmly, looking at the entire Fortis Empire bigwigs who were currently talking to each other. Every one of them has the ability and also the skills that are superior in their field. This kingdom will become a very terrifying empire in the future. Don't it be in the future, Rayleigh said, just at this time, at the time of the development period. This empire is already the #1 empire in this world, let alone in the future. I believe that none of the groups dare to do anything against this kingdom. I think so too, Shaki nodded. By the way, how was your trip just now? Ha 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 ha. The trip was very interesting, Rayleigh said excitedly. I met a lot of old friends there. A lot? Isn't it just Whitebeard who is there? Shaki asked, raising her forehead. No, Rayleigh shook his head. In addition to Newgate, there are also others. Garp was there too. Garp? Shaki asked with a weird face. How could he be there? Didn't Whitebeard drive him away? How could Whitebeard drive him away? While Garp made a reasonable excuse by making Ace the reason, Rayleigh said casually. Ace as the reason? Ah, I see. Ace is Garp's grandson. Although it's just an adopted grandson. However, that's enough, Shaki said calmly, but it's quite funny to think a Navy is partying with you guys with Garp, who has a very high status. Doesn't the old man pay attention to his image? We're talking about Garp here, Rayleigh said. The old man wouldn't pay attention to such stupid things. Simultaneously, footsteps were walking inside the meeting room. Aha, I'm sorry for being late. You are so late, Your Majesty, Ren said sullenly, hugging her arms in both arms. It's rare for you to make such an action, Your Majesty, Jin said calmly. Is there something going on? No, Ars waved his hand casually. At the time of coming here, I happened to meet the King of Protence and also Dagama. We engaged in several conversations at that time to the point of forgetting the time. I apologize once again for keeping you guys waiting. No need to worry, Your Majesty, Kaguya said calmly. We haven't waited too long either and also happen to be able to get time to have some talks with others. Really? Ars asked, raising his forehead. Everyone nodded. They respect him, Shaki muttered softly. He is a king worthy of respect, Shaki, Rayleigh said calmly. The way he interacts with his subordinates is not like the interaction between superiors and subordinates. Their interaction was almost like a friendship. I'm sure if it weren't for the status issues they had or the hours worked. If they are involved in talks or are making time together, they're going to be like a friend. Shaki stared closely at the Ars who was in front of the stage. I think so too. Well, in that case, please take your place. Tonight's talk will be quite long and I hope every one of you has prepared enough energy. Ars said, there is enough food that has been prepared. Anyone who wants to eat in this meeting is being siphoned off. However, please do not sleep. If you are already sleepy, please volunteer. I'm not going to make a big deal out of that. We get it, everyone nodded. Although they say so. However, they naturally did not dare to do so. Although Ars allowed it. Because it concerns the self-esteem they have. Especially for people with high self-esteem like Kojiro, who is unlikely he will do so. Because he knows, as long as he does this, a full mockery of Juichiru was already waiting for him. Everyone directly took their seats. All of them went to their respective positions that they usually occupy. As for Rayleigh and Shaki, the two sat in a seat close to Hashirama while for Robin to be beside Sheena. Alright. Because everything is present and ready. Let's start a meeting to discuss the reconstruction plan of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Chapter 144, the Alabasta Empire's Territorial Reconstruction Plan meeting begins. At the moment when Ars opened the meeting, the atmosphere that had been full of playfulness immediately turned serious. This is also felt by Rayleigh, Shaki, and Robin when the three of them are joining a meeting for the first time in this kingdom. Ars, who was currently in the chair of the leader of the battle room, immediately pressed a button on his workbench, and instantly a projector emerged from the ceiling of the meeting room along with a white screen behind Ars' desk. The projector instantly activated and then showed a complete map picture of the Kingdom of Alabasta. As you already know, our kingdom has successfully established a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ars said, in addition to the cooperative relationship, we also managed to build an agreement to help their kingdoms carry out reconstructions for the territories they owned in exchange for our kingdoms to later get an income of 10% of the income that the kingdom gets every year. In this meeting, we will discuss the issue of reconstruction for the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta before entering the discussion stage regarding reconstruction. We will describe a little elaboration of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ars's gaze went straight to Robin. Robin, can you help us understand the conditions that are there? Robin, use the microphone in front of you to speak. Just press the button next to the microphone to activate it. As for disabling it again, just press it back, Sheena whispered. Thank you. Robin nodded and immediately did the thing said by Sheena. The microphone had been activated, then Robin started talking, which got the attention of everyone who was there. I think almost everyone here already knows about the Kingdom of Alabasta. Robin immediately opened the voice. The Kingdom of Alabasta itself is an empire whose location is in the territory of the Grand Line, more precisely in the middle of the Grand Line area. The Kingdom of Alabasta is a very famous kingdom for its vast territory, where the entire territory is covered with deserts. This is also why in the Kingdom of Alabasta it is very rare to be found rivers and lakes. Meanwhile, the rainfall from this kingdom is also very bad. Every year, usually rain will only fall as much as 3 to 4 times, and in recent years, especially since crocodiles' arrival there, rainfall in the kingdom has begun to decrease, which causes the Kingdom of Alabasta to experience very severe drought and has to rely on the purchase of water from outside the island to meet their needs. There is also a factor of lack of need for food. However, this case itself is rare. The most common case that has occurred in the Kingdom of Alabasta today is the lack of water supply, which itself is the most difficult thing to find there. Thank you for the elaboration on the situation. Ars nodded. Loelmina suddenly activated her microphone and it attracted the attention of everyone there. The Kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom located in the Grand Line region. In addition to having extreme weather conditions such as a long summer with low rainfall, are there any other conditions? I think I can answer this question. Shaki suddenly spoke. The Grand Line and the New World are 2 ocean regions that are famous for their extremely extreme natural conditions. The territory of its oceans often has erratic natural conditions. At any time there can be unpredictable temperature changes. It could be that it is currently in a summer state, or it could be that a second later it turns into winter. However, this usually only happens to the ocean regions. As for the island itself, each island has its natural conditions, or it can be said that it is a unique form of the island, and since it is a unique form of the island, it is difficult to change it. Shaki paused and continued. For example, the Kingdom of Alabasta has a long summer with low rainfall. The weather is a unique form of the island. There is also Drum Island, which was previously raised by His Majesty in the live broadcast last afternoon. This island is famous for its snowy season conditions that will not stop and will always get the season every year. Nonetheless, Rin said, climate change can be done. The long summer experienced by the Kingdom of Alabasta at this time was due to the turbidity that existed in the kingdom. If we can come up with something that can eliminate the drought that exists in the region and then bring up the humidity in the region, a climate change can occur where the climate of the region that should always be able to experience summer can turn into a change of seasons every year. Bringing up moisture can be done by planting forests. Sheena suddenly walked in. A forest is something that can increase the humidity of an area. The trees themselves have a very large function in the life of mankind. Because the tree helps produce oxygen which we breathe every day. By planting a lot of trees, it will be able to bring out the moisture we are currently looking for. The more trees there are, the more humid the area will be, which can help change the climate change of an area. That's why this meeting was held, to help construct the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta, which currently has a dry climate. We should be able to change the territory, Ars said calmly while looking back at Robin. Robin, on this map of the Kingdom of Alabasta, the Kingdom of Alabasta is separated by a strait. I want to know, what is the height of the land on the periphery of the strait? Then are there other factors that are likely to occur there? Just like the waves in the territory are high and so on? In that area, it is very rare or even possible that there has never been an incident where the waves are high in the area. However, in the case of the waves themselves, the area does have waves, but the waves produced are very short. Compared to saying it as a wave, maybe we can say it as a wave. Meanwhile, for the land area in the strait is not too high because they are directly in contact with the ocean at the end of the land. Is there no cliff there? Ars asked back. Nothing. Robin shook his head. Every end of the mainland of the Kingdom of Alabasta is not a cliff. Every end of the land in the Kingdom of Alabasta is flat land where they come into direct contact with seawater. Your Majesty, Garm suddenly called. Do you have any plans to establish a link between the two islands? Sure. Ars nodded. The two islands are the territories belonging to the Kingdom of Alabasta. Traveling by boat will only take a long time because they have to raise goods on the boat and also wait for the wind to help them move the boat. In addition, the ocean also has many erratic factors. It is safer to travel using a bridge than to use the ocean if we want to build a bridge to connect the two islands. Kajun suddenly said, we also have to pay attention to the factor of how far the distance between the two islands is. The farther the distance between the two islands, the more we also have to pay attention to how big the bridge should be built. For example, the distance between the two islands is quite far and then we build a bridge that changes slightly, which will only result in an imbalance in terms of construction. We also have to consider the issue of building a bridge foundation that will later be plugged under the sea. Then the problem of the materials used for the construction of the bridge. We also have to choose materials with a high degree of density. I agree with Kajin mainly for his last sentence, Ishiki suddenly said, regarding the issue of selecting these materials. We have to choose a strong material for the construction of the bridge. Especially later we will turn the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta, which was previously a desert, into a forest, where later the region will experience climate change that was previously dry to slow down, and the seasons will also begin to change, which previously only summer would turn into a change between summer and rainy season. Currently, the strait area is still in a state of calm because the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta is very rare for rain. Meanwhile, if there has begun to be a change in the season where the Kingdom of Alabasta will experience a rainy season, the ocean area, especially the strait area, will not be calm again. Large waves will probably be able to occur even to the point of a storm. This is not impossible to happen. It's intense. Rayleigh muttered softly. Shaki nodded in agreement with Rayleigh's words. Although both of them could already feel it by the time Ars opened the meeting, this meeting was going to be very intense. However, it is different from feeling it directly. Your Majesty, have you considered the use of materials for the construction of the bridge? Ina asked. Ars nodded and looked at Hashirama. Can you do it? Me? Hashirama asked, pointing at himself. Yes. Ars nodded. Because of the distance factor, that maybe the distance between the islands is very far. It will require huge funds along with a long working time to build a bridge using hard materials which are done by ordinary humans. However, it is different for you. You have the strength and it's pretty easy for you to do it. It's just that, I want to know. Can your wood withstand a strong blow like a storm or something else? About it, Hashirama nodded. The wood created by myself depends on how much chakra is used by me in making it. The more chakra used by me to build the wood, the harder the wood will be. Regarding the issue of storms and others, I think that's pretty easy to overcome. The problem of material selection and also work has been obtained. Only left, we have to know what the distance between the two islands is. This is to be able to tell how big the bridge should be built. The farther the distance, the bigger the bridge must be built so that the foundation can be well solid, Dord said seriously. Ars nodded and looked at Robin. Robin, this may be a question that is quite difficult for you to answer. However, you can estimate the distance between the two islands. What do you think is the distance between the two islands separated by a strait? How far is it? Robin muttered as she closed his eyes, thinking, that's about 8 to 10 kilometers. Ars nodded and looked at Kajin and others. What do you guys think of this distance? Is it still safe to build a bridge to connect the two regions? The construction of the bridge can be done how far the distance is, it's just that what needs to be considered is the problem of the construction of the building, Kajin said seriously. If we want to build a bridge with such a long distance, at least the bridge to be built by us has a wide size and also has a solid reconstruction. The bridge that will later be plugged into the bottom of the ocean must also be large to be able to withstand the storm. Then, building the bridge must also have a high foundation, especially to avoid storm problems that may occur. With a storm, the sea bubbling will be high, and if the bridge is built at a height close to the water level, the gambling will be able to destroy the bridge. Although we built a very solid foundation. However, if the gambling that hits the foundation is mainly large-sized, the bridge can be destroyed easily. In that case, we just build a bridge where the height is the optimum height where the ocean waves are difficult to reach, Jin said. In addition, we have to pay attention to the factor of ships that will pass through the territory. If we build a bridge with a short height, the strait area will not be able to be used for ships to pass through. Just use a height of 100 meters above the water level, Kojiro added. Warships, or for a moment ordinary ships, usually have a height that only reaches 40 to 50 meters, and even then it has been calculated by the height of the flagpole where the object is the object with the highest size on the ship. By building a bridge that has a height of 100 meters above the water level, the area will still be able to be used for ships to pass even though a bridge has been built there. If we want to build a bridge of such a height, Yakami said, at least, we also have to vacate the area that will later be used as the place where the bridge was originally built. Because we also had to build an uphill area to help the residents easily pass the bridge. At the very least, the area must be vacated with a distance of 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. Ars nodded and looked in the direction Kajin and others came back. What do you guys think? It's not a bad idea, Kajin nodded seriously. However, compared to emptying the territory for 1 to 2 kilometers, we empty the area up to 3 to 4 kilometers as security. So that if at any time we have a miscalculation, we still have territory that can be used as a reserve. Ars nodded and glanced at everyone, regarding the issue of building a bridge to connect the two islands. I don't think anyone disagrees with this idea, right? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that everyone agreed, and also they knew the benefits of building this bridge, which would further improve access between the islands. Ars's gaze went straight to Hashirama. You can do it, can't you? Don't worry, it's easy for me. You can count on me, Hashirama said with a smile. Chapter 145, Intense Meetings. If we want to build a bridge connecting the two islands, of course, We have to pay attention to the size factor of the width of the bridge. Ekami suddenly spoke. The kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom built on a vast desert. Unlike other kingdoms which were built in fertile areas and also full of plants, the kingdom of Alabasta was built in the territory already to leave a trace. Because at any time there is a possibility that such traces will be erased by the sand. With the construction of this bridge, we can also consider building a road connecting each place, Your Majesty. For example, the main road that connects the Alurvana area and also Nanohana. Of course, I believe that there is no main road to the two places that can help someone cross the place. Is that right, Robin? Sheena asked curiously. Robin nodded, as Miss Ikami said. The territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta is a desert area and it is difficult to be able to leave a single trace because it will be directly ingested by the sand. So far, there is nothing that can be called the main road there and residents can only use natural directions as well as the sun to know the location of the existence of a city. If we want to carry out the construction of the main road in the Kingdom of Alabasta that will be used as a means of pointing, Myard suddenly said, we can set the size of the width of the main road to the size of the bridge that will later be built by us. With the vastness of the territory owned by the Kingdom of Alabasta, I don't think it's a problem to do the construction of the main road with a wide size. Wide roads will also make it easier for them to do transportation without fear of queues or other obstacles. The idea for the construction of this main road is indeed very good. Kage nodded. However, will we consider the materials for the construction of the North Road? Is it possible to use the concept we have using paving blocks? If you use these materials, I think it will be difficult for the Kingdom of Alabasta to be able to do it, especially those who currently have financial constraints on the finances they have. We don't need to use paving blocks. Hashirama suddenly spoke up. We can use our means. The first time the construction of this empire begins, everyone's gaze fell directly on Hashirama. Compared to using paving blocks, which will make the Kingdom of Alabasta have to spend a lot of money, we can make a road barrier only in the area where the main road will be built. Regarding the issue of the limiter, it can be left to me. I can build a barrier with a height of 1 meter on the periphery of the area where the main road will be built later. It can also become a basic concept for the construction of the main road for the Kingdom of Alabasta. As long as the Kingdom of Alabasta wants to improve its main road, it can later upgrade the main road using paving blocks at a time when the kingdom has restored its financial condition. Meanwhile, if they don't, they just need to pay attention and also bid on the periphery of the roadblock. Hashirama paused and continued, after all, later the kingdom will be converted into a forest. The case previously described by Robin regarding removing traces that had been left behind will begin to disappear and the main road built before will be able to be maintained as long as they take care of it. Everyone instantly fell silent at this. Well, you rarely have something good to say, Hashirama, Rin said in a tone full of surprise. That's right, Juichiru nodded. It's rare that your brain is in an active state. Hashirama, shouldn't you be the one looking at you, Juichiru? Kojiru asked sarcastically, almost during this meeting. You never put out your ideas. How can I come up with my idea? I'm quite exhausted today because there's a lot of work to do, Juichiru said in a resigned tone when only got a basic look at a few people. This idea, which was built using the basic idea presented by Ikami, is really good, and also I have thought about this before. I also agree and support this idea given by Hashirama. Although we will help carry out the territorial reconstruction of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Don't all of us have to do it? We just need to build the facility and let them develop it ourselves, Ars said calmly. If we do it all, it will be bad for them later. Later they will become lazy. A person's ability to think at that lazy moment is a bad thing, and that is something bad. Everyone nodded in agreement with this. Okay, I think the idea regarding the issue of main road construction uses the concept given by Hashirama. No one opposes it, right? Or, does anyone have an even better idea or maybe an addition? You'd better write down all the things that happened in this meeting, Your Excellency, Loelmina suddenly said with a smile. Moreover, there are a lot of things to be discussed in this meeting and it is afraid that after this meeting is over, we will forget all the things that happened at this time. Don't forget, every one of us has a lot of work to do every day. Even the work we had, it could have been, was forgotten by us on the spot. I think so too, Ars nodded. Just let me take note of it, Your Majesty, Sheena said. I can do it please, Ars nodded. The look in Ars' eyes then returned to everyone. The discussion on the issue of building bridges and also the main road is over. Now it's about the issue of territorial reconstruction. Regarding the issue of territorial reconstruction, Megumi suddenly spoke a little nervously. I think it's better for us not to turn the entire desert area into a forest, Your Majesty. We can defend some desert areas for other uses. That's right, Ina nodded. We can tell at least 1/8 or 1/6 of the desert territory to be used in other conditions, as well as to be used as a place to live for desert animals and also other uses. If you turn the entire desert area into a forest area, Many animals whose habitat was previously desert will experience depression due to sudden changes that allow them to die. I agree with this idea, Yoshino nodded. We can't let many animals that die, especially those animals that have a small population number, die because it will only cause extinction. We can implement this idea. Your Excellency, Jin also agreed with the idea. In addition to the territory, it can later be used as a habitat for native animals of the desert. We can also consider the area to be used as a place for the construction of power plants. I don't think the Kingdom of Alabasta has electricity at all, right? Is that right, Robin? Ars asked calmly. Naturally, Your Majesty. Robin nodded. The electricity used by the Kingdom of Alabasta today is mainly for the royal palace, and also the casino previously used by Crocodile only uses battery alone as the electricity supply material. The Kingdom of Alabasta did not have a place that could help them to supply electricity willingness. The absence of electricity willingness. Ars murmured, and his gaze stared at Shaki. Shaki, do the kingdoms in the territory around the Kingdom of Alabasta also have the same conditions? Shaki was quite surprised by this question and immediately answered it. In the case of electricity, most of the existing residences in the area around the Kingdom of Alabasta do not have power plants. Usually, they only use incandescent lamps or various other alternatives such as battery. I think this is an opportunity for the Kingdom of Alabasta, Your Majesty, Loelmina said. The Kingdom of Alabasta can use this opportunity to be able to generate income for their kingdom. The Kingdom of Alabasta has a relatively good intensity of sunlight, and the wind in the desert also often blows strongly every time. The Kingdom of Alabasta has a great many alternative options for their kingdom in terms of the selection of power plant construction. We can also add a gas power plant, Loa, Rin said. The Kingdom of Alabasta is an empire that has not been able to identify the natural resources they fully own that are located within their territory. It may be that their kingdom has a very generous gas supply, which through that amount of level gas, they can use it into electricity. I think so too, Loelman nodded. Nonetheless, they must also have a device that can support this. Looking at the current conditions of the Kingdom of Alabasta, I think it will be difficult for them to be able to build a device that can support this. That's where our kingdom came in, Ars suddenly said. If what Rin predicted is true and the Kingdom of Alabasta has devastating resources, especially the heavily level gas resources, later we can try to build an agreement with the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ars paused and continued. Our kingdom has technology that can help convert gas into electricity. We can help build a gas power plant in the kingdom by mutually accepted agreement. Later, we will also facilitate various kinds of things such as equipment and others. Why should we take such a deal, Your Majesty? Nezuko, who had been silent before, suddenly asked, hasn't our kingdom established a cooperative relationship with their kingdom? In addition, we have also made great gains through the reconstruction agreement. That's a very different thing, Nezuko Ashiki replied to his. The deal we are currently doing with the Kingdom of Alabasta is only helping them to overcome the problems of the territory they have and not helping them provide the whole thing as well as power plants and the like. Regarding these things, they have to solve the problem. Of course, we will give ideas and others and those who execute them. As long as they ask our kingdom for help, especially in terms of construction, such as the construction of the power plant. Surely they have to pay. This is also not only the case for the Kingdom of Alabasta, Nezuko, Ina said, but the rest of the kingdom, whether it is establishing cooperative relations with our kingdom or not. As long as they need our services, we naturally have to pay them. If we don't do that, it will only hurt our side because we also have to prepare tools and materials, and also the manpower that has to be expended is quite large. I see. Nezuko nodded. Regarding the idea given by Rinshina suddenly spoke, although later, the Kingdom of Alabasta may have very splendid natural resources, especially for gas. We also have to give them other alternatives and don't let them rely on the gas used as a power plant. Gas is a natural resource, and if it were natural resources would certainly run out. At the very least, we should also suggest to them something that can be used as a power plant whose power will not run out even over a long period. I agree with this, Kage nodded. Don't let them focus on just one of them, but give it another handle. Especially regarding the plan to let them sell the electricity they have to other regions, which will speed up the exhaustion of the gas they have. We can get them to arrange other plans such as building solar power plants like we have, or building wind power plants by utilizing the wind that is always blowing in their area. Compared to the idea of building a wind power plant, Kojiro said, I am more inclined to the idea of building a solar power plant as we currently have. This is due to the maintenance costs for the windmill, which will later be used as a medium, then the power that will be obtained. If you compare these two power plants, I guess the winner is a solar power plant that only needs a small amount of land for a batch of units. Meanwhile, wind power plants require a fairly large area to build the windmill. If we use such alternatives mainly for the selection of solar power plant construction, Ina said, we must be prepared at any time the Kingdom of Alabasta will request the construction of solar power plants. At the very least, we have to be able to prepare enough solar panel stocks to be able to meet the demand. Dina paused and continued, "No, I don't think it's just preparing later. Prepare for now, however. If it comes to Ren's previous words about natural resources, especially gas, there is no one in the kingdom of Alabasta. Surely the kingdom of Alabasta will move their ideas related to such power plants to solar or wind panels if they want to build them. If that happens, we also have to be prepared. If it's until that happens," Ars suddenly spoke, "we can postpone in advance for the matter of power plant construction. At present, the thing that needs to be considered in the kingdom of Alabasta is not the problem of electricity or anything else. What they should pay attention to at the moment is to get acquainted with their economic problems and others. This means that at this time what they need is a primary need and not a secondary need. Our kingdom is also currently still unable to help in terms of other developments because our kingdom is also currently still in the development stage and requires a lot of manpower. If we send our manpower to the kingdom of Alabasta to build something, our kingdom will lack manpower, which will have an impact on the pace of development of our kingdom." Ars paused and continued, "For the time being, we will focus on building on the economic problems faced by the kingdom of Alabasta at this time. However, we will also not forget about the electricity problem. Later, if our kingdom is ready, we will propose power plant construction assistance to the kingdom of Alabasta." No need to rush. Everyone was silent for a moment and all nodded, "Well, because everyone agrees with the idea. Of course, we have to choose a suitable place where it will be used as a place to build a power plant and also a place where the desert greats live." Ars paused and continued, "Where do you think is the most suitable location to build the place?" "We were able to wake it up in an area close to Urbana City," Loelmana said. "The layout of the construction is close to the strait. The territory will later be used as a place to build a power plant. The location must be close to the center of government to minimize the occurrence of accidents, and if one day an accident occurs, the kingdom of Alabasta can quickly overcome the problem. In addition, because of the previous idea that later the electricity would be supplied to other regions. Development near the strait is the best thing because that way, the cable that will later be used as a link can be directly passed through the strait without having to go through the land at all, which causes a lot of work to be done." "I have another opinion." Nakamura, who had been completely silent before, suddenly spoke, and this matter attracted everyone's attention. "Regarding the issue of habitat construction where desert animals live, I agree that the place is built beside Urbana City. However, I disagree with its construction besides the strait. I agree more if the construction of the place is on a different side of Urbana City or if the map is on the left side of Urbana City. As for the problem of building a power plant, a small area separated from the two islands of the kingdom of Alabasta can be used as the place. This matter is to consider the safety factor." Ars nodded and his gaze stared at Robin. "Does the territory have such a big size, Robin?" "Not bad." Robin nodded. "The territory is almost like a small island. Well, if that's the case, the territory can indeed be used to build a power station, and also as Nakamura said, the place has a better safety factor compared to the territory previously given by Loa." Ars said calmly. "Are there any other opinions?" Ars asked back. Everyone was silent and no one issued a single opinion. "Well, if so, we will follow the advice given by Nakamura." Ars said calmly. "For the matter of power plant construction, we will advise the kingdom of Alabasta to build it in the small territory. As for the habitat area for desert animals, we will build it in the area to the left of Urbana City." Ars paused and continued, "I agree to the development on the left of Urbana City because the area has a wider size and also considers the safety factor for the animals where in the event of a storm, the strait area can be a dangerous area for them, especially for small animals. I think this matter is also what Nakamura considers." "Sure." Nakamura nodded with a pleased smile. "It seems that your student is better than you." Juichiru Kojiru, who got the opportunity to mock Juichiru, did not let go of this opportunity. "Ha ha ha. Just say you're jealous of me for having someone cheer on me while you're not." Juichiru returned with a grin. "HMPH. Who shut up?" Jin instantly said firmly and looked at the two with a scrutiny gaze. "We are currently in a meeting. If you two want to fight, do it afterward." Kojiro and Juichiru instantly fell silent at Jin's words and immediately turned their attention to each other. "I guess there is some truth in also choosing Jin as the leader among them," Loelmana muttered softly. "Yes." Rin nodded. "Only he can calm the two people who have never gotten along." Rayleigh chuckled softly. "I guess the meeting we had previously thought about will become more and more intense to relax the atmosphere a little bit." "That's a good thing," Shaki said. "The more intense the meeting is also something that is not good, because it will only drain the minds of the people who participated in the meeting." Shaki paused and continued, "To be honest, I only participated in a meeting this time with this level of intensity. It is usually a meeting attended by me at the time of serving as Empress. It's not just you." Rayleigh started seriously. "I am too. Joining a meeting with the people here must know. As long as you know, You can join the conversation and understand the conversation that is going on. However, if that person does not know, that person will only be speechless and will be left behind. Shaki continued. Rayleigh nodded in agreement with that. It's not just the two of them who have such thoughts. Robin also had the same thoughts. As long as Robin joins an organization and participates in the meeting of the organization, the conversation that takes place in the meeting is not very deep, and although a person does not have much knowledge, the person can take part in the conversation. However, in the meeting he is currently participating in, this meeting requires a lot of knowledge, and anyone who has less knowledge will be silent and unable to give an opinion in the meeting. Even for Robin's class, he had to think about his words before issuing an opinion so that the opinion would not be an opinion that was only hit by the wind or could be interpreted as a forgotten opinion. Chapter 146, Reconstruction Discussion. I think we've been able to get into the next discussion, right? Regarding the issue of territorial reconstruction? Ishiki asked with a calm smile. Everyone nodded. Regarding the issue of territorial reconstruction owned by the Kingdom of Alabasta. Sheena's gaze immediately turned to ours. Your Majesty, we have previously discussed the issue of the construction of the main road whose function is to connect between cities and also to be an inter-island link owned by the Kingdom of Alabasta. The reconstruction that we will later carry out in the Kingdom of Alabasta will also concern the problem of river construction. Sheena paused and continued, regarding the matter of the river, how about we build it beside the main road beside him? Nezuko asked, what do you mean we built the river following the main road construction path? Exactly, Sheena nodded, although later the desert area will be transformed into a forest area. However, the distance between the cities owned by the Kingdom of Alabasta is quite far. The residents there also always use an animal as a medium of transportation. The construction of the river that follows the flow of the main route is to facilitate the animals which will be used as a medium of transportation as a place for them to drink and rest. That way, the animals will have no difficulty in finding water to meet their needs. I also agree with this idea, Kaguya nodded. The construction of the river following the path of the main road is a thing we can implement. In addition to the functions described by Sheena before, the construction of the river following the main road path also helps us save energy and time in building the river path later. I also support this. Sheena nodded. In addition to being able to be used by animals, which will later be used as transportation by the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta, the river can also be used as a drinking place for animals in the Kingdom of Alabasta. The river itself must be able to touch every part of an area so that the animals in the Kingdom of Alabasta do not have difficulty in finding water for their needs. The construction of the river following the main road is a good idea. Jin nodded in agreement with this, with the existence of the river that can take the entire territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Later, every soil in the area will always be in a moist state where it can continue to maintain better soil quality. With good soil quality, trees and plants in the region will always be able to be maintained properly. That way, our kingdom no longer needs to pay attention to the problem of trees that if at any time experience damage problems due to drought and others. We were able to stop that at an early stage in the reconstruction period. During the period of this initial stage, it proceeded successfully and each part complemented the others. In the future, we will have to do maintenance for the bridge problem which will be built using Hashirama's wooden elements. Ars nodded and felt that this idea offered by Sheena was really good. Are there any other opinions on this? Ars asked calmly. Everyone has no one to express their opinions anymore. Because no one has issued his opinion. I think we will use this idea in the construction of the river. Ars said, well, now, regarding the issue of lake construction, the construction of lakes must be built in every city in the Kingdom of Alabasta, Your Majesty. Ina said seriously, as we know that the Kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom that urgently needs the willingness of water. Although later the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta will be turned into a forest. However, we cannot give up the idea of not building a lake in every city in the Kingdom of Alabasta. That's right, Rin nodded. The construction of this lake is also to maintain the stability of the existing humidity in the surrounding area as conveyed by Jin before. With the lakes in the region, the land around the area, especially for the area of these cities, will always be fertile because it has water availability. In addition, take back the previous topic. With the lake in each city, residents can build a pet resting place that they usually use as mounts there. Speaking of the construction of the lake, Ishiki said, don't forget, we have to pay attention to where the water sources that will be used to flow through rivers and lakes come from. At the very least, we have to build the main lake in the kingdom which will later become the main point of flowing water. The construction of the main lake you suggested that we can do in the area where the desert animals live for the island area on the right that is on the map, Loomina said calmly. The construction there is also to stop the availability of water for the animals living there. In addition, because the area there has a large area, we don't need to be afraid to consider the construction of a large lake. The larger the lake built, the better. Loomina paused and continued. As for the left-hand map, We can build the main lake that is on the island on the left side of rain-based town. Lowellmana then turned her attention to Robin. Robin, does the territory of the Kingdom of Valabasta have any problems in terms of height order? Height order? Robin asked puzzledly. For example, the top on the map like rain-based city has a higher land compared to the bottom on the map like Cuba City, Lowellmana said. I don't think there is anything like it. Robin shook her head. The land in the Kingdom of Valabasta is a flat land unless indeed the land has mountains formed from various kinds of sand that are there. If that's the case, I don't think it's a problem for us to build in any area for the main lake, Hikami said. Moreover, the plains in the territory of the Kingdom of Valabasta are flat and do not follow the order of high and low. Still, I think it's better to do the construction of the main lake, especially for the island on the left side of rain-based city, Lowellmana said. If you look at the size of the territory through this map, the size of the area in the area is larger than other areas. Meanwhile, the area in the middle of the map is indeed very large. However, as we know that later in the middle of the region, especially in the middle of the strait, a bridge will be built to connect the two regions. I guess the problem of building the bridge has nothing to do with this, Rin suddenly said. The area in the central region on the map is very large. We can consider building the main lake there. The same thing we can do on the island on the right side. Regarding the construction of habitats where desert animals lived before, I think we can build the territory a little bit more below the previous place. I noticed the area was a little smaller than we had anticipated. Meanwhile, if we build in an area slightly below, there is a very large area there. Then for the problem of lake construction, we can build it right in the middle of the island. Whether it's the island on the left or the island on the right. Rin paused. Although the construction of this lake is also, we can't do it right close to the location where the bridge will be built later. We will build the lake right in the middle of the island and later the lake can be used as a tourist spot for the Kingdom of Valabasta. Moreover, with the construction of the main lake in the central region of the Kingdom of Valabasta, it can be a start for them to start construction in the territory. I'm sorry, Loa Kaguya said with a smile. However, I am inclined to the opinion given by Rin. Compared, we had to do the construction of a lake in the upper region which was close to a city. I leaned more toward the opinion of building the main lake right in the middle of the island. My opinion is also the same regarding the beginning of development. The construction of the lake can be used as a prelude to the development of the territory, as well as the construction of playgrounds and others. That way, the Kingdom of Valabasta will have other sources of income for their kingdom. You don't have to apologize, Kaguya. Everyone has different opinions. Lowellmana returned her with a smile. In addition, after hearing the advice given by Rin, I think the advice given by him is better. Then also, consider the plains that exist in the Kingdom of Valabasta. I think this suggestion we can use if this is the case. Wouldn't it also change the previous idea? Megumi asked. Regarding the construction of dwellings for desert animals, of course. Ina nodded. The previous idea of building a desert animal habitat right on the right side of a Lurbana city was not a good idea after hearing the idea given, Rin. It is the size of the area that is the problem. The animals that exist in the desert itself, especially for an area as large as the Kingdom of Valabasta, must be very numerous. Well, regarding the previous idea, Ars suddenly spoke. Heard this idea issued by Rin. I think we can change that. The idea given by Rin is better than the previous idea we discussed. Good job, Rin HMPH. Don't think I'll be happy after you compliment me, Your Majesty, Rin said as she sniffed, then turned her attention towards the side with a blushing face. Ars' gaze then turned to Sheena. Have you recorded all those points? It's all recorded, Your Majesty. Sheena nodded. Ars nodded and his gaze returned to everyone. The discussion on the connecting bridge has been completed. The discussion on the construction of the main road has been completed, and finally the discussion on the issue of territorial reconstruction for the construction of forests, rivers, and lakes has been completed. Is there anything we still need to discuss again? No one opened their voices. I think we have discussed everything, Your Majesty, Nakamura said. Moreover, the task of our kingdom is only to carry out the reconstruction of the territory, and it is not the task of building the territory. In addition, regarding the idea for the construction of bridges and also main roads, I guess that's also not part of the task we have to do. No need to feel that way. Ars smiled. Make it a bonus for them. In addition, it is possible that later when the bridge was completed, the Kingdom of Valabasta will ask us to name the bridge. Name the bridge? Hashirama's eyes immediately lit up like a child. Your Majesty, if that is the case, let me give the bridge a name. You? Ars was surprised to hear this. Can you do it, Hashirama? Of course. I can do it. Hashirama nodded vigorously. Well, if it is indeed the Kingdom of Valabasta, we will ask us to give the bridge a name. It's up to you. You can give a name to the bridge. After all, you are also the one who built the bridge. You are more blessed to do it. Thank you. Hashirama at this time was full of joy at the moment of hearing this. Really chuckled softly. Hashirama, he almost looks like Roger. Even if it weren't for their different looks. I almost thought this Hashirama was Roger. Is it because of this that you often follow him? Shaki asked. Not really shook his head. It's enough for me to take care of, Roger. I don't want to take care of others of the same nature as him. Then it seems that the discussion for the issue of territorial reconstruction is over, Ars said. Then his gaze turned towards Rayleigh, Shaki, and Robin. Rayleigh, Shaki, and Robin. Thank you for taking part in this meeting. With your presence and the advice and also the information you provide, this meeting can go very well and get various kinds of common ground related to the things we are currently looking for. The three of them nodded with a smile. I apologize for this. But, we will continue the meeting, but the three of you cannot participate in the next meeting, Ars said apologetically. The next meeting is a meeting that discusses the issue of royal secrets and also various kinds of things where the three of you do not have the authority to know about it. I'm sorry to go back. Your Majesty doesn't need to apologize, Robin said with a smile. We know this. Rayleigh and Shaki nodded. They have even been very grateful to be able to participate in this meeting even though their contribution is very small. They were happy to join this meeting because they finally knew how the intensity was going on in the meeting room of the Fortis Kingdom. They also know how difficult it is to be able to participate in the meeting if they don't know. They also knew that the bigwigs of the Fortis Empire were almost all knowledgeable people. Especially for Robin, who has a note in her to improve his knowledge so that when she is called to a meeting like this, she will not have an obstacle that can make a great contribution. Rayleigh, Shaki, and Robin. The three of them immediately stood up from their seats and then walked out of the room. After the three of them went out, the meeting resumed with a deeper discussion than before. Chapter 147, Future Plans. Well, let's start the next round in the meeting this time, Ars said seriously as he stared at his friends. Then the look in his eyes turned towards Hashirama. How is the paper bomb making project? How many paper bombs have been solved? At present, there are 10,000 paper bombs that have been successfully made, Hashirama said, at least at the current manufacturing speed. It is likely that tomorrow afternoon or until the evening, the entire paper bomb can be finished and ready for use. If that's the case, we will attack the world government, more precisely destroying Uranus on February 23rd to be precise at night. So that they can also send us extortion money right on February 24th. Arzina suddenly called out, I heard from Rin that this plan to destroy Uranus would involve Hashirama, or rather Hashirama would turn into one of his subordinates. Why not just use Alkyora? After all, at the moment we have no certainty to summon any of the subordinates from Hashirama into this world while Alkyora is already in the plan. I think Har's plan regarding the use of people other than Hashirama or Alkyora is a good plan, Sheena said. This plan itself can deceive many parties, especially deceiving the world government. Deceive the world government? Ina asked in confusion. In the next few days, Ars's previous plan, he will call Alkyora to come to this world. With the arrival of Alkyora, the combat troops owned by our kingdom increased compared to before. Also, with the existence of Alkyora, its whereabouts may soon be known to the public, especially Ars may later send Alkyora to come to the kingdom of Alabasta to pick up King Cobra and others to came to this kingdom. That's right, Ars nodded. That plan to use the appearance of others at the time of the destruction of Uranus could be used to deceive the world government. With the emergence of Alkyora, which was a few days later, the personnel of our empire, especially in the combat division section, will be more and more known to the world government side. With the number of personnel we have, especially in the intelligence section where they appear in the red line area. Later the world government side will came to know that it is true that at this time around them there are spies from our side. That way, the world government will certainly be more afraid to make moves to our kingdom, such as wanting to carry out a sudden attack plan or whatever it is. Because in their minds at the time, either they were currently being watched by our spies, Sheena explained. I see. Ina nodded. This is indeed a good plan. This plan is indeed very good. Rin nodded. Looking at Ars, this plan can be implemented because Ars has built his momentum from the beginning. If Ars hadn't built momentum from the start by suggesting to the world government that our kingdom was a strong one with spies around them, it will be difficult to make this plan work successfully. That's what it's like. Ars nodded and looked in Hashirama's direction back. What about the department area that belongs to you? It's been built successfully. Already. Hashirama nodded. The building that will be used as a residence, a training ground, and the main office that will be used temporarily. Everything is currently completed. Only left to furnish the whole thing with furniture and install it. Hashirama paused for a moment and continued. Oh, yes. Bathrooms too, we lack that. Regarding the bathroom, I will take care of the matter tomorrow, Ars said. Then his gaze looked at Kaguya. Prepare funds for the purchase of 25 units of home furniture and also the purchase of furniture for the office used by her at the moment. At this time? Kaguya asked, holding up her forehead. Will the funds be used tomorrow? Sure. Ars nodded and turned his attention to Hashirama. You can buy home furniture with furniture for your temporary office in the Kingdom of Prudence at a time when Rin takes care of his employee recruitment issues. Later Loa will come with you there, you can be accompanied by him to buy all the things you need. I understand. Hashirama nodded vigorously. I think I'm going to work overtime tonight, Kaguya muttered with a sigh as her gaze looked at Hashirama. Give me the details of the funds you need. Is it still using the previous fund details? Hashirama asked in confusion. We will buy it elsewhere. Surely the price for the purchased goods will be different in price, right? You two don't need to reply to the matter too detailed, Ars said flatly. Kaguya, prepare a fund of 30 million berries to Hashirama. The 25 million berries will later be used for the purchase of residential furniture for 25 units, while the remaining 5 million will be used by him for the purchase of furniture for the temporary intelligence department office that will be used by him at this time. I think the 1 million funds for each residence are quite enough, right? That's very enough, Kojiro said. Even too much in my opinion. Kojiro's gaze stared at Hashirama, the building where your army currently lives. How is the design? Following the current design of the workers' residential buildings? Sure. Hashirama nodded. Ars, if that's the case. The funds of 25 million berries are too much for the purchase of 25 units of furniture, Kaguya said. At least the allocation of funds for 1 unit of 500,000 berries is enough, especially in just the next few days. They will get a place to live that will later be promised to them. I think so too. Ars nodded and looked at Kaguya. Well, if so. You set for the allocation of funds of 1 unit of 500,000 with the existence of 25 units, which means 7.5 million berries funds that you need to prepare. Meanwhile, the additional purchase of furniture for the temporary intelligence department office is 5 million berries. Prepare a fund of 12.5 million berries to be used by Hashirama tomorrow. I understand. Kaguya nodded. Then the other thing I want to discuss. Ars's gaze turned towards the whole thing. Last afternoon, Juichiro gave me a proposal to open a restaurant outside our kingdom. The purpose of opening this restaurant is to introduce the foods that will later be sold by our kingdom and also attract interest from the people to come to our kingdom. This proposal has already been approved by me. Restaurant opening? Jin asked, holding up his forehead. Where are we going to do the opening of the restaurant? There are plans for 3 places, Ars said. The Kingdom of Prudence, Sayboundy Island, and also the island where Whitebeard's territory is, the island where Whitebeard's fiefdom is? Ikumi asked, why should we open a restaurant there? This is Whitebeard's request, Juichiro suddenly said. The idea of this proposal itself came from Garp. You mean Vice Admiral Garp? Sheena asked with surprise. How did you meet Garp, Juichiro? Rin asked puzzledly. We met on the island where we competed before. Garp came there because he wanted to taste my dishes and also partied with me. Huh? Does Garp join the party with you guys? What's serious? He's a Navy, more specifically he's a Navy hero. How could he possibly do such a thing? Ishiki asked puzzledly. The brain circuit possessed by Garp is a bit strange, Juichiro said. He doesn't care about his identity problems. He even made an excuse as the grandfather of Ace to be able to participate in the party. This is. Old man is really. Rin muttered strangely. The idea of this proposal came from Garp. He asked to be able to open a restaurant outside our kingdom so that he could taste the dishes that our kingdom had every day. After Garp, Shirahige then supported this proposal and asked us to also open a restaurant in their area. As long as we build a restaurant or the idea of opening a restaurant outside our kingdom, Whitebeard will gladly help to build a restaurant on their territory for use by our kingdom. Regarding the proposal for opening this restaurant, Kaguya suddenly said, I think we should also consider opening this restaurant in our kingdom. In the next few days, we will pick up the families of the workers, which makes the population in our kingdom will increase compared to before. We have to make the workers who have already got home to be able to become independent. At this time, also the special storage buildings for food ingredients in the Ministry of Agriculture and the Department of Animal Husbandry have been completed several times. We have been able to start buying a large number of food ingredients from the Ryugu Kingdom to store there, and then the foodstuffs will be sold to our citizens. I agree with this idea, Nakamura nodded. We have to make them independent and not always depend on us. Also, with the arrival of the families of the workers, the workload we have will increase. It is enough for now. The workload we currently have is quite high, especially later there will be recruitment for Hashirama's troops and also plans to recruit new construction workers. If you add the families of the workers who may number more than hundreds, we will be the ones who will have a hard time. The opening of this restaurant can also be an access for workers who only live alone and cannot cook, Sheena said. With the existence of restaurants in our kingdom, of course, they can get access to food from there without the need to cook anymore compared to buying groceries from the Ryugu Kingdom, Rin said. Isn't it better to let the citizens of the Ryugu Empire who come here and then open a shop to do business? My department will be ready to operate, which is what it will also be able to run soon. With the advent of our royal visas, later people from outside our kingdom have begun to be able to open businesses in our kingdom. I think it's better for us to make purchases of groceries from the Ryugu kingdom for the time being than to let the citizens from outside our kingdom open a business in our kingdom, Ina said. At present, the place or building where they open the business does not yet exist. The business to sell food ingredients, especially for fish and others, requires a place that is used as a base. At the very least, we have to build a place for them to open a business, then we can give them the cases to open a business in our kingdom. If it is not done like that, the fear is, they will build buildings that are not by the provisions, and that will have an impact in the future. I agree with these words from Mina. Megumi nodded. Food ingredients, especially for fish and also foodstuffs in the form of meat, need a place. We can't let them sell in inappropriate places such as being close to the population department office or some places that are visited by a wide variety of other people. Preferably, we need to manage in advance the issue of the place and also other things. For now, we use the alternative of purchasing food ingredients from the Ryugu kingdom, and then later the food ingredients are stored by us in storage warehouses and later sold to residents through the Ministry of Agriculture and the Department of Animal Husbandry. If you use the idea so, our department needs additional worker recruits, Yakami said seriously. Our department currently has only 10 workers and all of them are currently only focused on caring for cows and others. If there is an increase in tasks at this time, we can't handle this task because of the lack of workers in our department. Ikami paused and continued. In addition, we also need a place to do meat cutting and other. The place is very much needed by us in arranging the issue of selling meat sizes and others. I guess for the issue of the meat slaughter place, the place is not necessary yet, Sheena said calmly. Ours earlier in the Octagon meeting had given some ideas related to the sale of meat which used size of 100 grams for each price. I think that at this time, the citizens of the Province Kingdom, the Ryugu Kingdom, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom who work as meat sellers must have used this method to sell the meat they have. If we placed a meat order to these kingdoms by having them do the packaging for every gram of meat, I think that's what they can already do at this time. Still, though. Nevertheless, I have a desire for my department to get additional workers if indeed this activity is carried out, Ikumi said, although our department will only sell and will not process the meat. Of course, with the number of employees we currently have, our department is not enough to lay off this additional task. That's right, Yoshino. Right now, every one of our employees already has a pretty heavy task. If they are added tasks such as making sales of the meat, their workload will increase compared to before. Arzashiki suddenly called out, I think you can consider sending Ikumi or Yoshino tomorrow together with Rin to do worker recruitment. There is no need to recruit too quickly like tomorrow. The completely silent Cajun suddenly said, the recruitment for employees of the Animal Husbandry Department can be done at the time of the recruitment that will later be carried out on Water 7 Island, which coincides with the recruitment of Hashirama's troops and the recruitment of our department. At this time, the activity can still be carried out before the families of those workers come to our kingdom. Ars nodded. The recruitment for the Department of Animal Husbandry can be carried out later in conjunction with the recruitment for the Intelligence Department and the Construction Department to be carried out on Water 7 Island. Ars paused and stared at Ikumi and Yoshino. How many employees do you two want to recruit to be able to fulfill the task? 15 people? Yoshino asked quietly, staring at Ikumi. 25 people, Ikumi said sternly, at least 25 new employees for my department. They will later be tasked with monitoring the food ingredients in the warehouse, assisting in arranging documents in the office, and also helping to sell all these materials to the residents. Ikumi paused and continued, besides, 2 Rs. If this activity is to be carried out, our department must have an office to be able to operate. We are also, Ina said, because this activity concerns the matter of our department. Our department should also be built an office immediately. Regarding employee issues, we don't need additional employees yet. Our employees are still in sufficient numbers for the addition of this task. Regarding the matter of office construction, don't worry. Ars's gaze turned to Myard, the office of the population department. It can be solved tomorrow, right? The estimate is so. Myard nodded, at least in the afternoon. The office is ready to install furniture and supplies. Later, after the office of the population department is completed, you transfer the work of your workers to build the office of the Department of Animal Husbandry and the office of the Department of Agriculture. Each team will handle one office. I understand. Myard nodded. What about the design problem of the office? I'll take care of the design of the office, Ars said as his gaze turned towards Sina and Ikumi. You two, after this meeting is over, come to my room inside the royal palace. I have prepared the design for the office of the two of you a long time ago. You can judge whether you want to use it or not. If not, we will change the design according to your wishes. Let me come along? Nezuko asked excitedly. I also want to see that design for the first time. Ars nodded and the look in his eyes looked at Ishiki and Megumi. You two too, if you want to come along. You guys can come along. This matter also concerns your department. You certainly have to know the design of the office you have. We understand. Ishiki and Megumi nodded. Chapter 148, The Navy's Top Brass Evening Talk. Grand Line, Navy Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Damn. Bastard Garp. Don't take my share. Sengoku shouted angrily to Garp, who was currently taking part in his food. Nonsense. I brought this meal here. All the food here is mine. How could you forbid me to take his share? Garp shouted while eating the dish very calmly. The dishes made by Juichiro are very broad, Aokiji said while eating his food, even if you compare them with the dishes made by Jin. This dish is really on a completely different level. It would be a shame if only any chef from the Navy had the skills, even if only a few of Juichiro's or Jin. The dishes made in the Navy canteen must have tasted good. Kizaru also made his comments while protecting his dishes from Garp. It's a very good dish, Tsuru commented with a face full of amazement while staring at Garp. It's hard to believe you can bear to bring this dish together with you. Garp Akayanya was also there and was currently tasting the dish quietly. Although he didn't say anything. However, it was visible on his face, showing an endless feeling of joy. The dishes made by Juichiro are really on a completely different level. I agree with this, Aokiji said strangely. It's unbelievable you can resist eating this casual dish. Garp sang the wahahaha. This dish is indeed really delicious. However, Garp grinned excitedly, if you compare this dish with the dishes made by Juichiro in the previous game. This dish is almost meaningless in front of the dish-o. This was a surprise. Kizaru was immediately interested in hearing this. What was the dish eaten by Garp-san at the time of the game so delicious? That can't be said to be delicious anymore, Garp said seriously. That level of dishes is at a very different level to the dishes we currently eat. I envy you, Garp-san, Aokiji said with a slightly sullen face. You should have invited me to go together at that time. Wahaha, it's hard to do, Kyuzn, Garp said excitedly. If I do this, Sengoku will know it and it makes it difficult for me to leave here. HMPH. Nonsense. Do you think I'll believe that sentence of yours, Garp? Although I'm holding you back, you will slip away there, Sengoku said with a sullen face while unable to stop eating the dishes in front of him. Garp himself brought a dish made by Juichiro in very large quantities. Garp did this under the supervision of the Shire Hige pirate group. Although there were some verbal quarrels between the two parties. However, no one dared to try to stop Garp from bringing many of these dishes. Even to bring the dishes, Garp directly asked Bogart to bring his warship to transport the dishes. It's a pity, after tasting these dishes. I guess it will be difficult for me to taste the other dishes. Kizaru sighed helplessly but couldn't stop eating the dishes that were in front of him. Yes. If only there was one chef from the Fortis Kingdom who built a restaurant outside the kingdom and it was located close to the location of the headquarters. I guess it's okay for me to come every day there, especially for lunch. Aokiji nodded. By the way, I currently feel very upset with those old men, Garp said angrily, if it weren't for them to provoke the Fortis Kingdom in advance. At this time we can likely invite Juichiro to come here. At least, we can have him a cooking match and then ask him to cook a dish for us. Everyone was silent at this, but their hands couldn't stop taking the food and their mouths stopped eating the food. They also currently feel deep regret. If it weren't for the current bigwigs of the Fortis Empire having a fugitive, they would be happy to invite you to come to their headquarters. Especially almost all of the bigwigs of the Fortis Empire are not someone with pirate nature. They are just people who want to live quietly in their kingdom. Oh, yes. Sengoku Garp suddenly stopped his eating activities and looked at Sengoku quietly. Rayleigh, at this time has joined the kingdom of Fortis, huh? Wait, what did you say? Rayleigh? You mean Rayleigh? There is no one else named Rayleigh you know besides the right-hand man of the Silver Rayleigh Pirate King, Garp said. At present Rayleigh has already joined the kingdom of Fortis and has become a trainer in their kingdom. Instantly everyone fell silent at this. This is surprising. Kizaru was the one who first opened the voice. Silver Rayleigh joined them. How do they invite people to seem to join their kingdom? It's very shocking news. Aokiji nodded. It's hard to be able to invite big characters, especially people with classes like Rayleigh to join a force you guys look down too much, King Fortis Tsuru said seriously. He can invite people with combat power beyond Rayleigh. Just inviting Rayleigh to join them was a very easy thing to do. Moreover, with a quiet environment like the kingdom of Fortis and also with a high salary, Rayleigh can join just because of things like this salary. Kizaru muttered as he slowly raised his head staring at Sengoku. Sengoku-san, don't bring up the topic of stupid. Kizaru. Sengoku looked at him seriously. You did a lot of stupid things this month. There can be no salary increase for you. Is the current navy too stingy? Kizaru said with a sullen face. Imagine working in the kingdom of Fortis, just working as a construction worker earning a salary of more than 1 million berries. As for a rank like mine at the moment, we are only given a salary of 1 million berries with a bonus that is even less than the bonuses obtained by the workers in the kingdom of Fortis. What about workers in high positions like Rayleigh? This old man is envious. If you want to protest, Please protest to the world government, Sengoku said with a frown. You ask them to raise the funds obtained by us. At present alone, our funds given by them are not enough to meet our needs, and there need to be additional funds from the funds seized from pirates. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to be able to operate the Navy the same as it is today. HMPH. Inviting discussions with those stupid parents will only get a futile result, Garp said sullenly. The money they have will only be spent on their stupid interests. While the Kingdom of Fortis, the funds they have, they use for the benefit of their people and also the interests of their kingdom. Speaking of funds. Okanyo, who was completely silent, suddenly spoke. I am quite interested in how much funds the Fortis Empire currently has. Since you brought up this topic. I guess, I'm also quite interested, Okiji said with curiosity, and usually, he rarely agrees with Okanyo. I am also quite interested, Kizaru added. Robbery of the property owned by Tenri Obito, sale of wood at a high price, and also various other activities. I guess, the funds they have are likely to be currently at 100 billion berries, right? 100 billion berries? That's too little, Garp sniffed. With all the actions they are currently doing, it is likely that the funds they have are in the estimated 250 billion plus berries. 250 billion berries. Tsuru muttered. We don't need to discuss such matters, Sengoku said. Moreover, later on, February 26th, we will find out how much funds the Kingdom of Fortis has. I'm quite interested, Tsuru said. What is the purpose of King Fortis doing such an act? Usually, an empire is quite close to the problems of the funds they have and also other things. Yes, Okiji nodded, usually regarding funding issues or others. These things are only known to the bigwigs of their kingdom. It's quite interesting with them doing such a thing. HMPH. Why should we think of such boring things? Garp asked strangely, which was followed by taking one of Sengoku's food parts. What? Bastard Garp. Eat your food. Don't take away some of someone else's property. Sengoku shouted angrily as he stared at Garp. Looking at Garp, who started eating the dishes that were in front of them. All of them immediately continued to eat the dishes. None of them wanted their dishes to be taken away by Garp. They are co-workers who have worked with Garp for a long time and know how many black holes the stomach Garp has. In the current case, their stomachs can also be said to be like black holes. Although they have eaten a lot of dishes. However, the temptation of the dish in front of them could not make them break free not to eat the dish. Although the dishes themselves were already cold, no one wanted to let go of the dishes. Nonsense. Why are you so stingy, Sengoku? Garp shouted angrily while eating the dish. Stingy? Asshole. You have eaten contented just now but are still not satisfied anymore to eat other people's parts? These dishes are really hard to find again after this. How could I give it that easy to you? Sengoku shouted. Difficult? Garp instantly remembered something. How could this dish be hard to find? Shortly, it is likely that the Kingdom of Fortis will soon open a restaurant in the Seibounty Island region, huh? Instantly fell silent immediately at this. Garp, what did you say? Say it again? Sengoku asked with eyes full of surprise. Garp-san, is that right? Asked Aokiji, who was in the eyes of his eyes at this time, showing a look full of excitement. Is it true that the Fortis Empire is going to open a restaurant on Seibounty Island? Garp raised his forehead. Haven't I said those things to you guys yet? You haven't said these things to us yet, Garp, Tsuru said flatly. You only said it now under a ha ha ha. I see, Garp. Is that true what you said? Is it true that the Fortis Empire is going to open a restaurant in the Fortis Kingdom? Sengoku asked again excitedly. After Sengoku tasted the dishes made by Juichiru, Sengoku at this time found it difficult for him to taste the dishes made by other chefs, especially tasting the dishes made by the chefs who worked in the Navy canteen. I still don't know, Garp said indifferently as he ate his dish. That is just a proposal that Hashirama will later give to King Fortis. As long as the proposal was accepted by King Fortis. It is possible that a restaurant opened on Seibounty Island. Proposal. Tsuru murmured, this is still a percentage of rejection. Rejection? Garp raised his forehead. Are you too permissive about this, Tsuru-chan? Don't worry, Hashirama has assured us that there is a possibility of this proposal being approved by King Fortis. We just have to wait for the news alone, if that's the case. That is very good news. Aokiji smiled excitedly, then his gaze looked towards Kizaru. Borsalino, how about I replace you in charge of guarding the blockade of the mangrove tree area? You can take over my duties to guard the headquarters. Don't you always protest about this? I gladly accept the exchange. Akanu's gaze also went straight toward Borsalino. Boy, it's a very interesting offer, Q's. Borsalino smiled mockingly. If you gave me this offer before, I'll probably take it. At this time, however, it's impossible to do. I'm very happy to get the task. How could it be possible to give the task to you? Kizaru's gaze then stared at Akanu. Don't look at me like that, Sakazuki. It is impossible to exchange tasks, especially since you currently have the task of conducting surveillance in the new world. I am very happy with the task obtained by me at the moment. You are a very cunning old man, Borsalino, Okeanu said deeply. What else can it be? Previously some things were difficult to make me comfortable working there. But at this time, some things can make me comfortable working there, Kizaru said with a smile full of happiness. Hopefully the price of the dishes there has a low price so that these parents can save their salary and can also eat there at least 3 times a day. At least 3 times a day? Sengoku, Aokiji, Okeanu, and Tsuru murmured with blackened faces. The wahahaha, I agree with you, Borsalino Garp laughed excitedly. I hope the price of the food there is cheap so that I can also eat 3 meals a day there. At least, by the time the place opens, I will always visit the place. Garp. Don't forget the task you have. Sengoku instantly shouted angrily to Garp. Don't talk about such boring things, Sengoku. Garp directly answered him. My tasks can be left to Bogart. There is no important task to be completed by me in person anyway. Sengoku's face instantly turned black at this. You are an old man who has no responsibility for Garp. Tsuru sighed tiredly and was also used to the nature possessed by Garp. Garp-san also has the same idea as me? In that case, we will both end up there every day at meal times. Kizaru said as he looked at Aokiji and Okeanu with a triumphant grin. The wahahaha, that's a good idea. Garp nodded in agreement. This made Sengoku even angrier. The feeling of anger increased at the sight of his dishes taken by Garp. The altercation between the two parents again ensues while the other protects the dishes they have from Garp from being stolen by him. Chapter 149, End of the Meeting. New World, Kingdom of Fortis, Royal Palace, Meeting Room. Back to the previous topic. Jin suddenly spoke. Ours regarding our desire to open a restaurant. I think we can consider again opening a restaurant in the fiefdom belonging to the Whitebeard pirate group. Summoning requires a large number of points mainly to summon Ulquiorra to come to this world. I agree with this. Kajin nodded. At this time you also have to pay attention to the construction of residence houses, where providing furniture requires a large number of points. More, we are holding back plans for the construction of restaurants in the territory of the Whitebeard pirate group and enough in just a few places. Cajun paused and continued. We can open it on say Bounty Island and the Kingdom of Prudence according to your previous plan. These 2 regions are located on each side of the ocean area, which can also represent it. These 2 places are enough for the time being. What about the opening of restaurants in our kingdom? Megumi suddenly walked in and asked, how much should we build a restaurant here? We can build one. Before Dord finished his words, Ishiki had already cut it off first. We can't just rely on one restaurant in this kingdom, Ishiki said. At least 2 restaurants have to be built. Because one restaurant alone will not be able to accommodate or handle enough people who come to eat. If we only consider that those who will stay in the future will be the workers only, we only need to open one restaurant. However, in the future case, there will be family members of workers who come to live here. One restaurant alone will not be enough to deal with this. We should also consider re-recruiting, Kojiro said calmly. It is impossible for only one person to be seen in the restaurant. At least it needs employees, waiters, and some chefs who help and know the problems of janitors. All this should be taken into consideration. The recruitment issue can be left to who will be in charge of the restaurant, Nakamura said. After all, everyone has a different way of opening a restaurant, and also their way of service is different. Some people have the desire to have a large number of employees, while there are also people who have the desire for a smaller number of employees to have more space in the restaurant. Speaking of restaurant workers, Nezuko said, if we open a restaurant outside the kingdom, we will recruit workers to work there, right? Everyone nodded. Well, what if the time is due and we pull back our people? How are the restaurant workers doing? Will they also come together to come to our kingdom by becoming citizens of our kingdom, or will they not get such a right? They will be able to vote. Ours immediately replied to him. They can choose whether they want to be citizens of our kingdom or not. If they choose, they can directly answer the citizens of our kingdom. Meanwhile, if not, later we will give them a bonus for the devotion they do to us. Who are you planning to call, ours? Ikami asked. The plan is Yukihira Soma and Nakiri Arena. These 2 people plan to be asked by me to open a restaurant outside this kingdom. What about within the kingdom? Ina asked. There is no plan yet. Ars shook his head. At present also still don't know how many restaurants should be opened in this kingdom. We can follow the advice given by Ishiki, Loomana said. One restaurant alone will not be enough. If you count the current construction time, at least before the pickup cruise time arrives, there will be 40 to 50 employees who will later get the house that has been promised to them. With this number, at least in the pickup voyage, the number of citizens of our kingdom will increase by more than 100 people. Just one restaurant will not be able to stop a large number of guests. Although later there will be some workers who will choose to eat at home together with their families. However, it is usually the first experience. Many people will come to eat at the restaurant. That's right, Rin nodded, especially many people who currently have an interest in our kingdom. Surely things related to our kingdom will be very eye-catching for them. 2 restaurants. If it is his wish to open 2 restaurants, I can consider calling Kiro Kaibario and also Hayama Akira, said calmly. Both of them have great cooking skills and also they both have good skills in handling a large number of guests. How many points do you need to summon the 4 of them, Ars? Ina asked with interest. It takes 4 million points to summon the 4 of them at once, Ars said, at least, if indeed this plan is carried out. I will call them tomorrow so that they can adapt to this place quickly. Regarding the issue of placement, Jin said, I think you should put Arena on Seibounty Island, Ars. It is a bit difficult to place Soma on Seibounty Island due to the existence of Hancock. Surely Hancock would be happier for Arena to work there compared to Soma. I agree, Hashirama nodded. Hancock, that guy hates us men very much except for you. He is very difficult to communicate with if it's done by a man. The plan is indeed like that, Ars nodded. Well, so, everyone agreed to do the opening of restaurants in 4 places? 1 in the Kingdom of Prudence and Seibounty Island and 2 in our kingdom, agreed. Kaguya interrupted, regarding the matter of opening a restaurant in Whitebeard's territory. We can consider it again by the time Ulquiorra has already come to this world. At least, that way, the use of points can be effectively reused. Everyone nodded and no one took issue with this. Is there still something we need to talk about? Ars asked calmly. Everyone was silent because at this time the topic of conversation was no longer there. I don't think there is anything else to discuss in this meeting, Ars said calmly. If that's the case, tonight's meeting we will suffice it here. Ars's gaze stared at Ikumi and others. You everyone, come with me, they nodded. All the bigwigs of the Fortis Empire walked out of the meeting room directly. Each of them began to carry out their activities. While Ars and others went to his room in the royal palace to see the design of the office they would later use. It didn't take long for them to arrive at his room. Ars. Well, is this your room, Ars? Yoshino asked. It's several times bigger compared to my room. That's natural, Nezuko replied with a smile. The room used by Ars is the main room in this royal palace. Of course, the room was several times larger in size compared to the room we had. You sound like you came to this room, Nezuko? Yoshino asked with interest. I never came in, this is my first time. However, looking at the inside, I have done it several times. Yoshino started to get the others talking while Ars went straight to his workbench and picked up 2 documents that were behind the desk drawer, then led them to his friends who were currently sitting on the couch of his bedroom. This is the document for the construction plan of your department. In the document, there is already an office design and also a factory that will later be built in your department area. There is also regarding the selection of the type of equipment and also other things. Please feel free to see it in person and rate it. You can also ask for changes about something you don't want. They all nodded. Ikumi and Yoshino immediately got close together to discuss each other about the construction plan of their department. While Ina and others also did the same. It will take a while, Ars muttered, then stood up from his seat. I'll go to ask Nakamura to make a drink. Anyone interested in entrusting me their drinks? They all directly said the kind of drink they wanted. They used this opportunity with a look because it was very rare for them to be able to see Ars bringing things to them. Especially at this time, the servants were no longer in the royal palace because their current working time was over. So, they are now free to interact like a friend. After receiving all the wishes from his friends, Ars immediately walked out of his room to go to the middle room looking for Nakamura to be asked to help make a drink for them to drink. Chapter 150, Departure. The next day, King Prudence and others finally set off to return to their kingdom after the following breakfast with all the bigwigs of the Fortis Empire. Although they are still hard to leave the kingdom of Fortis, because they also have to have tasks that they complete soon, they must be willing to return to their kingdom. They set off together with Hashirama, Loilmana, and also Rin. The 3 of them set off using one of the ships owned by the kingdom of Fortis. On this trip, Ars did not ask any of the chefs to come along with them because Ars knew that this recruitment would take place quickly and would not take a few days like the previous recruitment. The food problem can be solved by the 3 of them by looking for food in the kingdom of Prudence. It was also the request of the 3 of them who wanted to take a little walk there. Pell is not currently joining the ship used by the Prudence kingdom but instead uses a ship from the Fortis kingdom. It was not only Pell who came with the ship but Elizabeth II and also Dagama joined the ship. While on the ship of the kingdom of Prudence there were only their troops there. Miss Loilmana, I want to know. How was the result of the meeting that was conducted last night? Elizabeth II asked quietly, where they were currently all in the cabin of the ship sitting leisurely in the dining room. Has the issue of the reconstruction plan from the territory of the kingdom of Valabasta been designed? Pell was immediately interested in hearing this. At the time of the previous meal, there was no discussion about this. Only a few plans of activities to be carried out by the Fortis kingdom were discussed as well as other matters. As for the reconstruction plan, no discussion was discussed. Pell thought that it was likely that the plan hadn't been all laid out, so no one was talking about it. Note: I changed Pell's previous nickname Bell to Bell. I was a little wrong before. His name in the anime should be Bell. I apologize for this mistake. The reconstruction plan has been discussed, Loelmina replied calmly. It's done? Pell quickly asked immediately, then suddenly felt that the attitude he was holding was not polite. I'm sorry, hahaha, don't worry, you don't need to be so polite to us. We are not someone who always likes formalities. Hashirama immediately laughed at the embarrassment of the Pell. The reconstruction plan for the kingdom of Alabasta was already discussed last night. Rin continued Loelmina's words. Everything is good for the reconstruction of the territory, and also some plans that will be used to build the kingdom of Alabasta for the better have been discussed. In that case, why is the plan still not given to Commander Pell? Dagama asked puzzledly. Elizabeth II and Pell were also confused about this. This is inseparable. That last night we just talked about it, Loelmina immediately replied to her. We last night in the meeting just discussed it, and the writing of the reconstruction plan for the territory of the kingdom of Alabasta is still not done. The plans for the reconstruction draft are quite a lot of plans. We are afraid that if we only conveyed this directly to Commander Pell regarding this draft, he would have forgotten about the plan. We still need to make a documentary about the plan and then show it directly to King Cobra. Because for this plan to be used, there must be approval from it. So Elizabeth II nodded. Exposed? Does it mean that later King Cobra will be invited to come to your kingdom? Of course, Rin nodded. Isn't it a procedure that should be done? Especially for the kingdom of Alabasta, which has already established a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. At present, although the two empires have established a cooperative relationship, but the cooperative relationship established has not been valid. The thing was done by His Majesty before only secured the kingdom of Alabasta from the attack of the world government. Miss Rin, when will our king be invited to come to your kingdom? Pell asked nervously and was also full of curiosity. Currently, the plan is to wait for one of the higher-ups to come to face your majesty, and then the higher-up who will later pick up King Cobra to come to our kingdom, Rin replied. One of the big wigs? Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Pell were interested in this. Ulquiorra Chifer, Hashirama replied calmly. Your majesty is waiting for the presence of Ulquiorra to perform this task. Ulquiorra? Then the three were immediately surprised to hear this. Ulquiorra Chifer, isn't that Vice Admiral of the Royal Navy Fortis? Pell muttered with a face full of shock. Why are you not the one carrying out this task, Hashirama? Wouldn't you also be able to do it? Dagama asked puzzledly. At the moment there are many tasks to be done by me, Hashirama said embarrassedly. You also know that my current department has also started to run. There are many things to prepare to welcome him. Therefore, I can't run a task with a long enough task maturity period like this. This reason given by Hashirama is a valid reason and not a lie. Only, there are also other reasons, but these reasons are impossible to convey to the three of them. Only the higher-ups of the Fortis Empire knew the real reason for Hashirama was not sent. If we estimate the time, Loelmina said, there is a possibility that at the beginning of the month we will be able to pick up King Cobra along with your top brass to come to our kingdom. At this time Ulquiorra is still difficult to contact because of the tasks performed by him ordered by His Majesty. Although we have successfully contacted him, it will likely take enough time for him to come to face His Majesty. Therefore, the time taken is also quite long. I understand, Pell nodded. Nevertheless, I hope that you can prepare yourself as well as possible. Because this time conveyed by me alone is only an estimate. It is also possible that shortly, Ulquiorra will soon arrive in the kingdom and be directly ordered by His Majesty to make a move. Oh, yes, also convey it to King Cobra. If Princess Vivi is pleased to stay and study in our kingdom, of course, she can do it. Later in that period, there will be a house that will be given that is ready for use. We will leave one for you guys. If Princess Vivi wants to stay, you must prepare for all her needs such as maids and others who helped Princess Vivi stay in our kingdom, Loelmina said. In the process of staying, since this is not related to duty, our royal party will not provide food as is the case with King Prudence and Lord Dagama today. Miss Loelmina, regarding the issue of providing food. What about their side preparing the ingredients? Dagama asked in confusion. This has been a consideration in the meeting we had last night, Loelmina replied. Later our side will prepare a very large amount of food ingredients and seasonings, all of which will be stored in warehouses owned by the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Animal Husbandry. This is our consideration because later our kingdom on February 27th will make a voyage to pick up the family members of the workers, which are likely to be hundreds of people. If they came to eat together with the other workers, Juacheru and others will get a huge amount of pressure because they have to make food for thousands of people for some time. Loelmina paused and continued, later after the family members of those workers come, they will no longer get the food supply they used to receive 3 times every day. They already have to start being independent by processing their food. What about those workers who have no family members? Elizabeth II asked with interest. Same. They will also no longer get the food supply, Lowellman said. Starting next month, every worker who has got a house will no longer get the food supply they used to get 3 times a day. They have to cultivate it themselves or buy it by. Pell murmured. There are some big wigs of our kingdom, especially those in the restaurant department, are coming soon, Rin said. By the time they come, the plan is that they will directly open the restaurant. Currently, there are 4 that will already arrive, likely today or tomorrow. 2 people will later open a restaurant inside this kingdom, while the other 2 people will open a restaurant outside the kingdom. Opened a restaurant outside the kingdom? The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. The 3 of them are people who have already tasted the dishes made by the chefs of the Fortis Empire and know how outstanding the dishes are. Where are they going to open that restaurant, Miss Rin? Elizabeth II asked excitedly. What? Is it possible in my kingdom? If one of them opens a restaurant in my kingdom, don't worry. I will prepare the best place for them to use. Ha 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 ha, you are so lucky, King Prudence Hashirama immediately replied to him. The Kingdom of Prudence is one of the places to be used as the opening place for the restaurant. Elizabeth II and Dagama's eyes were wide open at this, and a feeling of excitement immediately appeared within them. The Kingdom of Prudence is 2 of the planned places, Lowellman said. The other is Sayboundy Island, and the place to open the restaurant is Area 13, which is currently managed by Amazon Empress Lily. Ha 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 ha, that's good. Elizabeth immediately laughed excitedly. Finally, I no longer have to wait for a long time to be able to eat good food. That's right, Your Majesty, Dagama said with emotion. We can eat well every day. Unlucky. I can't wait for the place will open soon. When is the plan for the opening of the restaurant outside the kingdom? Elizabeth asked quickly. It's possible a few days from now, Lowellman replied to her. It's not certain when the restaurant will open outside the kingdom because we also need to talk to the 4 of them who will later open the restaurant outside the kingdom. We also still need to prepare the buildings and equipment they need to open a restaurant. Don't worry about it. Elizabeth II immediately patted his chest proudly. We will help. No, we will prepare all his needs. Buildings, cooking utensils, and everything needed. Our kingdom will prepare all those things. Doesn't it matter that you guys do that? Isn't that thing burdensome to you guys? Lowellman asked puzzledly. Of course not, Miss Lowellman, Dagama replied quickly. This is an easy thing for our kingdom to do. We will prepare all his needs. That sounds good, Lowellman answered her with a smile. However, it's better not to have everything prepared. If indeed the Kingdom of Prudence has such a desire, just prepare the building, cooking utensils, and also tableware. That's all, for food ingredients, food seasonings, and also employees. Let our kingdom take care of it. After all, for the issue of employees themselves, employees who will work in that restaurant will later get the option of becoming citizens of the Fortis Empire. We also have to do a specific selection on that. Miss Lowellman. What about the Kingdom of Alabasta? Haven't you guys thought about opening a restaurant in our kingdom yet? Pell asked nervously and without any sense of optimism, especially since these 2 empires had just built a cooperative relationship. It's a pity. Lowellman shook her head. The Kingdom of Alabasta has not yet entered the plan. The thing to consider, because the location of your kingdom is quite far from our kingdom. Besides that, your kingdom still needs to be reconstructed again. Many reasons make us not yet consider building a restaurant in your kingdom. One of them is also the lack of employment. I see. Pell nodded. Oh, yes. By the way, King Prudence. Last night what were you talking about with your majesty? It is rare to find your excellency late in a meeting, especially the meeting that was conducted quite important last night, Hashirama asked with interest. Lowellman and Rin's eyes instantly became shining at this. We're just talking about a few things, especially regarding the development of our system of government. I asked him a lot about it, and also he talked a lot about suggestions and problem solving related to it, Elizabeth II said with a happy smile. At least, after returning, I believe that many of the problems that exist in my kingdom today can be solved easily thanks to these suggestions. That's not all, isn't it, Your Majesty? Dagama asked. The conversation between the 2 of you also surround your marriage. Marriage? Lowellman and Rin eagerly stared at Elizabeth II. When will you get married, King Prudence? Rin asked excitedly. The plan is short, Elizabeth II said embarrassedly. It is likely that the next few months. At least if the condition of my kingdom is stable, I can only get married. Who is your partner? Lowellman asked with interest. She was a princess lady of the kingdom who had previously controlled the same territory as our kingdom, Elizabeth II said, on the talks conducted by me with King Fortis. King Fortis would later bring his partner to come to my wedding. Do you guys know who the partner is? Elizabeth II paused and continued, I'm quite interested in whom the couple said by him is. He didn't say it to me and only said that it was a secret. I am interested in who this partner is because there is a possibility that this partnership will become the queen of your kingdom. Loelmina, Rin, and Hashirama instantly fell silent with their faces full of surprise. Wait, don't you guys know who the couple of King Fortis is? Dagama asked in confusion. Isn't there a possibility that it's one of you? One of you? Loelmina and Rin murmured, which instantly turned their faces flushed. Is it probably me? Loelmina thought with her face flushed, there is a high probability that it is me. Didn't Ars make an appointment with me before? Is this also a step made by him to make our relationship closer? What is me? Rin thought with a blushing face, does that fool at this time already know the charm possessed by me? HMPH. I have to make it and ask myself to go together. How could I have to ask him to go with such a big deal? Well, if it is one of us mainly for women, Hashirama said, there is a possibility between Kaguya, Sheena, Loelmina, and Rin. Why are there only 4 of them? Pell asked puzzledly. The 4 of them have direct feelings for your majesty, and at this time even the 4 of them have been living in his royal highness's house, Hashirama replied calmly. The answer given by Hashirama made Rin and Loelmina blush even more. The 4 of them are the most likely to be your majesty's partner, Hashirama said calmly. Moreover, the feelings they have almost all we have known, even your majesty is likely to already know. Well, I think of his majesty's words to King Prudence last night regarding the couple who will be accompanying his majesty in the marriage. It is likely that his majesty would like to reciprocate the feelings of one of them, or may want to introduce indirectly that this is my spouse. Loelmina's face turned redder at this. Because if it is true that what has been said by Hashirama, it almost refers to him. Chapter 151, Time Together. New World, Kingdom of Fortis, Royal Palace, Library. The library is one of the rooms that has a very large size in the Royal Palace. The library is located on the first floor of the Royal Palace, and inside the library, there are tall and wide bookshelves and then neatly arranged. Not all the bookshelves in the library are filled with books. There are still many bookshelves that are empty, and currently, only 1 out of 9 of the entire bookshelf in the library is filled with books. In the central area of the library, there is a circular area of considerable size. The area can be several tables and chairs that can be used by someone to read a book. Usually, this place is used by royal officials and others to read books they find in libraries. However, usually, only a few often come to the library. Those who often end up are Shinahori, Nico Robin, Ars, and also Shaki. On the other hand, the library is currently managed by a department called the Library Department. This department is in charge of managing the library and also taking care of it. The task of this department itself is not only to maintain and manage the existing library in the Royal Palace, but the public library that will later be built, as well as those who will later manage it. Currently, the leader of the library department is Shinahori. At this time, precisely in the middle of the reading place, it can be seen that Sheena and Shaki are already there reading a book together. Sheena reads a book about the history of the kingdoms that exist in this world. On the other hand, Shaki reads books about ancient weapons that once existed in this world thousands of years ago. Tap tap. The environment of the library is quite quiet, which causes a person's footsteps to be heard clearly in the library by the time the person steps inside this library. The sound of footsteps immediately attracted Shaki's attention. On the other hand, Sheena, who was currently focusing on the activities carried out by her, did not know that there was already anyone other than the 2 of them in the library. The person who came was Ars, carrying a large piece of paper. At the moment when Shaki was about to greet Ars immediately gave a hint to be quiet by giving the code of bringing his index finger closer to his lips with a smile. Shaki was immediately silent and stunned because he knew the action that the Ars wanted to do and watched the activity. Ars slowly walked up to Sheena while placing the papers under him on the floor and immediately using both hands to close Sheena's eyes. Sheena was shocked by this action. Come on, guess who I am? Ars asked softly. Sheena, who was shocked by the action before, immediately felt a feeling of joy in her heart. Sheena chuckled softly and said, your voice is too clear, Your Majesty. Ars, who had known his identity, immediately let go of his hand and then took the paper under him while placing it on the table. Shaki and Sheena's interest was immediately raised looking at the paper. What is this, Your Majesty? Sheena asked softly. This is the map of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Ars replied. Map of the Kingdom of Alabasta? Sheena asked in confusion. What did you bring her here for? Do you want to keep it? No, Ars shook his head. I will use this to code the reconstruction plan that we will carry out later in the Kingdom of Alabasta. So that later when meeting with King Cobra, it will be easier to give him an explanation of the reconstruction plan that we will carry out later. So that's it. Sheena nodded. Did you come here wanting to get a note last night? Why don't you just contact me so that I will bring it to you in person later? Yes, Ars nodded. I haven't come here for a long time. It's pretty boring to work on this in my workspace. Every once in a while, I want to work somewhere else. Sheena chuckled softly. Then do you want to do your work here or in my study? I can accompany you if you want it, oh? It's quite bold, Shaki thought with eyes full of excitement looking at the interaction between the two. I wonder, how is the answer from your majesty? An attractive offer, Ars muttered. However, your study also has almost the same appearance as my study. Working there is also almost the same as working in my workspace. It's better to do it here. Besides, Ars immediately patted Sheena's forehead gently. Ouch! Sheena reflexively directly held her forehead. You have become too courageous, Sheena, Ars said with a small smile. Where did you learn from? What is from Rin? You and Loa, both of them have been poisoned by that woman. I think I have to discipline her. Lest all the women in this kingdom are made strange by her. Instantly Sheena's face turned red at this. Well, Sheena. Can you go get your notes? Sure. Sheena, who was already embarrassed, nodded slowly and left the room directly. You're getting a pretty interesting spectacle, aren't you? Ars asked calmly to Shaki, who was smiling at him. That's an interesting thing to see, Your Majesty, Shaki replied to her. I wonder, who will later become the queen of this kingdom? So I don't know either. Let the future take care of this, Ars said, shrugging his shoulders. Isn't it a problem for you to leave your home on Saybounty Island? Someone is helping me to look after my house there, Hancock. The woman is indeed someone worthy of being asked to guard the house. Ars nodded. Do you have the desire to sell the land you occupy? You know Area 13 is currently very popular and the price of land there has risen very drastically. You will get a huge profit if you sell your house. It's because of you to the point that the land there has gone up in price. Previously the land that existed in the territory had no price at all. Yesterday, I just talked to Hancock and questioned some of the things that were there. The existing land in the area has risen at a very scary price. Even for land whose size is 1 by 1 meters, it has now been assessed for 10 million berries. Wah, it's a very significant ascension, Ars said in a tone full of surprise. The land that belongs to you has a fairly large size, isn't it? Especially such land has its area. Of course, the land must have a very high value. Do you have the intention to sell it? No, Shaki shook her head. The land and house there will still be kept by me. Although later I will start to open a business here. It never hurts to have a house there that can be used for vacations and others. I can also use the house to be used as a rental place and the like. It's not a bad idea. Ars nodded and continued. What about the capital for you to build a business here? Capital is a small matter for me, Shaki said, but it depends too. Are you going to sell the land in a territory to me at a low price? Shaki concluded with a sweet smile. Your Majesty will give the best price for me, right? As for the price of land here is relative, Ars replied calmly, at least, if you want to open a business at this time, too. You can consider it immediately. Oh? Will the kingdom soon open up to the world? Shaki asked with interest. Not yet, Ars shook his head, just, in the next few days. Some workers will soon pick up their family members to migrate here. At least all the workers who have already got a house will immediately pick up their families to come to this kingdom. Their arrival will soon increase the number of citizens living in this kingdom. With this increase in the number of residents, Juicheru and others will certainly not be able to stop the availability of food with this large number of residents. Therefore, through the meeting we had last night, we will start to order a very large amount of ingredients and food seasonings from the Ryugu Kingdom and then store them in the storage warehouses belonging to the Department of Animal Husbandry and the Ministry of Agriculture. Later, workers who have found a house and also their family members can prepare food for themselves by buying ingredients and food seasonings there. I see. Shaki nodded. It is indeed a good policy and also helps Juicheru and others lower the workload they currently have. However, what about the workers who live alone? Wouldn't they have a hard time? This matter has also been a consideration for us, Ars said calmly. Today is more precisely the possibility that in the afternoon there will be 4 royal dignitaries who will arrive here. 4 people? Shaki was surprised to hear this. They are Yukihira Soma, Nakiri Arena, Ayama Akira, and Kuro Kaibaraya. Oh, those 4 of them. Don't they belong to the restaurant department? I see. So, are the 4 of them who will later open a restaurant in this kingdom? Shaki asked with interest. I'm quite interested in the taste of their dishes. Is it as good as Juicheru and other dishes or not? 2 of them have greater abilities and skills compared to Juicheru and the other. Ars replied to him. Then regarding the opening of the restaurant. There are only 2 restaurants open. This means that only 2 people will open restaurants in this kingdom, where the 2 restaurants will be able to solve the food problem for those workers who only live alone and cannot cook. How are the other 2 people? Shaki asked back. It is planned that the other 2 people will open a restaurant outside the kingdom to introduce the dishes owned by our royal restaurant. It's a good idea to be able to attract people's interest to end up in our kingdom. Shaki nodded. This is a good idea. You know, the person who gave this idea is Garp. Garp? Shaki was immediately startled by these words. Are you kidding me? You mean Garp, that old man Garp? Yes. It was the old man who gave this idea to Hashirama and others at the time they met Whitebeard yesterday. Ars nodded. It's really hard to believe the old man can come up with such a simple idea. Haha. This idea itself likely came out because Garp wanted to be able to eat dishes made by chefs from our kingdom, Ars said with a smile. Currently our kingdom is not accessible to anyone without getting permission from me. Of course, Garp, a food lover, will be very difficult to be able to restrain himself, especially when he has tasted the dishes made by Juichiru and others. This is also proven by his coming directly to Shirahija's main headquarters with the excuse to me taste so that he can participate in eating food made by chefs from our kingdom. Still, it's pretty awesome for me, Shaki said, then exhaled the smoke. Where are the plans for the opening of this restaurant? Since the idea came from Garp, surely one of the places is in the Grand Line area, right? Yes, Ars nodded. 2 places. One Prudence Empire represents the territory of the New World, while Say Bounty Island Area 13 represents the Grand Line. These 2 places will be used as the location for the opening of the restaurant. Hancock will be very happy to hear this, Shaki said with a smile. Have you told him this? Not yet, Ars shook. I'll wait for their arrival first and then talk about this. I need to know, which of them will open a restaurant outside the kingdom while who will open a restaurant inside the kingdom. My advice is better to let the woman who opened the restaurant in Area 13 make it easier to persuade Hancock to also have interactions with her, Shaki said. If it's a man, I think it's going to be hard for the guy to be there. I will try to convince Arena. May she want it, Ars said. Well, if you want to open your business soon, you can do it. You can already survey places in urban areas that you want to be used as a location for you to build your business. Once you find it, you can simply build the design of the building, later if you can. The construction of restaurant will be built at the same time as the building you will later use. Will taxes apply by the time I build my business? Shaki asked. Income tax and building tax will take effect immediately as long as you build a business. Meanwhile, for goods tax and import tax, it will not pass as long as the tax department has not been running. Well, that's pretty good. Shaki nodded and immediately got up from her seat. I'm free to choose a location in the urban area, right? Free, Ars nodded. Okay. In that case, I will go to do a survey related to the location. Shaki immediately left the library. Before leaving the library, Shaki first put away the books read by him and then stepped out of the library to search for a location where he would open his business. Where's Shaki, Ars? Simultaneously Sheena arrives not long after Shaki leaves the library and the way she calls Ars instantly changes. Shaki is currently going to the urban area. He wants to open his business immediately, so he currently wants to go find a strategic location to build his business. Business? What business does he want to open? Sheena asked with interest. Bar. A relaxing place and also a place to buy and sell information, Ars said calmly. Shaki has a big name in this world as a fairly reliable information agent. I see. Sheena nodded and instantly a thought flashed through her mind. Wait, isn't it that at the moment I'm just alone with Ars? A feeling of excitement instantly appeared inside Sheena. It's been a long time since she was able to be alone with Ars. The last time they were alone like this was when she first came to this world and began to try to adapt to this world. At that time, the work that Ars had was not as much as it is today. This is what causes Ars to spend a lot of his time in the library and often together with Sheena here. Ars then started his work with Sheena several times, helping as well as accompanying him. Meanwhile, on Shaki's side, there is a question I wanted to ask him before. Shaki is currently on his way to the urban area. Forget it. It seems that His Royal Highness doesn't want me to disturb his time together with Sheena. I can ask this question next time. I'm quite curious, what is Your Majesty going to do? It is unlikely that Your Majesty will just stand idly by knowing that the world government has ancient weapons, right? There must be a move made by him at this time. Chapter 152, Fortis Kingdom Workers Recruitment Wave 3 Grand Line, Say Bounty Archipelago Island, Area 13. Area 13 on Say Bounty Archipelago Island today has changed compared to before. Land that was previously very undesirable by the community to build a place to live and others due to the absence of laws that helped protect this area has now turned into the land that is highly targeted by the community. The price of land in this region even today has reached a very expensive value, namely 1 by 1 meters worth 10 million berries, and this price will continue to rise with the amount of demand increasing. In addition to the price getting more and more expensive, the taxes in the area are also quite high. However, this does not limit people who have good economic conditions from building a place to live there. The reason is the security provided in the area. The current development can be seen in the area. The majority of existing developments in the region are housing. The people who build houses here are mostly people who have good economic conditions. The changes that have occurred in this area cannot be separated from the protection provided by the Fortis Kingdom to the territory. The pirate world is extremely cruel. although a place has been protected by the world government and the Emperor of the Sea. However, there are still crimes that are certain to occur. However, it is different from this Area 13 area. No one dared to do it. This is because of their fear of spies from the Fortis Kingdom. Nowadays the world community has built a perception that all over the place there are spies from the Fortis Kingdom. This caused none of them to dare to mock or commit an act of vilifying the name of the Fortis Kingdom. What's wrong, Sonia? Hancock asked as she stopped the work done by her at the moment in terms of putting together his system of government. The government system built by Hancock is currently still unfinished. Although Hancock has already compiled every department she wants to build. The obstacle is the choice of who will lead the department. Currently, in front of her desk, there are documents from the residents of the Amazon Lily Kingdom with these documents recording the abilities and skills of each person there. This data was obtained by Hancock after she asked the residents of Amazon Island Lily to identify themselves using a crystal ball of information provided by ours earlier. We just got the income of new funds, big sister, Sandersonia said excitedly. In the northern part of Area 13, there is a land of 200 square meters recently bought by a businessman from West Blue for 2 billion berries. At this time, the land in the territory is full. Good. Hancock nodded and continued, what about the other territories? Is it that at this time every land in every territory is full? Almost. Sandersonia immediately answered him, the current southern area is only about 15,000 square meters empty, the western region is 12,000 square meters left, and the current eastern region is still 600 square meters left. Sandersonia paused and continued, senior sister, do you think we should increase the land price back? It's not a bad idea. Hancock nodded and continued, you can raise the price a little higher compared to the current price for the remaining lands. Besides, Sonia, do you think it is time for us to expand by increasing the size of the territory we have? Expansion? Sandersonia's eyes immediately lit up excitedly. Big sister, I think we should discuss this with King Fortis. After all, if we do territorial expansion and at that time we don't get permission directly from King Fortis, the consequence we will get is, the territory will not later get the protection of the Kingdom of Fortis. Hancock's eyes lit up instantly at this. That's it. Big sister, do you have any desire to go to the Kingdom of Fortis? Sandersonia asked nervously, didn't King Fortis have forbidden you to come as long as you haven't solved the problem of building your government system? HMPH. He told me don't come if there is no urgent business, Hancock said with pride. Meanwhile, at this time before Hancock finished her words, the door of the room suddenly opened and revealed Marigold walking in with a note in her hand. Usually, when someone enters without telling Hancock, Hancock will be very angry and immediately punish her. However, it is different if the two sisters do this. Mari? Sandersonia immediately turned around and stared in the direction of Marigold. Sonia? How is your current work progress? Marigold asked with a smile. Very well. The current development of Area 13 is very good and there are also many areas occupied. Sandersonia then replied, what about your work? Have we gotten enough orders? Very much. Marigold nodded vigorously then looked at Hancock. Big sister, I have already recorded the entire wood order that the shipyard requested when on Say Bounty Island. How much do they request? Hancock's eyes became brighter at this. Hancock finally got another reason for herself to come to the Kingdom of Fortis. Currently there are 20 shipyards that have placed wood orders for us. Marigold immediately read the note below by her. The total order amounted to 50,000 wood, with each shipyard ordering as many as 2,500 units of wood. To us 50,000 units of wood? Sandersonia was quite surprised by the value of the order. Didn't it mean? That's right. Marigold smiled excitedly. With this number of orders, we will make a profit of 5 billion berries. Marigold paused and continued, at present, there are also wooden orders coming from shipyards from outside Say Bounty Island. However, I have just finished recording those from Say Bounty Island and will re-record orders that are outside the island after completing this transaction. Wouldn't it be better to make that whole order into one? For us, no. Sonia. Hancock interrupted her immediately. The idea made by Mari is a good idea. Hancock nodded and immediately looked at Marigold eagerly. You are planning something very good, come on. That way, we have a reason to come to the Kingdom of Fortis whenever we want. That fool, he won't be able to forbid me to come to his kingdom at this time. He. I can finally see him back soon, Hancock thought with great excitement in her heart. But, big sister, Sandersonia tried to retort, if you often came to the Kingdom of Fortis, what about your work? It would be very dangerous if King Fortis knew that you were not spelling your work seriously. I think I also agree with this, elder sister. Marigold nodded. If King Fortis knows that you are not carrying out your work seriously, there is a consequence for our kingdom to break the cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. Who said I didn't work seriously? Hancock asked with a frown. Although we went there, of course, I will continue my work. The fool, of course, I have to show him that I am someone who can hold the responsibility. HMPH. Just wait, just a little more for this system of government to be completed and I will let the fool praise me. Marigolds and Sandersonia fell silent at this. Both of them now already know about Hancock's obsession with ours. Both also support this. This is because, as long as Hancock marries ours, of course, the cooperative relationship between the two kingdoms will get better and their lives will be guaranteed. What's more, ours had helped them to remove the slave marks that were on their backs, even though this was done by Hashirama himself. However, if it weren't for the good faith that ours wanted to do, they knew that Hashirama would certainly not have done that. Sonia, Mari Hancock immediately got up from her seat. Prepare the ship and also our other members. We will soon sail towards the kingdom of Fortis. Okay, big sister. Sandersonia and Marigold nodded and immediately executed the order. New World, Kingdom of Prudence. Nowadays in the Kingdom of Prudence, especially in the city parks, there is already gathered a large number of citizens who have the desire to apply to become workers in the Kingdom of Fortis, especially in the population department. Unlike the recruitment of workers, the majority of whom are filled with men, at this time the majority of applicants who want to apply for jobs in the Fortis Kingdom are women. But some men come to propose. Due to various previous experiences, the current worker recruitment activities are taking place conducive. Elizabeth II had previously prepared a place for Rin to use to make selections for people who wanted to apply for jobs in his department. Due to the availability of the venue, currently, the applicants have lined up neatly where the queue is very long to form several new rows. Although it only has a small chance of being accepted, the spirit of everyone has not diminished. All of them have the desire to be accepted to work in Rin's department. Finally came two. At the same time, suddenly one of the suitors saw Rin, who came along with Commander Ru. Well, currently, Hashirama is away carrying out his duties, and Luelmina herself is joining Hashirama in choosing equipment for Hashirama's department. Great. It's finally time for the recruitment to start. Damn. I can't wait for who will be accepted and who will be rejected. We just have to watch it. Whoever will be accepted will have a bright future. High salaries, mansions, as well as getting comfortable protection. Meanwhile, if who gets the rejection, it means that the person is out of luck. If only at an easy time I used to learn to mean it. It's possible to have hopes of being able to participate in this recruitment. Among the applicants who want to apply, many people come just to watch. They want to know who is accepted or who will later get rejected. And at this time, a person's standard for having a bright future is the acceptance of his work in the Kingdom of Fortis. As long as the person is accepted, salary, house, and security, everything was obtained by him. While those who are rejected, that person will be very unlucky. This standard itself is not recorded, but rather a standard that is not recorded in everyone's mind. Nowadays, even many parents have begun to encourage their children to try hard to be accepted to work in the Kingdom of Fortis no matter what work is done. As long as they are admitted there, their future will be guaranteed there. Rin immediately arrived at the prepared place while taking out all the necessities for conducting a selection of the applicants. After all the preparations were ready, Rin immediately got up from his seat and shouted where his voice was combined with his mana energy. Everyone. The recruitment this time will be done by the population department. The number of applicants to be recruited by the population department is 50 people, of which 40 recruits will get the task of managing documents and so on, while the other 10 people recruited are the success officers in the department. The officer of the mercy? Asked an onlooker in confusion. The department led by me will recruit 2 positions, namely the office which will later deal with documents and others, and a position that is specifically for dealing with hygiene issues in the office. The salary and the bonuses obtained by these 2 positions are the same. Only, at the time of the recruitment carried out at this time, the 2 have some different provisions. Different terms? Everyone's interest was immediately attracted upon hearing this. The position that takes care of document issues will later be selected through a test of how skilled you are in taking care of documents and others. This means that this position requires special abilities, especially in the academic field. Also, I will seriously select this position as it considers various other matters. As for the post of success officer, this position is lower in qualifications. A person can get this post by having good housekeeping skills. Although later he did not have a good academic field ability, she will still be accepted to work as long as she has good housekeeping skills. This information directly shocked all parties. Wait, if you don't need good mechanical skills, that's it, I have the qualifications to participate in this recruitment, right? A teenage girl who worked in a bar immediately muttered softly when it was listened to by others. Soon it became an uproar for all the people who were there, especially those who had previously only the intention to watch the activity. Recruitment for posts from those holding documents and janitor positions will form 2 different paths. The booth with the right lane will be filled by people who intend to apply for a position that is specific to the document, while the left lane will be filled by people who intend to apply to work in a position that is specifically for janitors. Please arrange a lineup now. After Rin said the sentence, the people who had previously wanted to apply for the post who dealt with documents directly arranged their ranks neatly on the right side of the recruitment stand. Meanwhile, at this time, the residents who previously only wanted to participate in watching immediately formed a new line where this line was specifically for applying for cleaning workers. Most of them are teenage women who work in bars and restaurants. They will certainly not let go of this opportunity. Okay. The preparations are complete. In that case, let's start this recruitment by starting with the applicants for the post dealing with documents than the post of a janitor. We will do an interval to do this test. No one objected to the arrangements made by Rin, they accepted happily. Finally began the recruitment of the workers of the third batch of Fortis Kingdom.